And thank you so much for being with us. 6 minutes past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We thank you for being a part of it. Busy show indeed, and we'll break it all down. Your phone calls are always welcome at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Understand that you help produce this hour, so if you ever want to chime in on the conversation, there'll be on-screen phone calls, but that's always an option for you. But we appreciate you. We hear from all of you that get your day going, and we appreciate, as always, the loyalty of starting your day with us. Helmsy not here today. Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow. Over to my left, though, is Mr. Greg Burgess. We are ready for another day. What's up, my friend?
Hey, man.
How are you?
I'm good.
If I sound a little stopped up, that's because I am.
Oh, hey, pollen.
Nose is running a little bit.
Oh, a little snot box.
Well, been out in the yard, the ball field. I thought for some reason we lived next to a volcano yesterday and ash was falling.
Okay.
Yeah. But then I looked a little bit closer and it was just pollen.
Well, I couldn't find my truck the other day. I was looking for a blue truck.
Yeah.
And then I realized it was yellow.
Oh, you was yellow.
Yeah, so there it is right there. I couldn't find it.
Yeah, at night it's coming down. And look, it happens every year, just like time changes and all that. So I'm not saying this is new, but I'm just never really ready for it.
Nah,
you know?
Yeah, who is?
It always happens. You ever really studied a pine tree about right now? I did yesterday.
Watch it in the wind when it just comes bellowing out of it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that old cloud, the yellow cloud comes diving out of it.
We were at UAH. We went up to Huntsville yesterday, UAH baseball, where JC plays. They had a game, and so we were out in it, and they have some pine trees past center field, and we were out just walking around, and I stood up under some pine trees, and I'm like, "What am I doing?" Because I looked, and it looked like it was just raining yellow,
swimming through it.
So yeah, I'm not sick. No, I'm knocking on my head. It's just allergy symptoms. My dad, yesterday, I had an old beat up lawnmower up there that I used to sometimes cut their backyard and stuff like that, and I needed to get it, but we were in a hurry, so I told Dad, I was like, "Hey, I'm literally running through the garage to go to the backyard, grab the lawnmower." That's what I use to cut the hill behind my house. That I dread every year, and it's time. So I'm like, "Hey, I need to get it back, and then I'll bring it back." All that
good stuff.
And so I went through, and he went, "Hey man, how you doing?" And I was like, "Dad, oh no, are you okay?"
Dad, your voice.
Look, because I'm like, "Hey, let's make sure this is what it is at that age." He goes, "Oh no, it is. This is it. I got into some dust too." And you add the pollen in, he goes, "I'm a snotty mess." Man, but he never sounds like that. But
it's out there.
Yeah, and JC, he, of course, getting somebody his age to be consistent on allergy medicine and stuff. Hey, you been taking your allergy medicine? Oh, I think I did Sunday. I'm like, "Well, buddy, it's Tuesday.
Yeah, my own stuff.
It's not going to work if you skip a day." Okay. I'm like, "Thanks, buddy." I don't know if he sounds like that, but
yeah, you're probably pretty close.
But anyway, so today, real quick, we have Dustin Connell on. We had Dustin on and Jacob Wheeler as well.
Yeah.
Here recently because Major League Fishing, the Bass Pro Shops Red Crest 2024 was this past weekend, and we talked about it. Actually, put it in our promo too. Clanton's own Dustin Connell becomes the first angler to earn 2 Red Crest Championship titles, and he had him a payout of around $300,000. Yeah. But listen to what he's got going on right now. In the last 4 Red Crest events, Dustin, since 2021, has finished 1st, 4th, 7th, 1st, and really loves the major events. Also in 2022. Dustin won 3 of the 7 events the league had, as well as winning the first event of this year at Toledo Bend. And out of the 3 events so far this year, he's brought home the hardware in 2 of them. Jacob Wheeler won the other one. So he has got him some stuff going on.
Oh, he's hot.
Dustin will jump back on Zoom with us today, and about 3 hours from now, we'll just, ask him his the method to the madness all week long, and how it all happened and played out. And so be looking for that. But Dustin Connell scheduled to be on the show today with Major League Fishing.
it makes me think this probably pushes him above Gary Vines as the most famous person from Clara.
I was
close.
Yeah, I was
everybody
thinking,
knows Gary.
Gary in the Clanton area. He's known, and if you don't know him, he'll ask you, "Do you know who I am?"
Exactly.
And then you got to.
I think this bumps Dustin
I
above
think so.
Gary, but Gary's got work to do.
I think so. All right, so I talked about me being a little snot box from the allergies, but at least, and I'm knocking on my head. To this point, my back doesn't feel like yours, buddy. You're struggling.
You see me,
I kind of feel sorry.
Y'all have made fun of me for enough days. Let's just let it go.
I kind of feel sorry for you a little bit.
Well, you should.
You know, when you see somebody in a lot of pain, you're like, buddy, I am so sorry.
I guess, and my back's gimped up and going through a little physical therapy, trying to get it back right.
You finally went. Rick knew a guy.
Yeah, I'm doing. Yes, the days go and it loosens up. It gets okay, bearable. But when I go to sleep and wake up after I've laid, hey Greg, guess what? You probably can't sleep on your stomach no more until this gets, because that can't be good for it.
Oh, is that the problem?
I can't.
But you can't go on your back because you feel like something's getting you.
Yeah, and plus it hurts along your back too. But. And then when I wake up, I have to slide out of the bed and fall on the floor.
Greg, are you serious?
Yeah, I slide across like this, and I fall on the floor. Yuck. And then I go in there to the shower, and y'all see me trying to get my socks on. That's good. Or just trying to step in a pair of pants.
Do you feel like you wish you had your little robot, probably not as tall as your knees, and you're like, hey, put my socks on.
But if I struggle, once I get all that done, and it struggles. I get to my Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall. I'm a Hendrick driver.
Yes, you are.
Silverado,
and
it's got the heated seat.
Ooh.
And I'd heat it all the way over here. That does help.
It does.
It actually helps.
Yeah. But so they went and they put you through the ringer yesterday.
Yeah. Got a little bit of arthritis down in that part of my back, but they don't think it's a major problem. But
they're calling muscle.
I guess.
So wow.
And of course my spine's all messed up. They've been mashing it and going, yeah, that's good there, buddy.
Well, you've been trying to do a little bit better at your house. You do run on concrete.
I do.
They talked to you about your running shoes too. They mentioned that.
They ain't got to that yet. They're worried about my flexibility.
Oh, we got some tight hips.
Yeah. Oh yeah. When I was younger, when I was a kid, I could take my foot and put it behind my head. That was a little trick I used to do. And
I wish I could. I wish you could try that.
Over the years, I've stiffened up.
Now you can't get it to your chest.
No. It's terrible.
So they want to work on flexibility.
Yeah.
Do you remember
because a lot of times, like they say, if you're not right in those areas, you overcompensate and it'll cause a problem somewhere else. Your back.
Yeah, all goes together, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's an amazing thing.
So,
all right. So let me take you back a little bit.
It hurts pretty bad.
Let me take you back to Torque with Micah Kana,
we did that.
Jesse Clements, Lewis, that crew, OTM. Clay and all those guys, shout out to them. I hope they're still doing well. Do you remember what we would do every day for about 10 minutes?
Big time stretching.
And I think that helped us more than anything.
Yeah, because if I go to run, I'll go do the typical, you pull your leg back here, pull your leg back there.
Right.
And then I do like 10 prisoner squats, and away I go.
And then here we go. And then I'll go, to the gym with Hobie or something, and we're doing the half-a stretch too.
Yeah.
And I think there was one day a week where at those places it was like a mobility day where all we did was stretch.
Yeah.
It was like, no, we're not working out today. We're stretching for 30 minutes.
Exactly. So I may have to call Diamond Dallas Page and get him to put me through
I think
yoga.
you are.
At yoga, he's got everybody on.
You remember the T-shirt they had? Our warm up is your workout,
and that was truthful. Torque.
Yeah,
remember they had to do all them animal moves.
Oh, it was
the
awful.
Animal moves were horrible.
It was awful. But you know what we could do? I think you might could have put your foot behind your head.
I'll tell you this, I was a lot more flexible than I am now. I'll tell you. What was that? That time they checked Bubba and said he had the flexibility of a board, a 2x4. That's what it was. That's where I'm at. I got the flexibility of a 2x4.
Well, so you got to go back.
Oh yeah,
you love stuff like that.
Because I had a neck problem years ago, and they worked on it. It took a while, but it's been fine ever since.
Yeah.
So I trust the process.
Yeah. All right. So there's your update on
Struggling.
Greg. And Adler teased us in a text yesterday. We'll talk about that too.
When was the last time you checked your home's title? Is it still in your name? Fox News reported on a growing, devastating crime called house stealing. The titles to all our homes are easily found online. A criminal, a renter, or even a family member simply forges your signature on a home sale form and refiles as the new owner. Bam, your home is not in your name. Has some criminal taken over your title? Find out with a free comprehensive scan of your home's title and 30 days of legendary home title lock protection when you go to HomeTitleLock.com and use the promo code Bubba. Winter weather has a way of making you crave comfort food, so HelloFresh is here to help you do the chili season right. Check out their largest menu yet that has something for everyone, including meals that are quicker than restaurant delivery and 25% cheaper than takeout. Join today and get free breakfast for the life with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box with active subscription with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Something's up. You can't quite pinpoint it, but you can't deny it either. All you have to do is trust your gut. Now listen to it and prepare with My Patriot Supply at PrepareWithBubba.com. Since 2008, My Patriot Supply has helped millions of American families prepare for the uncertain future. Many of them choose 3-month emergency food kits sealed inside ultra-durable 4-layer packaging. These ready-hour meals last up to 25 years in storage. Stock up on all the food kits your family needs at PrepareWithBubba.com. Each kit, $200 off, and they'll ship fast and free. Find the link at RickandBubba.com. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth. And folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. The best thing to bring with me wherever I go, my Raycon everyday earbuds. Raycons offer amazing audio quality at half the price of other premium audio brands with noise isolation, 3 customizable sound profiles, and a 32-hour battery life. They're perfect for listening to anything, anytime. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com.
According to FBI crime data, most home break-ins happen in broad daylight. As the days get longer this spring, protect your home with Simply Safe at simplysafebubba.com. It's the award-winning home security we recommend. Simply Safe's advanced technology protects every room, window, and door of your home. Get 20% off now any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings.
All right, we're 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy off today. We are discussing a number of things, kind of catching you up to speed. As we went to break last segment, we were discussing Greg's back and him going to see a therapist yesterday and then putting him through the ringer and they twist you up like a pretzel.
Yeah, it's amazing.
The back pop any?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And so we were discussing that. I understand I sound like a snot box.
Hey, snot box. Hey,
allergies are good right now. Pollen's falling. It's just that time of year. Even though it happens every year, it still surprises me. Hey, buddy, get back on your allergy medicine.
Yeah.
And I don't know how this happened. I never had this growing up. All of a sudden, I get a little bit older, and I start developing it a little bit. I've been out in the yard working a little bit at the ballpark. It just happens.
Put your mask on.
You know, the dust of the field starts blowing everywhere and all that. So anyway, we've updated you there. We teased when we went to break talking about your back. Hey, did you see Adler's text?
I did.
And he texted the team late yesterday, and I'll just say this, and we'll stop and move on, and then the main show will start, and we'll bring it back up. But he said, this is what I get for having fun with Greg and his back. Apparently, when he was rolling yesterday in some jiu-jitsu practicing or whatever they have, their class, he tweaked his back, he said.
Yeah, he did.
He said the good news is it only hurts when he breathes.
Oh, well, then he's fine. It's just constant. No big deal.
So I don't know what he's going to walk in like. I have no idea.
He didn't got it. I bragged on his posture, how good it was.
Yeah, which I think it is good.
Yeah, he has worked because he had really bad posture, and he's actually worked on it.
Yeah, well, he's all about stretching and stuff.
Yeah,
which
he
is
knows
important.
about stretching.
We got to stretch more.
I know.
I mean,
definitely do now.
We really do. And stretching is like, you know. Tara get on the floor and stretch for like 10 minutes.
I just don't like stretching.
She got some little.
I never liked stretching.
Little small yoga ball or whatever.
That's what I'm saying.
I say yoga. I don't know what it is. Aerobics ball.
Yeah.
And she's all, stretching and stuff. And I'm like, man, I need
probably
to
a
do that.
good idea. We just don't do it.
We'll go for like a, 20, 30-minute walk. She'll come back in and she'll go, okay, I'm going to stretch. And I plop down on the
You're on the
couch.
couch, got your feet kicked up,
Kinda
watching the ball game.
I am watching her stretch, though.
Watch out.
So anyway, we'll update you on Adler. He kind of teased us a little bit, didn't he? What you got here? What we got going on? So we've done a little bit of research on this, and I think we got to the bottom of it the last time. But you know how our memory is, and we can't remember anything.
That's true.
We were asking about how these squatters are getting away with taking over homes.
They're not a law.
But
if there's not, we need to pass some.
Right. And then we played a video of a guy that was really making fun of the system, but he was acting like he was a squatter. Mm-hmm. And he's like, let me tell you how I get away with it.
Yeah.
He said, I go in, I do this, I change the keys, blah, blah, blah. And then, then the original owner comes in and stuff, and he just creates a handle, and then the guy has to go through the court system, and it takes 90 days. And before it was all said and done, finally the owner's like, okay, I'll just pay you to get out of here.
Yeah.
And they throw him, $10,000, $15,000 to leave. And so the person's had 90 days of a free home and made $10,000 in the process. You remember it was just drawn out there?
Down, yeah.
Well, vigilantes show up to evict squatters at a Queens home where the owner was arrested, as neighbors reveal 3 people have been living there for free, and not only that, but doing renovations to the home inside. And they're squatters. I don't understand how people get away with it.
If I own this house and someone has took it upon themselves to occupy it,
right?
How is it against the law for me to get them out? How can the law not show up and go, y'all must leave?
Well, I
know we could research it, I'm sure, but I don't understand how the law protects that. And if it does, we need to change the law.
I think that's the first thing we've got to look at, Greg, is changing the law.
And I'm too lazy to research it.
Well, I'm sitting here looking at it. If I own a home and you're squatting in it, okay?
To me, that's breaking and entering.
Yes, we should be able to immediately have relief through the court system, the legal system, whatever, and it not take 30 to 60 to 90 days for anything to work itself out, and they still get to stay in there, but they won't leave. These squatters, They won't leave, and it may take more than 30 days for the squatters in New York, for it to work itself out, because apparently the squatters in New York have rights after occupying a residence for more than a month.
Are they? And I get it when people are renting and the renter, I don't
Right.
pay and I won't leave.
Right. Yeah.
Still should be again, and it
Yeah.
is, but
Yeah.
you got to jump through a bunch of hoops.
Right.
But just occupying somebody's property and them not even knowing about it, and if you've been there more than 30 days, you suddenly have rights. How do you have rights?
I don't
when
know.
It doesn't belong to you.
But according to neighbors there in Queens, the unruly
I'd burn it
squatters
down.
that won't leave have been seen and heard carrying out home renovations inside the Queens property
they decide
of a
they
home
want-
they don't even own.
that don't make sense. I don't. Someone's going to have to explain the law to me on that.
Yeah. That video that Adler played that day best described it.
Yeah.
It sounds like to me it's a mess that the owners have to go through to get somebody evicted, and it's just a 30, 60-day, 90-day mess in the court system, and then they end up just getting paid by the owner
Well,
to go away.
That needs to be changed.
That has got to be changed.
Yeah,
has
'Cause
got to be
If you
changed.
don't own the place, you can't live there. That's pretty simple.
On Daily Mail, that's the number one story up top as of right now of these three people.
So they arrested actually the homeowner.
Yeah, looks like it. It's just it says here this lady inherited her family's home located in Flushing, Queens, but she was left just beside herself when squatters moved in to her childhood home last month.
Okay, so
She
that's my
confronted the
point.
squatters herself and was arrested when one of the men inside called the police on her for changing the locks of the home
can't
that she
believe that.
owns.
And again,
inherited.
these are not people that she rented to or anything. They just saw an abandoned house and decided to move in, right?
Yeah. She said the homeowner, furious, that got arrested, had been in the process of selling the home. And she says, I'm really fearful of these people, what they're going to get away with. What are they stealing in the home that we own? I inherited.
Someone please
She can't get them out.
read me the law that says they can stay there, and that if you try to remove them, they can call the law on you. I mean, I'm gonna have to research it.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I don't understand. That's a pretty quick, easy fix.
Right.
If you don't own the property, guess what? You can't live there.
Yeah.
Or if you're a renter and you decide not to pay your rent, then you can be thrown out. Wow.
Well, anyway, it's just there's so many stories out today on squatters.
That makes no sense.
And you remember we did this insane statistic off some of the stories from these research facilities and all this that talk about squatters. And just like in the Atlanta area, there were like 1,500 of them or something.
It's funny.
It's
when somebody gets something going, they find a little loophole that they can take advantage of.
Yeah.
It spreads like
well, what it
wildfire.
is, okay, we're going to find a place to live for 30, 60, 90 days, rent-free. We're going to make a handle for the owner. It's going to take a while for the court system to work itself out. And finally, we'll be so much of a handle, the homeowner would just end up trying
Write
to
'em a
pay
check.
us to leave, and we've made money and stayed somewhere free, and then we'll just go somewhere else and do it.
Yeah, that's basically what you got. Wow.
If they worked half as hard as, getting a job and paying their own bills and
Yeah.
stuff, they'd probably be pretty successful because
pretty smart.
sounds like they're pretty smart on what they're doing.
Yeah, they know the law pretty well. Well, you're gonna have a tragedy with a homeowner that's done with it.
Exactly.
And it's gonna get real ugly, and then see what you got.
Yeah, exactly.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey folks, Rick here. Something's up, something big. You can't quite pinpoint it, but you can't deny it either. All you have to do is trust your gut, listen to it, and prepare with My Patriot Supply at preparewithbubba.com. Since 2008, My Patriot Supply has helped millions of American families prepare for the uncertain future. Many of them choose 3-month emergency food kits. With 22 food and drink varieties, there'll be no food boredom. With over 2,000 calories per day, there'll be no starvation. And sealed inside ultra-durable 4-layer packaging, these ready-hour meals last up to 25 years in storage. 25 years. Stock up on all the food kits your family needs at our special website, preparewithbubba.com, and you'll get each kit for $200 off. Protect yourself, protect your people. Get your kits at preparewithbubba.com. They'll ship fast and free. Go to preparewithbubba.com. Each kit is $200 off for you. You can also find that link by going to rickandbubba.com. rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button. You saw the Fox News story on house stealing, right? When's the last time you checked your home's title? Is it still in your name? Fox reported on a growing, devastating crime called house stealing. You better protect your home's title from scammers and identity thieves who could take over your home's title and wipe you out financially. The titles to all of our homes are easily found online. A criminal or a renter, even a family member, simply forges your signature on a home sale form and refiles as the new owner. Bam, your home is not in your name. Don't think your homeowner's insurance or common identity theft programs protect you. You need Home Title Lock, and they're our choice. Home Title Lock is the premier detection technology that protects your home's title. The instant they detect activity or something suspicious, they mobilize to help shut it down. Has some criminal taken over your title? Find out for free with this offer. You'll get a free comprehensive scan of your home's title and 30 days of legendary Home Title Lock protection. Go to HometitleLock.com, use the promo code BUBBA, or visit rickandbubba.com. Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Hey folks, let me guess. Your medicine cabinet is crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you still hurt, and you're still stressed out. Well, reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality, clean ingredients, no fluff, no fillers, just pure, effective CBD solutions designed to help and support health. In 2 non-clinical surveys, 81% of customers experienced more calm. 80% said it helped with pain after physical activity, and an impressive 90% said they slept better. If you struggle with a health concern and haven't found something that works, try making the change to CB Distillery. And with over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. They even have several products to choose from for pets. Get 20% off your purchase today at cbdistillery.com with the code BUBBA. That's cbdistillery.com. Use the code BUBBA for 20% off.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. We're hitting a lot of stuff. Helmsy off today. We'll see if he can be back tomorrow. I think he will be. Scheduled to be back today, but I think they got back late. So scheduled to be back tomorrow now. We're hitting a bunch of different things here. Greg, let me just say this, and I'm going to get your reaction. Ravioli.
Like it.
Like it?
Yes.
Did it take you back to being a kid?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Have you ever had restaurant ravioli? You know, like at a restaurant?
Hey.
But now, when I was a kid, I'd take a can of ravioli and tear it up.
Well,
again, it was one of those few things I would eat.
Yeah.
When everybody else was having something that I didn't like, Mom would let me open up a can of ravioli.
Do you know what? If I had something to pick, and it wouldn't be the best for me, but one afternoon, if I'd go, you know what? If I could just have anything I want, this is what I want. It'd be some ravioli and a grilled cheese sandwich.
Oh, that's a good combo.
And just dip that grilled cheese sandwich in the ravioli.
Yes.
Huh?
I remember the can. I'd reach up in there and get it out and go, Mom, I'll take this.
Yeah, I'll take this.
I know y'all are eating salmon patties, and I don't like them.
I don't like them at all.
Kraut and weenies, I'm not into that. Can I have ravioli?
You didn't say crap and weenies, did you?
We did say that.
Okay.
I would refer to it
I
as
thought
crap.
that's what you just said.
You know, it's kraut, but I didn't like it, so I would call it crap and weenies. I just didn't like it. It's not my thing.
All right, so
give me the ravioli.
let me shout out to Tommy Lenore. He says he is watching us on 65 inches of electric bliss on his big TV.
That's way too.
And he said, "Wow, y'all still look the same." But
that
really,
high
it's really coming in now. So, hello, Tommy.
We really
He's still
look old on
recovering
that
from
thing.
going to get the tractor.
Yeah, I bet, mentally and physically.
Yeah, what a trip that was. But good morning to you, big guy. All right, so this one here, tell me what you think. U.S. drops out of the top 20 happiest countries in the world for the first time ever after plunging 8 places and ranking as low as 62.
Who's ranking, first of all? Who's in charge of this ranking?
I wish I knew more about it, but I'm just kind of looking at it here.
And let me guess on some of the qualifications or the factors they're comparing.
Right.
I'm sure you have to be very tolerant.
Right.
And
The world's okay. Here we go. The world's happiness report, published by the United Nations. There's your problem. Showed the U.S. had plunged 8 places from 15th to 23rd place this year.
Well, look who's in charge.
This was the lowest rank since the report, which covers 140 countries, was first launched in 2012 and well below its record high of 11th place for the U.S. Among under 30s, the U.S. was ranked 62nd in terms of happiness, below Soviet nations like Serbia.
How do they define happiness?
Good
How do
night.
they define happiness?
Oh my! So
You know, what is your to determine? Hey, they're not happy there. What factors are you weighing? How are you getting this score we got?
it says here the results mean that overall America's 331 million inhabitants are now considered to be less happy than those living in post-Soviet nations like Czech Republic, even Israel, despite the countries currently waging war in Gaza.
Bogus.
I agree. I agree.
Here's the deal: all the people that are unhappy here, go to those happy countries. You're more than welcome to, and be happy. Yes, I've never understood. A lot of the libs and claim that the country's racist and it's terrible. Well, you need to go to the border and stop all those people who are dragging their kids through rivers and they think it's worth the risk to get here for the opportunities to get. You need to go tell them that's a big lie. Don't come in here if you truly care about it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Oh no, don't come in here. No, sir.
Rankings on
unhappy.
Rankings on a score out of 10 are based on a 3-year average of each population's average assessment of their quality of life. Finland, number 1.
How about that?
Denmark, 2.
The Danes.
Iceland, 3.
Seen Iceland?
Sweden, 4.
They believe in leprechauns in Iceland.
Right.
Okay.
Israel, 5. Netherlands, 6. Norway, 7. Luxembourg, 8. Switzerland, 9. And Australia, 10.
Okay.
There's your top 10. UK, 20. US, 23.
Okay.
UK dropped 19 spots. The US dropped 15.
Boy, we just free fall for those two. Well, what do you think? Packing up and moving?
I'm out.
How's
I'm out.
Sweden look to you?
Sweden.
No, it is.
But
Serbia.
look, the UN, that's the problem. It's their study.
That's fine.
I
But they judge happiness.
I had to see your face there on that
The
one.
happiest place.
The happiest
And
place.
we're judging who's happy.
I mean, I know your back hurts, but you're pretty happy.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm glad I'm here.
I'm not happy about.
I wouldn't want it to hurt. I wouldn't want to be in Serbia and it hurting.
Right. Now, it could be that a lot of folks are unhappy because this administration and their decisions. I don't know that they have had one win, like one decision where they. Can you name me one decision that this administration has had over the last few years that you go, yep, that's the best thing for this
worked
country?
out.
Can you come up with one?
Can't. And which may go back to the ranking.
Maybe so.
You know, considering the guy leading the country, and he can't help it. I'm not making fun, but he does not have, his cognitive skills are gone.
Yeah, well said.
Yeah, that's a word I need to stay away from.
Yeah, he wandered off stage again yesterday.
That's my point. I mean, it starts at the top, and we work our way down. And when you start there and you look and see what's happening, you go, okay.
Yeah. That's just
you can't even get off the stage.
Not sure what to do about that.
And it's sad. I'm just saying he has no business out there.
I think the survey is BS, just to be honest with you.
Well,
Somewhat,
yes, you know it is.
Yeah. I mean, you got clear. All right, you look right now.
Like I said,
Greg
there's a lot of
Burgess.
people risking their life to come into an unhappy place.
That's what I was about to say. You go check out the southern border, and now even the northern one, and you see the folks coming through.
Yeah.
And you tell me that they don't.
Say, why aren't you here? You did hear that we've dropped to number 23
right.
of happiness.
Hey, there are 22 other countries that apparently are more happy than we are. You might want to try them.
Yeah. Don't come in here. We're unhappy. We're mean.
Why
now,
are you?
Granted, the guy in charge is wandering around aimlessly. I get that.
Right.
But I'm with you on that. Hey, don't drag your kid through the Rio Grande. Don't risk them to get here to this unhappy place.
Right.
No, sir.
All right, we're getting tons of of emails on squatters with people with information and even some with some stories of their own. And I'll just say this: people are a lot nicer than me. If Greg Burgess, okay, had a squatter come into a house, let's say you don't live in, but you inherited, okay, or it was your parents' old house.
Or the house
leases.
that we just renovated.
Right.
A year or so ago.
Yeah. And all of a sudden.
Put a lot of money in it.
You show up one day and they've changed the locks and there's some. What would Greg Burgess do?
Oh,
would you
I
sit
would
around?
get arrested.
I would get arrested too. And we'd need an
There's
ambulance.
no way I would just leave.
Yeah.
I mean, because I don't get it. Somebody's going to have to explain to me how you can do that and not be breaking the law.
No, I know.
And I'm breaking the law for asking you to leave.
Yeah.
Oh, it would have got ugly. And that's the problem. That could have happened.
They apparently there's lots of information on the squatters that we did a little bit earlier in the hour, and everybody, there's a consensus that the main problem is the way the court system sees it and how long it takes. If that was corrected,
I just don't understand how this is hard.
Yeah,
you don't live there, you don't own this, and you don't pay rent. No, well then you can't be here. You're breaking and entering.
Yeah,
someone's home is what you're doing. You're trespassing.
Yeah.
I mean, even break it down to that.
We've talked about this a lot as we're just kind of hopping around a little bit. Homework, okay? Your child's homework. I know when my boys were in school, there was nothing worse than I got a project or I've got homework. Well, an Ohio father has been arrested. A lot of people being arrested.
Yeah.
After continuously calling his kid's elementary school and the police because his kid was getting too much homework.
I'm going to call the law.
Yeah.
Son, I tell you, I'm going to put him over there with the squatters.
Yeah.
Buddy,
yeah.
You don't understand how this works.
Yeah, right. Apparently,
call the police.
Here are a couple of Adam Sizemore's calls, along with the Oxford Police Detective Sergeant Adam Price.
Down there where I grew up.
I don't think that's the same Oxford, but we're going to find out.
Basically, the parent didn't like that his child was getting homework, so he decided he was going to call the school and call the school repeatedly, over and over again. He calls dispatch, I think it was 18 times roughly.
Shut up.
I want to talk to the chief.
Leave a voicemail if he doesn't answer.
I'm being very nice.
Well, then come to the police department and we'll call the chief in and you can talk to him in person.
I pay for him. He can come to my house.
Oh. Well, I'm going to send some officers out to your house to talk to you in person since you won't stop calling.
Since you won't stop calling?
I want to talk to him.
I pay his salary.
I want to talk to him.
Hey, you reckon you can reason with that guy?
Hey, look at that face. Is that what you thought?
Oh, yes.
Huh?
Look at him.
Oh, there it is.
Oxford,
Ohio.
Okay.
That was courtesy of WXIX.
That's funny. So
I want to talk to him.
So he called the school
Yeah.
and drove them nuts.
Drove
they
them
did
nuts.
nothing. So he said, I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm calling the police.
I'm calling the police.
What's he want?
And I want
Does he
him.
want somebody to go in there and threaten to arrest the teacher if they give homework?
I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea.
Go, pal.
I'm being very nice.
Oh, yeah.
Well, then come to the police department and we'll call the chief in and you can talk to him in person.
I pay for him. He can come to my house.
Well, I'm going to send some officers out to your house to talk to you in person.
I will talk to Chief.
Leave a voicemail if he doesn't answer.
I'm being very nice.
I won't talk to Chief.
All of this because his kid was getting too much homework.
That's a grown-up adult right there.
All right.
That's a voter.
There's been times that I've wanted to run away. There was so much homework in the house. I'm talking about just like, oh my gosh.
I got to help.
Never did I ever think of calling the police.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to call the police and get this handled.
I want to talk to him.
I'm being nice.
Being nice. You come out to my house.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to speak?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 10 minutes a day.
10 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make languages fun and engaging. You might even forget you're learning. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. Babbel teaches language skills you'll actually use. About travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you having real conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are voiced by real native speakers, you'll get pronunciation just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Get Babbel. It starts here. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt, yeah!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure they'll get you your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt, yeah!
Switch to Jackson Hewitt and we'll beat what you paid last year, even if you filed online.
Yeah!
Ain't nothing to it. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and pay less for tax prep, guaranteed. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Is switching your wireless service to Total by Verizon easy?
Totalmente.
And you get unlimited 5G data, $25 a line for 4 lines on the unlimited plan, at an amazing price, with no contracts. Should you switch to Total by Verizon? Definitely.
Totalmente.
Find a store or switch suavemente at totalbyverizon.com. Monthly rate when you activate without a pay plus taxes and fees. Discount begins the month after you enroll. Additional terms apply. See website for data management practices.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WORK to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by ZapMyDebt.com. As your Wednesday is starting off, let me ask you a few questions. How far behind are you with your bills? How many people do you owe money to? The next time your phone rings, will it be a collection call? There is nothing worse than knowing you're in debt and you're falling further and further behind. It can keep you tossing and turning at night, and the wait is just makes long days. It's very stressful, and we want to make sure that you know about ZapMyDebt.com. ZapMyDebt.com. Before you do anything else today, go to ZapMyDebt.com and talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. You'll thank us for it. ZapMyDebt.com. Go there now. ZapMyDebt.com. As always, you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we have not done any unscreened phone calls. 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you want to chime in, any topic is on the table. Helmsy off today, should be back tomorrow. We are getting ready for Adler to come in gingerly. He teased the staff that he might have tweaked his back yesterday in jiu-jitsu when he was rolling, when he was in his class yesterday. He thinks he might have hurt himself. Hopefully today he's better.
Someone must have tied him in a pretzel.
Yeah. A little bit later in the show today, we have Dustin Connell in. He just won the Red Crest MLF Bass Pro event in the Birmingham Metro, and we'll talk to Dustin today. Second time he's won that, and he is off to a great start so far. Out of the 3 events this year, he's brought home the hardware in 2 of them, and Jacob Wheeler, who is one of his best friends, won the other one. So we'll catch up with him, get a post Red Crest interview with Dustin. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Y'all be nice because these are unscreened phone calls. You know, even though you're trying to make Greg, you know, you're trying to impress Greg, don't use any bad language or anything. All right, here we go. Let's jump out to 334. 334, what's up?
Hey, what's going on this morning?
Man, we don't know it. Go ahead. You're on the air. Unscreened phone calls. Go ahead.
Okay, listen, I was thinking. Why can't we as Americans get behind Trump like Trump has tried to help us and see if we couldn't raise some of this money for him? I mean, I know it couldn't be a GoFundMe fund because all the left ones would have their hands in it and stuff, but why couldn't we do that for him to let him know, hey, these guys, they do want me?
Well, when I logged on my computer this morning, Don Jr. was on there asking for $5.
Yeah.
Donations.
Yeah.
So there are avenues you can do that to if that's what you choose to do.
Yeah. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's jump back out to the phones here. 662 weighing in. Are you in Mississippi?
This is Ackerman, Mississippi. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. You're on the air.
Hey, guys, y'all have me rolling on the floor laughing, literally, because as I get out at 5 a.m. to work out, I'm in the floor stretching for about 30, 40 minutes.
That's good.
Hey, look, you got to stretch. We're learning that.
Yeah, don't skip your stretch.
26 years in the military, now I got to go get steroid shots in my knees in Columbus in a couple of days. But thing is, I can't hardly get up without stretching. But you guys, you just got me. I'm trying to do squats today and a little bit of other stuff.
Right.
Which the Good Time Gang keeps me going in the morning. But
well, thank you,
and everything y'all do.
And thank you for your service.
Can you tell he's actually stretching as he talks?
Yeah.
I
can tell.
hear it.
A little bit out of breath.
He was doing stretch.
Let's go to Julie. She's weighing in. It says Julie on the caller ID here, 205. Checking in. Julie.
Hey, how are you guys?
We're great. A little stiff back, but we're good.
Yeah.
I just wanted to wish you guys a happy Wednesday.
Oh, wonderful.
And
Thank you.
Wanted to say that, I love y'all's show and stuff. And I found out, is Greg there?
He is. He's right here. His back's tweaked out a little bit.
I don't know if he will know him or if it's just Rick, but I found out that one of my coworkers, Rodney Lipscomb, he used to he used to go to high school with Rick,
Rodney.
and he knew y'all's dad.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
No, absolutely. I think I know one of his sons was here at the show one day in the golden ticket seats.
Yes, yeah. He said that his sons and y'all's sons knew each other and stuff.
Yeah.
But
Oh, cool.
I just thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
Because I got a Rick and Bubba shirt for Christmas. And I wore it, and I found out that he listened to the show. And I was like, I got on air last week. I think it was about the pre-show.
Yeah.
But I told him how I got on air, and I was so excited. And he's like, I know them, right? And I was like, what the heck? I was like, I wish you would have told me that.
He's an Oxford boy.
I'll tell you what, Julie, she's got the Rick and Bubba shirt. She's out
going on.
Trying to really
Got
spread
one
the
for
word
Christmas.
about the show.
Got a shirt for Christmas.
What a great woman. Let's go to Tom. It says in Pell City. Is that right, Tom?
What's happening?
Tom?
Hey, I heard I almost missed you yesterday, Greg. They said you came by, and one of my therapists saw my Rick and Bubba shirt and said something that you'd stop by, and I was like, oh man. She said she was like a deer in headlights when she saw you.
Oh Lord, yeah. I was up visiting Mom. We were doing some running around.
Okay.
So you keeping them straight over there, Tom? I appreciate it.
Yeah. Let's go to Mike in Boaz, Alabama. Mike. No.
Hey, Mike.
Hey,
Mike?
Greg.
Oh,
Hey,
no.
Greg.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait.
I don't know what that was, but that is pretty good. What was that?
I don't know. I like it, though.
That's pretty good.
I love it.
Early in the morning. Good job, buddy. Not sure what that was.
It says New Jersey. Is this Mike?
Yay, what's going on, guys?
Hey, buddy.
How you doing there, kid?
You guys are talking about raviolis.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
love
yeah.
it.
Never tried Olive Garden. Olive Garden, guys. Oh, they are good.
You know, I don't know if I've had their ravioli, but I will try it.
Okay, Olive Garden raviolis. Got to remember that. Terry Wilburn, if she sees an Olive Garden, she's going to stop.
Oh, you know why? Bottomless salad. You can eat as much as you want.
It says Alabama weighing in. Josh, is this you?
Yeah, it's me. Morning, fellers. It's up early, but I want to let everybody know Alabama sucks and Nick Saban ain't a god.
Oh, well, that's a good way to get the day started.
In the world.
Wait a minute. So he got up this morning and
Right.
said,
That's
"That's
what
what
he
taking
wanted.
calls. I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna call in, and give a little my take on Nick Saban, and roll tide."
And he ain't God.
He ain't God. Alabama.
That was
sucks.
on his mind.
Well, he cleared his mind. That was good. We appreciate the call, buddy. I mean, everybody's got the right to their opinion. They got the team they want to pull for. I understand that, and we say have at it. I wasn't ready.
That's what he wanted to tell everybody, Greg.
Yeah, I ain't got to the point there. He didn't stutter. He didn't
No,
pause.
no.
He knocked it right out of the park.
I understood every word he said. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's face it.
We do have a more advanced way.
That's what I'm talking about. You have, first of all, if you just look at Adler on surface, in my opinion, he is a girl maker. if you just look at the background.
Well, if you take out his what's that wrestling he does, Greg? What do you
Brazilian
call it?
jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, if you take that out, definite girl.
But what I'm saying is that was an attempt, I think, on his part to say, let me do some things over in this area, to compensate for some other areas. You know what I mean? And so, but this time he'll come to us and say, I understand that you guys can increase my odds of producing a son the next time, and we may have to have that uncomfortable conversation. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, I've had it with a lot of folks.
I know you have.
Some I don't know as well as I probably need to.
Yeah. I thought that too when I saw their facial expression.
Yeah. Well, it's it is what it is. I know what to say.
Yeah, it reminds me of the time that Hobie came back from his honeymoon. But anyway,
that was a great interview, wasn't it?
I just remember him looking at us and saying, "Well, how about that?
How about that?"
Yeah. Right.
All right. So Adler responded. He said, "Honestly, if your name wasn't Calvin, we would have gone with Calvin, and if I didn't have a buddy named Dean, it would have been Dean. So we went with James as the middle name, but that first name is still a toss-up if it was a boy. So we didn't really truly know, and so there you go."
Greg, I think if they want to go old,
can you go Dean James since James Dean is such
you gotta go James.
Well, he didn't want to use Dean because of his buddy.
Oh, it reminded me of his buddy.
So he didn't go with Calvin or Dean because of that. So they stuck with James as the middle name, but the first name they had not come up with yet.
Well, if they were going to go old school, if they wanted to stay with the RJ, they could have had Randy James.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Randy.
Listen, there's never a bad.
There's got no band, Randy.
There is never a bad time to name a young man Randy.
No, you're right. Randy's a classic. It's solid as a rock. And but now and the fact that they're musical. If he'd had a son named Randy, we ain't got no band, Randy.
That's good.
Especially for his family, that's perfect.
Oh yeah. Well, think about it. If he has a son, you could say, "This is our daughter Ruby. This is our son Randy." They could start an R thing.
Oh, they could.
Randy Ruby.
Yeah, Ricky. You got a lot you can do with that.
Ricky James after Rick James.
Well, Greg, most people don't name their sons after Rick James, but
yeah, maybe not.
Yeah. So all right, we'll come back.
It's always Ralph.
Your phone calls are coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's talk with you. Whatever you want to talk about. Make a comment. Ask a question. Our first phone troll of the day. All 10 lines are available. Stretch Armstrong will, gingerly make his way in there and take your phone calls. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We hear from you, the Rick and Bubba audience, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so
stuff we're gonna talk about.
We got to put Stretch Armstrong. We got to hang him on the inversion.
He's
table.
on my list. I wanted to know how he's doing.
All right, so Stretch. First of all, how you doing? Are you doing any better? I mean, you said you showed.
What's up, Curly?
You said you showed some improvement yesterday. Is that right?
Oh, definitely. I'm feeling much better. Able to walk around. Now it flares up every now and then. My muscles like spaz out.
Yeah.
And it'll hurt, but for the most part, I can stand and walk. And
yeah. Hey, Greg, by the way, to your point, the scientist on the series Pandemic that's now working to try to get us a vaccine wants his hair back from Stretch.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So don't know his name, but
wish the front of his he could fix the front of his hair though.
Yeah.
Are you icing a lot?
Hey, are you icing a lot? Yeah. He said that was the big game changer. He iced all day.
He iced all day, Bubba.
All right. So you know how to get in this guy, right?
All right. We're getting. And I don't think we.
That and a little stretch.
I don't think we inverted him long enough yesterday. We're going to have to go longer
not
today.
Even close.
I'd like to remind everybody he is a heart patient.
Is he really?
Oh boy, that's
nice.
I
think he's got some heart.
He
issues.
knows his limit.
Again, we have your
That's
approval.
not pressure. That's not pressure.
I hope everyone
upside down for too long.
Hold on, he's trying to tell us something here. Do what?
I said I hope everyone here appreciates me putting my body on the line for the show.
We do. We've all done it. We've all done it. That's part of being on the show.
All right, here we go. Just lay back.
You wouldn't believe
easy,
the things we've done to everybody.
I'm gonna let you go down easy.
I still haven't gotten over that time we put Bubba in a sleep study.
Yeah.
All right, so let's.
Somebody put a clock. Let's go 2 minutes.
All right, let's go 2 minutes. Who's got the clock going?
I don't know. Do we have 2 minutes? All right, talk to me about how you're feeling.
Yeah, tell us how you're feeling.
Well, really feels like the blood to my feet's getting cut off.
Yeah, that's not.
I'm losing my hearing, so
you're not losing your hearing.
Here in about 10 seconds.
He says he's losing his hearing.
Yes, Greg. A little bit of hypochondriac, I noticed.
I don't know if anyone's speaking.
He's been through a lot.
He got took out. He got took out by his underwear.
Tell me when you want to come up. I don't want.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Show. Thanks for being with us. Brand new hour on a brand new day, brand new show. National anthem. Seven and a half minutes now past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. We have a lot to do on another edition. It starts now, the kickoff hour behind us. Speedy and the real Greg Burgess knocked that out for you. Helmsby due back tomorrow. We'll see. And Adler now settles in. Eddie Van Adler has the YouTube experience. Hello, tubers. Whether you're watching us on the live feed, which you can do every day, or you're catching the daily archive, whatever the case may be, tubers, we're glad you're here. Adler's got that covered for you. Hello to America's boldest radio stations, the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Many of these great stations have been with us for almost all of the 30 years we've been at it. So be sure and tell them thank you. If you're listening there, welcome. Our TuneIn app, another option. If you don't have an affiliate, you can listen live on the TuneIn app, and you get full shows archived there. And then if you want the audio archives every day, it's the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. If you're looking to find all those options, you can by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Much to unpack on the program today, but let's bring him in here. The silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in.
Bet you wanna sing hallelujah. Bet you wanna sing
There's our friend Crowder again.
Crowder.
I'm tell you what, that last album he put out, Milk and Honey, it's loaded.
Good.
Come on.
It's loaded. All right, so we do have a lot to unpack on the program today. Bubba, the show, we've got Greg struggling through his back injury, which, again, we're at that age now when we get hurt and we can't really trace it to anything. Adler, if you remember yesterday, had a little fun at Greg's expense.
Sure he did. Uh-huh.
We'll find out what
Ain't so
happened.
funny now.
God was watching.
Hey, guys.
Feeling good in there, buddy?
How you feeling?
I pulled a muscle bad in my back right after making fun of Greg yesterday.
Okay. All right. Well,
there it is.
It's usually how it goes.
Yep, that's how it goes.
I'm struggling. It only hurts when I breathe, so that's good.
You'll be fine.
Yeah.
You'll be fine. So
All the time, but no big.
Greg went and got checked yesterday. We'll get that update. We've got yesterday. I saw something in a certain category that we talk about a lot on the Rick and Bubba show. I'll share with you as well. I believe what I saw yesterday was unprecedented in this particular category. Bubba, you were telling me you've got things happening. You're on the road. We just found out this week. Hello, Huntsville.
Yeah,
100.3 The River. I mean, that is a Rick and Bubba bastion of fans there. And Bubba is headed to a location this Saturday for a grand opening of a brand. I mean, how big is this new location?
Rick, it is 55,000 square foot.
55.
Yeah, they've moved into an old Home Depot. It's that size.
And we're talking our friends at Gigaparts, big advertisers there. And Bubba will be gripping and grinning at the grand opening. This kind of fell in our lap, so we're just now telling you about it. But it's this Saturday, 9 to noon local time at the brand new Gigaparts as they have the grand opening Saturday.
Yeah, we're excited about that, and I'll tell you why it's late notice. Patrick and Robbie, we've known those guys since they were running around Max radio stations over there in Huntsville. I believe they were in high school when we first met them. They wasn't long out if it wasn't.
Right. Yeah.
But we've known them a long time, and we're real proud of them, what they've been able to accomplish. And this is a major upgrade for them. They have a location in Las Vegas also.
Do they really?
Yeah,
I did not know that.
They're moving and shaking, and we're proud of them. And I'm kind of the problem with this because you never know exactly when your grand opening is going to be. You have to kind of, you're dealing with contractors and, trying to get everything done. So they had a general idea. And they had invited me to come up, and I told them I'd love to because I try to support them much as I can. And the problem was it fell on our off week.
I know, and my next question was about to be, is Gene Hallman involved in this?
No, I know. It sounds like it.
Right.
But we're in the process of moving, and we've got to get out of the rental house completely by end of the month. So it's a busy time, and we have a lot of moving going on next week.
Oh, yeah.
So
you're talking about the whole reason we put our vacation on that week?
Yeah. So, when it fell in there, I was kind of like, ooh, we got a problem, Houston, so to speak. And so I've had to kind of work and negotiate that out and try to get my work done that I would have done Saturday ahead of time. Like when you're a kid, you had to cut the grass, you got to get that done. So, but anyway, we're proud of those guys and what they've done, and we're looking forward to being there and seeing a lot of folks.
Let me tell you something. Hey, Gigaparts, you don't understand the small list you're on right now. I can't think of very many things that Bubba would start the first day of his vacation doing that would not involve something. I mean, he loves that place.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you don't believe that.
Huntsville.
KJ4,
Now, somewhere I'm going to find Gene Hallman at the end, at the bottom of it.
You think he's at the end of the rainbow?
When you do things that are not normally what you would do, I usually find Gene Hallman there.
Well, it's in the Gene Hallman class.
You're right.
That, people we've known a long time, and we try to take care of best we can. And we're just excited for these guys. I mean, in a time when American business is struggling and seems to be going the other way, they're expanding.
Yeah, it's good.
And I was having
they're in a good category.
A discussion with somebody the other day. When we first moved here into Birmingham, we had all kind of stores that I could go and get stuff that we needed.
Oh yeah.
We had several music stores that were really big. We still got one, but there was a couple.
Remember the classic Radio Shack?
Yeah, Radio Shacks were everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
And then they turned into cell phone places, and then they were just pretty much done.
Yeah.
There's still a few stuck around, but it's not like it used to be. We used to have Circuit City. We had Comp USA. We had, the Best Buys come in, and they're still here. But that's about it.
But yeah,
but
there,
H.H. Greg was here.
If you don't watch,
gone.
If you don't watch a Best Buy though, it'll close down.
So there's 5 or 6 superstores that were here. The Mars Music it was here was huge.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was like a giant store, and so you could get what you needed at the time, but it's got very hard to do that now.
Oh,
I
no.
mean,
Yeah.
really, we're down to Best Buy. That's it.
Well, even
really,
and all
that I know of. Do y'all? I mean, Walmart has some stuff.
Well, retail in general. I mean, Sherry and I went to I'm talking about a prominent place where we live, where there used to be retail stores from one end to the other, and there were like 2 that were still left open. Everybody else was
well,
closed.
that's why we're real proud of these guys what they're doing, and wish them the best of luck. And I know they're going to, and we're looking forward to hanging out and celebrating this big move for them.
Well, if you want to meet Bill Bubba Bussey and experience this grand opening, it's all coming together. And like I say, one of the Rick and Bubba, one of our hottest markets, Huntsville. So see Bubba this Saturday at the brand new Gigaparts, 9 to noon. He'll be gripping and grinning and just enjoying the square footage. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Do more than you want to do.
He's 30 seconds at this point. 30 seconds.
You're 30 seconds in.
That is
Can you do a minute?
the longest 30 seconds of my life.
Can you do a minute?
I think it needs to do the whole
I can
segment.
go. Let's see.
You're going to make a minute. We'll get a minute.
No.
Yeah, there's only 15 seconds left.
Do you want to tap out with 10 seconds left?
Go to 1 minute.
All right.
And 1 minute is now.
All right, you can go. There you go. 1 minute.
I'm going to keep you about like
That way to go. You got 1 minute.
I'm going to keep you like that for a second.
Yeah, we're going to let you lay right there. And that ought to be pretty comfortable.
Speedy's thing, he thinks.
Well, no, he actually said this is what he wanted to do, Greg. From your room. Hold on.
Greg, what do you know? You slept through us talking about it.
Yeah.
I know.
Tell me when you're ready. All right.
All right, he's coming up. That way to go, Stretch.
All right, come out of that.
Now let him fly back over.
Yeah, he said it.
I actually was really worried about that, Greg. I was like, if I let go of this and he slings back.
Please, why didn't you do it?
Well, Greg, I got Greg. You know, Greg didn't want me to come get you yesterday, Speedy. He wanted me to
Remember,
leave
Greg jumped out of the window on a trampoline. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that hurt.
Greg, I thought we had a pact. You didn't want him to come get me yesterday?
I kind of want you to hang a little longer.
Stretch, you feeling better, baby?
I am feeling better. The laying helped. Yesterday when I got up, I almost passed out.
Okay, you're fine. You
Right
get
now, but this is good.
That's real good.
It felt good.
Helmsy real concerned. All right, that's good, man. Helmsy got a concerned face on.
We got him on tape saying he was good.
Guys, we're hanging a heart patient.
Yeah. Now dig. Now go ahead and dig your underwear out. You crack.
See, that's.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. We're back. Our number's 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to join us. We'll get the phone calls on the program today. So Huntsville, there's that. We need to get that on the calendar. It's just we just now got the confirmation on that. Also today, it's Wednesday, so the Wednesday Bible study back today, live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. We're in 2 Corinthians. We'll finish, Lord willing, chapter 11 today. And so if you want to join us for that, either live or the archive, a little reminder with it being a Wednesday. Coming up later in the program, Bubba, Dustin Connell will be here. He won the MLF's Bass Pro Shops Red Crest 2024 tournament, $300,000 winner. We had interviewed him and another, of course, the number one guy in the world, and so Dustin won. So I'm not saying that we had anything to do with that, but we did interview him, and then he won. So
Rick, if you're headed to work right now and you love to fish, and maybe your job, maybe everything ain't going hunky dory, and you're kind of like aggravated about it, and you think, so that guy's out fishing, he made $300,000. How about that?
Yeah,
that has to just hit you, doesn't it?
Yeah, he and there was a lot he has to do to get there.
Did. A lot of hard work.
A lot of hard work, but it's still. Hey, somebody told me if you get out, if you'll end up making a living doing what you love, you'll never work a day of your life. Have y'all ever heard that? Anybody ever told you that before?
A few hundred times.
Yeah, right. So anyway,
and y'all have, when we talked to him, a little one pager on what he's accomplished the last year or two.
Yeah,
Hey. Dustin's got, he's found him a little something.
Yeah, he's got a little something going on.
Yes, sir.
He's 2022 won 3 out of 7 events. That's good. That means that's good money. He out of the 3 this year, he's brought home the hardware in 2 of them. Of course, Wheeler, the other guy we interviewed, who's the number 1 ranked bass fisherman, he won the other one. So the 2 guys we interview have won 3 out of 3 of the last events.
That's not a bad record for anybody.
We were wondering, do you think he's more well known than Gary now, being from Clanton, or do you think Gary still holds it?
Hey, let me tell you. I mean, Dustin can do his own thing. I can't keep up with the demand on my turkey call. Hey, we move. Hey, seriously. I mean, I got a stack of them. I got to get out. So I'm sure that in Clanton, don't you think Chilton County's saying, "Give us a break, we got enough"? Yeah. I feel them moving more toward probably Dustin Connell than Gary. But I mean, if you're looking for a PR campaign,
right?
Well, there's a lot of stars come out of that part of the country.
Sure.
I mean, they're just 2 of many.
They are, yeah. Chilton County's, I mean, they're more than peaches. They're more than peaches.
Peachy keen.
So I just heard Speedy talking about, Major League Baseball's headed toward opening day. I look here, we got, I don't want to do Debbie Downer stories, but you look here and you see Bloomberg today says U.S. warns of cyber attacks against water systems throughout the nation. And then we just heard from Speedy in the break that there's bomb threats about opening day of baseball. I
think it's going to be in Seoul too, South Korea. The Dodgers and the Padres season opener in Seoul was targeted with a bomb threat, according to local reports.
Why are they playing opening day in Seoul?
My goodness.
I mean, I know moving it around's a big deal.
That's un-American.
Bubba, I'm in the conference room again.
I know.
Guys, what do y'all think about? We need to.
Shouldn't we get it going then make a trip?
Right. Wait, what? Anybody up for opening day? Yeah, great. What's a big opening day promotion? I'm thinking South Korea.
Speedy, I will tell you this. I saw a clip of the Dodgers' newest acquisition. I can't say his name without practicing.
Shohei Ohtani.
Boy, he looked strange in a blue uniform after seeing him play for the Angels for so many years.
Yeah, so.
But you talk about that game in Korea, boy, don't order a hot dog there. Literally.
Greg, now come on. Greg, come on. Is your back feeling better all of a sudden?
That helped a little.
Okay, yeah, right.
I guess they're like the NFL, where, NFL wants to go over and play.
No, I got that.
And, internationally.
Just a weird choice.
I don't like any of that. I don't think anybody cares enough. They all act like, his market, we're expanding, whatever. Nobody cares about football in England.
Great. Well, great. They should be, when they go there, people get excited.
Yeah.
I'm just like,
put your team over.
I think I'm kind of, and I may be wrong. I'm kind of where I think Bubba is. It's opening day of what at one time
was be at your park.
At one time, it was America's pastime. I know football is now, but I mean, it's still there's Americana and baseball kind of go together, and I don't mind doing some promotions in South Korea, but opening day.
Well, that's the thing. You think you would have opening day at home for your team, and a big celebration.
South Korea at all.
And then take it on the road sometime during the year.
Any chance you go to South Korea, Greg, in your life ever?
No, probably not.
I can't envision. Not unless Henry Cho invites me to fly with him.
Right.
Well,
now we all admit there's a better chance of us going to South Korea than North Korea.
Now that's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Rick, I can go ahead on record and tell you I will never go to North Korea.
Right.
That you can bank on.
Greg,
unless Dennis Rodman invites me.
Well, there you go.
They're playing right now because of the time and all this. So see if you can figure out who's on first.
See, that's another
so
thing I
the
don't like
threat
about it.
that was written in English was sent in an email to an official in South Korea's consulate general in Vancouver, Canada, and the sender was a Japanese lawyer, according to the South Korean news agency. Police dispatched special operations officers to check the stadium. No explosives were found. It goes on to say they determined, the police did, that the threat was not creditable because the Japanese lawyer is someone with a history of making hoax calls.
Okay.
And so safety and security
he's known
of the fan at the ballparks and all, they said, okay, we're good to go. And apparently because of the time and all that, they're playing right now.
Well, see, that's another
strange
part
promotion.
that
I'm
bothers
sorry,
me.
it's a strange promotion.
Weird time.
I'm having a hard time following it. I don't understand it. I know there's a lot of Koreans. I got it. But, I mean, it's I don't know. I'm with you, Greg. I mean,
when you're going to watch it, you got to get up at some weird time to watch it.
Greg, the only thing that makes it less likely for me to see opening day if it was in America is for it to be in South Korea.
Yeah.
That's
going to be a tough one, right?
Yeah,
they love their baseball there, though.
Well, yeah, we love it here
well,
too.
they need, what they need to do, watch Koreans playing.
I'd like to have opening day with the team in my city in our stadium. I mean, maybe I'm weird.
Maybe I'm just nuts.
Right? Maybe it's hard for me to put together a travel plan to South Korea.
Technically, whose home game is this? Do we know?
Oh, that's funny.
Is it L.A. or the Padres? Because if I'm L.A., not only that, I've just signed the biggest star in baseball to a record contract, and I'd like to see him play.
Would you like to see opening day with him featuring it?
And I'm playing a rival in my own state, and we can't enjoy it. I mean,
just think about how close they are.
Yeah.
And then how far they've traveled to play.
It's funny because on a much smaller level, it's like when we'd go down to the little World Series in Panama City, and like our first game would be somebody from Alabaster.
Here? Yeah,
it's like we play them all
Everybody
year.
drove down
so
there.
we drove all the way down there, and we're playing each other again.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Dad, I can't believe it. It's Christmas, Dad. You got us tickets opening day for the Dodgers and Padres. That's right, kids. We're going to South Korea.
Yeah.
Now the Padres are winning 2-1 in the fifth inning.
Riveting. We'll be back. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I found somebody sent this today, and I've been looking for this because we're all you and I are exactly nearly the same age, only about 9 months apart, maybe less than that,
something like that.
something like that. 6 months apart.
You say 10 and 3. What is that?
Put it this way:
7.
I missed graduating when you graduated by one day.
Man.
We would have been in the same class if I had been born one day, either I can't remember earlier or later, but October 3rd was the cutoff of me being the class of '83 versus the class of '82. So isn't that funny? But anyway, so this was sent to me, and I've been looking for. I guess I need to stop that one. Stop that one first. We have been talking about this for a while, and because you and I grew up at the same time with all this Zoom format. People are saying, were these kids prophetic? And these are the kids that were on this TV show.
Yep, I remember that.
Zoom, 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 zoom.
And I didn't watch that show, but I remember the song.
Yep,
I don't. I'm like you. I don't remember what the show was about, but I remember they sang that song and they wore striped shirts and they had the letters Zoom.
Yep.
And they were all like dancing around.
Yep, they were.
I don't know what the show. I don't remember what the show itself was.
Yeah,
Now I remember Captain Kangaroo a lot better.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I just remember that song would come on probably because the public TV station had been left on after Sesame Street and
Right.
Mr. Rogers was over, and then the electric company, and then they would crank up. And I'm with you guys. I may have watched 30, 40 seconds of it one time as a kid, but that intro would grab you because, the TV would be on. There's only, there were only three channels.
Yeah.
And they would all dance in front of the word Zoom and sing Zuma, 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 Zoom. And so
and striped shirts.
Yeah. And so now somebody is coming back saying, we're these prophetic kids of the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
So
Where are they now?
Who knows? Who knows? I bet we'd be shocked who some of them are.
Yeah. Some of them probably went on to very big things, and we just didn't know it at the time. Yeah. So, Rick, you mentioned we got hopefully maybe we can get an update on Ruby Jane today and Stretch's back, how they're doing. Have you seen the protest in Michigan?
Yeah.
People are saying enough with, and they went. I mean, they went way over the top there.
They've got a tyrannical governor. They've got a tyrannical governor.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that. Did you get my email that this very broadcast has made a big time broadcasting list? Did you see that?
Well, I was trying to figure out who was the source of the various home studios of conservative radio. Who was the person that put that out? Did that come out from Blaze?
I believe it was Glenn Beck.
It was that's right. So Glenn put all this out. Yeah, and I've been trying to get in touch with Glenn. I've emailed him because I'm trying to get him on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, and I haven't heard back from him. So now I've got that horrible thing. Mm-hmm. Did Glenn get tired of his personal email and he's changed it? I saw that on glennbeck.com and all the different home studios and what they are being funny, claiming is in the background, which is hilarious. Mm-hmm. It was some pretty funny stuff. Funny.
This whole pandemic has created a lot of funny environment. It's serious, of course, but it is funny how people have reacted, and comedy is going to come through even in the darkest moments. That's for sure.
Well, it usually does, and I'll tell you, if you're willing to not be super over hypersensitive, you can find some gold in there.
Yeah, but we are super over whatever you said.
Well, remember though, Bubba, we're super hypersensitive only if it affects us. We're not super hypersensitive about what we say about other people. That's the part. Right. That's the part that never seems to work. The super hypersensitive people are some of the meanest people we have.
Yeah.
And I know Speedy's been making fun of my shirts, but I want to remind him I'm in a pandemic bunker. I've only got 4.
That's right. Yeah. That's a good shirt you have on.
So you're going to see a shirt doubled up over the week at some point.
We all are. It's that's
Bubba, this is the first day I've got out of my sweatpants, so I understand.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, it's you got to find some motivation to get dressed these days.
Yeah.
We're back. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show as we move forward. We thank you for being with us. We'll get to your phone calls a little later. Somebody said, I said, hey, what is this now, baby? So, fieldofgreens.com, Field of Greens. Yesterday, my email was once again inundated with various Field of Greens emails. Rick, what flavor do you drink? I'm in. I'm going all in. What do you mix yours with? We get that a lot. So, I use the original green. I like it just fine. It's great. They also have sherry. My wife prefers wild berry. That's the flavor she likes. They also have strawberry lemonade, lemon lime. I usually mix mine one of two ways. I usually mix my scoops either with orange juice, and I get from the Simply, the light one with less sugar, orange juice. Mix it with that. Tastes great. Normally, which most of the time, because I try to get in enough protein every day, I'll mix it with a chocolate protein powder and almond milk. And that's fantastic. So any of that works, but I honestly don't have a problem with it. This morning I just mixed it with water because I'm out of those other 2 drinks, and it was fine as well. But anyway, the bottom line is this product really is making an impact on me, on my wife, Speedy, you in the audience that are using it. So if you haven't started, it's real simple. There are fruits and vegetables that our body craves and is designed to work at peak performance as if you're putting in the right fuel. But in our regular diet, it's kind of hard sometimes to be sure those fruits and vegetables are there. But Field of Greens make sure they are, and they're handpicked by scientists to help the body and the vital organs run the way they're supposed to run. And you will feel a difference. And if you don't, and your doctor doesn't tell you you're doing better, then they'll refund your money. So go to fieldofgreens.com, use the code Bubba on your first order, and get 15% off and free shipping, okay? Get started and join us, fieldofgreens.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. As Greg just said a minute ago, hey, college football, hey, it's going to be sharp.
Yep.
As he sums things up as only he can, Bill Bubba Bussey, college football is, when I say that, I'm talking about the highest level, the Power 4 and others. Division 2 and 3, I think, still are somewhat, they're organized. But I'm going to tell you, big-time college football, it is turning into total chaos. I mean, just total chaos.
Well, it's the NIL deal. We've got all this conference realignment. We got this. We got the playoffs starting. I mean, it's crazy out there.
We're saying, like you said on the conferences, we're saying Power 4 instead of 5. We've lost one.
Well, the West Coast of the United States disappeared. It disintegrated.
Yes.
And Rick, this is even stranger. In a court filing, it appears that Clemson is trying to get out of the ACC.
Here we go.
Where are they going?
It has filed a lawsuit calling into question both the ACC's grant of rights and exit fees, calling the withdrawal penalty unconscionable and unenforceable. It also calls the ACC's view that the league's grant of media rights would allow the league to own Clemson's media rights after it left the league a nonsensical reading, wrong and inconsistent with plain language of the agreement. Clemson asked in the suit for a declaration that the ACC would not own the rights to Clemson games after Clemson ceases to be a member of the ACC. It also wants the ACC exit fee, which is 3 times the ACC operating budget for a year, an estimated $140 million, to be ruled as unenforceable and a violation of public policy.
Okay.
So here is the question: the only reason you would file this lawsuit is if you're getting out of the ACC.
Yeah,
I mean, you wouldn't.
Because why would you care?
You wouldn't win this lawsuit and stay.
No, we just wanted to clear it up in case anybody wanted to leave.
Right. Later in the story,
that'd be no.
People are speculating that they want to go to either the SEC or the Big Ten.
The SEC has had their eye on Clemson and Florida State for many years. We all know that. And Clemson, I believe Florida State also filed a similar lawsuit a few months ago, right? In late December. So they're trying to get out of that. Where are they trying to go?
Well,
Rick, what did they know and when did they know? That's what we want to know.
Well, for these reasons, do you think, because the ACC, to me, football-wise, definitely got more competitive than they once were, and then Clemson gave us national championships, but I guess they see in the current world that the ACC they don't think is the most lucrative place to be. Bottom line.
Well, here may be the bottom line if you follow the money. The lawsuit comes on the same day that the college football playoffs and ESPN announced a new 6-year, $7.8 billion contract.
Yeah, I saw that.
That further amplifies the financial gap between the Big Ten, the SEC, and the rest of college sports. Annually, each Big Ten and SEC team will earn more than $21 million under the new agreement, which starts in 2026. ACC teams will earn more than 13 million. So you're looking at a gap there between 13 and 21 million. That's a lot of millions.
That's
Interesting. Interesting. Well, it just feels like to me
It's
that
the wild, wild west, guys.
it is,
just
and
wild.
doesn't it feel like
players
that,
transferring, changing their mind?
Yeah, it's almost like we're going to end up that the Big Ten and the SEC are just going to become two divisions.
Yep.
You either play in that one or you play in the other one.
Yep. It looks like super conference.
Mm-hmm. So there you go. So the chaos continues, or as Greg said, college football's going to be sharp.
They'll be sharp.
I mean,
It'll be
then
confusing.
Greg told us today, and I saw the same story when I was getting coffee on one of the TVs in there, that we have an offensive lineman for Alabama that said Saban's out, so I'm going to Iowa. Did he even get through spring training at Iowa? He's already back.
Never played it down.
Now, he's going in the portal, he said, and speculation is he's coming back to Alabama. He was a big 74 year, started as a true freshman, struggled early. By the end of the year, was playing pretty good ball.
Yeah. Looked real bad against Texas.
Yeah,
and then got his act together.
Yeah, he was playing high school, the last game before
Understood.
that.
Yeah. But he didn't even now he's not going to stay at Iowa.
He's not staying at Iowa, and the speculation is he's coming back to Alabama.
Did he even get through spring training?
Yeah, probably. I don't know.
Yeah. So
he never played it down.
No,
that's
no,
for
he's
sure.
never. No.
Can you see the chaos? He doesn't even get to the season, and he's coming back.
And you're talking about people who are
And
starters.
going back possibly to the school he left.
You know that we've heard that with a lot of the coaches talking about it. If you're a starter at a school, versus somebody who's not getting playing time, that's two different things. That's
Yes.
really two different issues. If you're a starter and you move, that's
You know what it
strange.
says? Check. They offered him more money.
Right.
Hey, come on back. We just gave the new coach a lot of money. We're gonna give you a little more too if you want to come on back.
Well, they're just like we were saying in the break.
Moan back.
We didn't
Moan back.
say it on the air. Taking this kind of money and these kind of decisions and handing it to males at this age, it's like taking a fifth grader and saying, "Why don't you drive us to Atlanta today?"
Yeah.
You would go. That fifth grader's not ready to drive to Atlanta, and you would go, "I know we wouldn't do that, would we?" but we're doing this. And I understand why, but that got out of hand. I have no problem, like I don't think anybody does, that we find a way to compensate these players in some sort of organized fashion.
Yeah.
But what we have right now is the Wild Wild West.
It is.
It's total chaos.
And that's not what it was intended for. But
And you heard Saban finally admit this played the biggest role in him retiring.
It did.
Yeah.
Well, he's from another era.
It's
And
not why
we
he
were
got
brought up in that era. We know what they look at, know how they want to do things, and right now it's not that way.
You know how you remember
Not
those
at
wonderful
all.
things, and Greg, we were able to see this with our dad, and actually talked to somebody about that the day before yesterday, where you would go all over the place, and people would mention how much Dad meant to them, like a father they didn't have, or the influential man in their life. And we came in as freshmen, and he turned us into men. Now you're going to talk to somebody and say, "Now tell me about the coach you play for," and they go, "Which one?"
Yeah.
I played for 5 different ones in my 5 years.
I was in 3
And why did you-
conferences, 5 coaches.
You're right.
And why did you want to go play for this particular one? Well, it didn't matter. They offered me more money, so
Yeah.
I went.
Yeah.
So
That's why.
Yeah. So who was the coach there? I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I don't remember. Yeah.
Right. So that did they?
I can't imagine getting ready for a season. You don't know who your personnel is.
Oh,
I mean, it's
yeah.
like, what do
And
you
that's
do?
every year.
Your spring training might be one thing. You might have a different roster by fall.
And Iowa thought this when they got this big guy. They were like, "Hey, we got him at least a year.
Right.
He didn't make it through spring."
Yeah.
It's crazy.
In their offense,
They're ruining the
you're a
game.
good offensive lineman. You do pretty well there, but
Yeah.
a lot of cornfields. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's got to be something going. I told you the time Sherry and I just got dressed and then ate dinner at home.
Yeah.
Like we were going out. So we'll unpack the stories of the day. We've got all the various theories and conspiracy theories and where did all this really come from. We're back on the Wuhan lab again. That's starting to get some legs. It came up, it was shot down, it creeped its way back up, got shot down again, now it's crept its way back again.
You remember me asking Gary Palmer about it. We'll get to ask him again today.
Yeah, we will. 15 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We were talking going to the break, and I was wondering if there would be any pushback, and I'm still waiting to see, are we going to see some pushback in Virginia? Because these are the two places, anytime, and our founding fathers talked to us about this over and over and over again, the way they set it up. And really everything was set up to limit government because our founding fathers said you can't trust government. Anytime you allow government to grab ground and take away your civil liberties and take away your rights, they will. They always have, and they always will. That's the reason why they set up a contract that said, this is what the government does. Anything else is less up to the states. And then the states themselves put together constitutions that were also supposed to limit the power of their state governments. They vary, a little bit from state to state. But, you get yourself a pandemic. I mean, this is what the big government people have lived for. And again, like we said yesterday, watch the green movement people too. They're loving this. They're thinking this is exactly the kind of world we wanted. So pay attention to that. And then, of course, Babylon Bee said nerds are celebrating when they woke up to a nerd utopia where everybody's inside and nobody goes outside and plays. But anyway, so Michigan, this woman is trying to, a lot of people say she's vying to be the vice president nominee that Biden's going to select. And she's trying to show herself to be a good little socialist by saying, watch me take over Michigan. And during the pandemic, and Bubba, you were telling me, and I didn't know this till we got here today, that some of the people in Michigan are starting to push back.
Oh, Rick, they had a big pushback yesterday. The governor, Gretchen Whitmer, they are protesting by the thousands to end her strict stay-at-home orders because they're saying they are unconstitutional. Yep. Now, you saw a lot of MAGA flags. You saw things of Hale Whitmer.
Yep.
You saw all kind of protests, and the weather was not exactly ideal.
No, it looks bad. I'm looking at it right now.
So I don't know if you have seen any footage of the cars on the road that are in front of the Capitol building. It looks like it's about 5 or 6 lanes wide, about as far as you can see. And it's pretty impressive. Now, I'm not totally up on what she is doing there that has everybody so up in arms. Do y'all? I'm a little bit out of the loop on what they're doing.
Yeah, I knew more about the Virginia governor because, we've had listeners and viewers that have been telling us, screaming to us for months, long before the pandemic, you got to watch this guy. Of course, we saw his horrific, talk radio interview about letting babies that were fully birthed, get over on the table and die. And he was talking about it as if you were talking about what you were going to do with some corn chips that might have gotten stale. But anyway, so he's a creepy guy, and so I saw that he had like 1,200 things that he was going to use the pandemic to say I'm gonna rubber stamp these things and put them on through, and it all was about all kinds of big government agendas and about abortion and all kinds of stuff. Now, if I'm not mistaken, is it Whitmire? Is that how you say her name?
Whitmer.
Wasn't she the one that gave the Democratic response to the last State of the Union?
Yes.
So now I'm with you, though. I know she's doing a huge overreach because they listed her along with this Virginia governor, but I don't know the details of what she's doing.
Yeah, well, one of the things that she has told stores is that they cannot sell non-essential items. So, if you go into a store and you want to buy something, let's say you want to get something that she deems is non-essential, then you cannot purchase that. Also, you can't go out on your own boat. If let's say you have a little lake or something like that and you just want to go out in your boat by yourself, you can't do that. You can't travel to, if you had another home, you can't do that. You can't go to maybe your cabin or your hunting lodge by yourself and hang out. I mean, she has really clamped down on the state to the point where, as y'all talked about 10,000 vehicles.
Bubba, I mean.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba shows. We make our way back. Thanks for being with us today. So, speaking of, that's going to be sharp. The upcoming election. That's going to be sharp. Everybody say, hey, Basement Joe. Basement Joe. I know
he pulled a Roomba yesterday.
Yeah, for those of us that have been there on the front lines of Alzheimer's, dementia, pick your poison. It really can only be managed so much. It kind of has a life of its own, sadly. And when you have got somebody going through this and you're trying to run them for a second term as the President of the United States, kudos for trying to take this on. But I will tell you, this is a daunting task. Here is more footage. This is in Arizona. And I don't even know what they're trying to get Biden to do. But, Greg, I know y'all, if you're growing weary, I hope not. I hope you like that we have reference points. But, Greg and I, Bubba did it years ago. Greg and I just finished doing it. When you're trying to get your loved one from point A to point B, it is exhausting.
It is. It's like herding cats.
And one of the things they always want to do is go over and talk to kids.
Immediately.
And I remember that Mom, and it's kind of heartbreaking, her talking to Dad who loved children. And she was like, you got to understand that these people don't know who you are, and you're living in a different time, and and all this. And I remember Dad could not understand why anybody wouldn't want him to come over and talk to their kid, or try to show them something and all that. And he just loved it. But here we have Biden just wanders off stage because he sees a baby in the crowd, and that's sweet. But it's also concerning, considering that he doesn't seem to be able to control his impulse versus what he was there to do. So, and it's a little confusing, and I would say sad.
So much progress together, but we know that there is still work to be done, which is why we are going to organize.
I cannot watch that. Look at the guy on the left.
But we know that there is still work to be done, which is why we are going to organize.
Those of you that cannot see it,
thank you for this.
Okay, those of you that cannot see it, keep in mind, because sometimes you'll forget, maybe just to protect yourself, or you can sleep at night. This is the President of the United States. Bubba, you, when Ronald Reagan was president, tried to get him to come to one of your grand openings.
I did. I invited him, yes.
Do you?
I got a call from the White House saying he couldn't attend, but that was pretty cool.
Does everybody comprehend how big a deal it is if the President of the United States is where you are, whatever you're doing?
Yeah, that's a big deal.
All right, the presidential seal is right there on the podium. This woman in Arizona is trying to get things started. Keep in mind, this is supposed to be them trying to get Latinos excited about voting for them. This woman is getting ready, I guess, to introduce him or to do something.
Sounds like she's mid-speech.
Yeah. And he just walks off the stage to go mess with the baby.
Look at the guy on the left. He looks over like, where is he going? Right there. You said he's like, what is he doing? Oh, my God. Look, he's even bending his head over to try to see what's going on.
Wow. We know that there is still
now,
work
is there
to be
anybody?
Rick, I look on his face.
I know, we've seen it. Is there anybody? Okay, let's drop our R's and our D's and whatever else you may claim to be. Okay, is there anybody that really thinks this is not a big deal? I mean,
I don't know how you could.
He has the exact same look on his face our dad had. He sees that child. He uncontrollably goes over, and that's certainly okay that he wants to talk to a kid and make faces.
But they're in the middle of a presentation.
But they're in the middle of a presentation, and he can't be disciplined enough or coherent enough to stay where he is. Gosh. He can talk to the baby when everybody's done.
Yeah.
And
it's not the time for that.
Not while a person is talking and is
giving your intro,
and is supposed to be trying to get people
mid-sentence.
That's.
I just feel.
Look at her; she's trying her best to do this program.
Whoever's been tasked with keeping up him and making sure he stands where he needs to.
Right.
Imagine them off stage.
Well,
what's the president doing? What's he doing?
We were hoping that Jill would just stay with him all the time.
Yeah, and she did.
It seemed like they had kind of followed that plan for a while, but here, he's up there by himself.
Y'all remember the three-legged
Don't
race?
ever let him get up there without
Bubba
her.
has begged. Bubba has begged the administration. Don't let his wife leave his side. Yeah. And I don't know why y'all are allowing this.
Whoopi said she was a great doctor.
You're right.
Yeah.
She may be an expert on Alzheimer's. I don't know. But let's go back to this again too, because I don't know what his code is. What do you think his Secret Service code is?
It's Celtic, I think.
Celtic.
Something like that.
Picture this.
There it is.
Celtic on the move. You ain't got any idea where he's going? No idea. Just walking in the crowd, wandering around. Celtic is wondering. Celtic is wondering.
See a child, possibly target.
Is that a head of the baby? Yeah, he's headed to the baby. He's making faces at the baby. Does he know the woman's still talking? Apparently not.
They need to call him Ghost.
God, she was in the middle of her speech, setting all this up.
I go back to
this. Just drifts. He did it uncontrollably. Just
This
drifts.
is the
out of
president. You're not at the Chamber of Commerce. This is not the Kiwanis Club. All wonderful things, but if you wander off on the person at the Kiwanis Club is, about to introduce the person we all voted to be the head of the Kiwanis Club, okay, fine.
Yeah.
But this is the president. Do y'all realize how people have to plan for the president to be in the room?
Oh, there's so much planning.
work,
so many
the security,
people. Yeah.
Secret Service is like, we need to scan the room for bombs and babies.
Yes.
No babies.
Please.
Anybody got any idea what Celtic's doing? Not a clue.
By the way, what good is it to have a secret code for the president if they publicize what it is?
Thank you.
Then it's no longer secret.
No.
Much. We have made so much progress together, but we know that
And
there is
he's
still
gone. And
work
he's
to
out
be
of the
done,
frame totally.
Which is why we
I didn't even listen to the line. Do you realize how ironic the line is? This is her moment. She says, we're making so much progress together
And
with
he
the
crapped all over it.
Harris administration.
Oh.
And you can tell he's really connected to them by wandering off while she's talking.
We have made so much progress together, but we know that there is still work to be done, which is why we are going to.
He wasn't listening
Does-
at all.
My
Not at all.
goodness.
At all. He did not one time hear one word. She
Does
said.
he look concerned about the plight of Latinos?
No, not at all.
And the thing is, he
there's a baby.
He has all these mental problems, but he also does not care about anyone else at all besides himself. And we've seen that throughout his entire political career. And so now he's got these mental problems, plus he doesn't care.
Well,
just sad.
Well, when you have this
Really is.
this horrible disease, you do get closed in your own world, and you really just do whatever you want to do whenever you want to do it, and you can't.
Takes that kingship to a whole new level.
Wow, it does.
That's alarming.
It is. And, of course, everybody's giving him a hard time on this, but I don't know. With the state he's in, him trying to remember how many granddaughters he's got. But I know.
Especially with Hunter, the way he does.
I know how.
You can forget about them few he's thrown out there he ain't claimed.
He went to acknowledging the baby
just out
of wedlock. Then he went
We
back
know of.
apparently yesterday to not acknowledging her. But guys, I think this may be more. This may be more about dementia than it is about leaving her out on purpose.
Yeah, she was born late into his.
Right.
Oh, okay.
She was like
I see a future for all of America, a future for my daughters, my 4 granddaughters.
You got 5.
You got 5, buddy.
Bless him, Lord.
Remember, it took him 4 years, and then at one point he was acknowledging 5.
Right. And then
because of Hunter's love child. Remember?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, there.
Yeah. So
That Hunter, he's helping him out, isn't he?
He is really.
well, he took
contributed
grief.
a lot to his dad's career.
Yeah, he took grief, as y'all said, for not acknowledging
I thought
her.
Billy Carter was bad.
Oh, it looks like a walk in the park. You know.
Then he started acknowledging her, and then they're saying, "Well, now he's forgot her again." But that could be more the condition, than disrespect.
Right.
You know.
Couldn't it?
I go back to what Adler said. I really don't think he cares one way or the other. He's just trying to figure out what he should say politically, and he messed that up. Top of the hour, we'll be back. More stories to cover today, including stuff within the show. So hang on, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10,000. I
Showed
thought
up.
you were, when you said a big number, I thought we were talking about 100.
No, you don't understand. It looks like a revolution up there. I would be a little afraid to, you better keep the office to the governor locked, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Rick, they're going under the hashtag Operation Gridlock.
Right. All right, here we go in 3, 2. First Cup Coffee Company has now joined the team here at the Rick and Bubba Show. And as you know, and we don't mind saying it, we are coffee prudes. You can't just give us any coffee. You think we're going to, we're going to drink the burnt beans over at Starbucks? Not going to do it. But here's something great. Not only is this coffee absolutely delicious, and they got 11 different roast profiles available. There's a flavor for all of you out there who like different kinds of coffee. If you're like us, we like to try different ones. But here's what also makes this something that I think you'll love. They also document the things that made this country great. Each roast is named after a first piece of of the founding pieces of our history here in America. Like, you've got one called Boston Common. It's the first park in America. John Hancock, the first signature on the Declaration of Independence. You've got the Lexington, named after the battle at Lexington, the shot heard round the world. The Washington, first president. Yeah. So all these American first are represented on all these different coffees, and it's fun to read about the history of our country while drinking delicious coffee. Multiple of roast flavors are available. Now, they do have the pods. They got it in the whole bean. They've got it ground, but they also have the pods, and they fill those right before you get them. So the pods are better than like some of the other pods that you can get out there. So you're not going to downgrade there. The Boston Tea Party, by the way, is their only decaf, named after the first revolt. I think that's funny. So anyway, if you use the code Bubba, just go to firstcup.com, use the code Bubba, and you'll save 10% on the order. And then if you go ahead and subscribe to start getting multiples, you'll get an extra 10%. And they sell in the 16-ounce bag. Now, a lot of coffees come in 8-ounce or 12-ounce. Theirs is 16 ounces. We like that, too. So why don't you join us and get First Cup by going to firstcup.com, use the code Bubba, and save 10% if you subscribe, an additional 10% right now.
And it is being pushed by the Michigan Conservative Coalition and several other groups, the Michigan Freedom Fund, and all of this. But and here's the thing: there were some interviews on the street, and this is the common thread that you're hearing. People are saying they had rather die from the coronavirus than see their business be totally destroyed and forced to close because of the pandemic fear. So far in Michigan, 28,000 infected and about 5,000 have passed from it.
Yeah, some of the things they're mentioning, like they said at one point, and we in some other states, even our own, had this dilemma, but she took it a step further. People were saying things like, how can you drive up to a liquor store, but you can't drive into the parking lot of your church? Mm-hmm. Well, they said in Michigan, she has the abortion clinics open, but she has banned the sales of American flags as essential.
That's kind of crazy. I mean, if you're an essential business, I don't see how you can go in and say you can sell this product, you can't sell that product. See, that's overreaching government, because if that business is such a threat to be open, then close it.
Yeah.
I mean, if the supermarket can't be open, then close it. But if it can, then it can sell beans and it can sell pork chops and it can sell American flags.
Yeah. And they say also that the unemployment system in Michigan is completely archaic, out of date, and they said nobody can get their unemployment checks. The system is gone, and then, as you said, all these businesses saying if we do what you say to do, none of us will exist at the other end of this. Whenever you decide that you're going to allow anything to go on, and what they're saying is what we as Americans cannot tolerate. We cannot tolerate it at the federal level. We cannot tolerate it at the state level, and we cannot tolerate it at the local level, and that is tyrants, tyrannical dictators. We don't do that here. And then you have some people that are saying, even with these things, they're saying you can't forbid, like in this case, the Constitution gives us the right to assemble and protest as long as we stay inside the rules of not destroying property, hurting other people, and all this. And you can't take that away from us. You can't. And so you
well, I see. I'm just really in the libertarian circle as far as a lot of my beliefs, but I do have an understanding of a pandemic and the science behind this. And for a period of time, I am tolerant of the government saying you can't do this for a period of time. It's a short window. And I think, look, here's the thing. I think in this country, and not just Michigan, you're going to see it all over the place. If this goes on past April the 30th, you're going to see a lot more of this. Yeah. And this is what I expect. I expect Trump to say, I want to open. Some places can open, but, it may be the 15th of May before we, drop the green flag on everybody. And people may be tolerant of that, but they're going to have very soon that drop dead date where we all go again.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think where you're having problems with governors like her, and you got to watch the federal people too, is they say, all right, we understand, but if we're following the rules of the pandemic, you can't come in and tell us we can't do things that don't even apply to the rules. It is 6 minutes now past the hour, and here we go. Brand new hour from the Big Boy Studio, from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. Notes to take as we start the hour. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. Archived soon after to the YouTube and podcast channel. Speedy, Greg Adler here. Coming up this Saturday, Gigapart's grand opening, the land of 100.3 The River in Huntsville. Our very own Bill Bubba Bussy will be there 9 to noon, gripping and grinning. And welcome back for another hour. There he is.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It is the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Mm-hmm. Bubba, speaking of you and being out and about, you had a little shout-out or something? What's going on?
Rick, I do need to give a little shout-out. Hello, Silicaga!
Big Bubba, hello!
Wow. Rick, I ran into several members of the Silicaga High School tennis team last night.
Oh.
They were out raising money at Chick-fil-A and talked to them and had a good time with them, and glad to help the cause a little bit.
Did you really?
Oh, well, yeah, everybody. You know, if you say Spirit Night when you go to the window, they get a cut.
Okay.
And then
that's
if you
good.
donate, you can do that too.
Did you say Spirit Night?
I did. Yeah, sure I did.
Standard number one?
Oh, yeah. No pickles.
Was the lady in front of you again to pay for your meal like she's been doing?
No. I haven't.
This is the
I haven't
location that
been
happened.
lucky enough to time that. But I did pass it along to the ones behind me a little bit.
What was the time? Was it at this one when the guy shut you down in the drive-thru?
Yes, it was.
Same one.
He has a love-hate relationship with this.
No, it's all love.
Do you know who I am?
Have you heard?
What? Nothing.
I didn't
just remember that night.
No,
we're adding parts.
Come on.
We're just making stuff up, really.
That sounds like Gary.
But it was good to see them, and they were excited, and
That's awesome.
getting their season started, and fun time. You know.
Well, so hello to
I
them.
try. Let me tell you what I did try to do, and this is where paying ahead of time sometimes hurts you.
I know.
Oh,
I was trying to get the folks behind me's meal. And the girl at the window said they've already paid. It's a call-in, an app order or whatever.
So you said, well,
she
forget
said,
it.
you just want me to get the one behind. I said, yeah, just get them. So.
Oh, that's good.
Okay,
Look at you,
that
Bubba.
worked. So, and I think we've covered this before. You're right, how some of this can be hard to maneuver. So we were eating lunch after church, not this past Sunday, but the Sunday before. And we were good. We weren't in a hurry, nothing really to deal with. And it took a while to get our order.
Yep.
And so finally, the chef or cook, so whatever you call it, in the back walks out and says, I am so sorry that it has taken this long to get y'all's meal. It's handled. Y'all will not pay a dime.
Wow.
And I was like, okay, well, that's not necessary, but thank you.
Yeah, I'd rather have the food.
Yeah. And so anyway.
Get it on. Does that mean it's not coming anytime soon?
Yeah, so-
I don't know,
So-
Bubba. I don't know.
So they do bring it, but here's the problem. Then I realized, because very rarely do any of us tote cash around much anymore.
Oh,
How now do I tip this server?
Oh.
It ain't her fault what's happening.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
and
I've
I've
heard
heard
that
you can say, hey, can I just have a Diet Coke?
Yeah, put it
or
on that,
something,
right.
and then put it on that. But I ended up having some cash, and it was funny because I was like, okay, usually if I'm carrying any cash, it's not small bills. It's usually there. Well, it's usually there in case you need to.
He's not bragging.
Well,
That's just
folding
the way
money.
it is.
A little folding money.
Yeah,
But
just the way it was.
You know how you
Terry
get,
Bird?
you know how you get to that point where you want to make somebody's day, and then and then finally God's like, well, just go ahead and just make this server's day, and you're like, you sure about this?
I need to make their day that big.
There was just a moment when I thought Speedy was going to come in and say, Rick, what are you doing?
What are you doing? Slap it out of your hand.
But is that what you're? I just went ahead and did leave something, but because I did have some cash. But do you just, if you don't, because I normally don't, do you just order like a drink or something just so they'll bring you something, and that way you can leave them something?
Maybe
I've had to
for a
do
tip.
that.
Yeah, because it's nice when something like that happens, either for the restaurant or, like you said, just a wonderful human being. But you don't really, that happened to us. If you remember, that also happened to us for a different reason at the conference in Starkville. Remember when we had the Waffle House run, and all of a sudden we get up there and they said, "Hey, some guys over at the other table that was from one of the churches, they've taken care of all y'all's."
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. But then you're kind of like, wow, now we got this person's taking care of us.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, you got to leave her a tip. She did a really good job.
Yeah. So anyway,
My waffle, I'd like to see it a little more done, but yeah.
Oh, what?
You do.
Like
Well,
undercooked waffle.
What are you doing?
I just don't like my waffle.
He's on the edge of burn.
Greg, not only did we get taken care of,
that
somebody
wasn't the
picked
guy that
up our
paid.
dinner, and you
Yeah.
just brought up you thought the waffle was undercooked.
I would have liked it to have been cooked a little more.
Heartless.
But when somebody else paid for it, I couldn't complain.
Right. Now, how's your back today?
Terrible.
Little baby brother?
Not good.
What happened yesterday? What did they tell you about your little back?
I got a little arthritis back there, but they don't think that's got anything. I'm just old, and you run when you're old, and you flex. You're not as flexible as you need to be, and I don't know. Then they mash on your vertebrae and go, ooh. And then you feel
Did
it.
they make that noise?
And then you feel it. They go, oh, there it is right there. You got all that. But, yeah, this morning again, I'm okay until I go to sleep and then try to get up. I just have to slide sideways and fall on the floor.
Yeah,
'cause
so
I can't sit up.
Are you getting the treatment
They
that
give
you
you
should?
a shot or anything?
No.
Any medications?
They did call.
Anti-inflammatory?
I just hadn't went and got them.
So you're not hurting that bad?
No, I am, but it was yesterday. I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I don't think they would-
You didn't want to stop?
I don't feel like I've been to the doctor if I don't get a shot.
Right.
You know what I mean?
They did
like
hook me up
those
to
shots.
that thing, the electric.
Yeah.
electric
TENS machine.
yeah.
Stem.
Yeah.
Did the great Lopez? Did he put you in the human pretzel?
No, he didn't.
Did he just work on it?
Well, it was him and another girl.
Did they get
And
anything?
she mashed my
Did it hurt bad?
Yeah, boy, that means you're doing you so good when you feel the pain.
But they said it's leaning towards muscle, is what
I
you told
don't
me.
know.
Did you listen to anything they said?
Nobody
Why are you
really
changing?
said anything.
Did you have this attitude when you were laying there?
I mean, it's just a combination.
Well,
of
no
just-
wonder he's no better.
I don't know.
Yeah. Did they say that being ornery can make you back
They don't
hurt?
think it's like a disc or anything like that.
Okay.
But it hurts really
But
bad.
did they say it's because you need? I
How's
told
your
you,
attitude?
probably
You get a good
muscular.
grade on it?
Right.
Yeah, I had a good attitude.
I told you don't need to be out there running on that concrete. You too old for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did
Basically,
they
that's
say
what
that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
then.
they didn't say not do it, but they say that. I mean, and like, did they get to checking your flexibility? And that's
Well, I told you. I had
like
to
that
admit,
of a 2x4.
They thought I had to get a new hip when they tested mine.
Yeah. and so
tight
they're
hips.
like they say if you're running and you're not stretched good,
You know
can-
he don't stretch.
No, he
Well,
doesn't.
No.
No.
He pets
I mean,
his dog.
can
and
I
he
get
runs.
more than just stretching before you run? You're supposed to be stretching and get your flexibility.
He
all the
grabs his
time, all the
toes,
time.
does 10 air squats, and takes off.
Can I tell you, I hate stretching. Do
It's
you?
horrible.
Oh yeah.
It hurts.
Yeah,
and
it
it's
hurts.
time
We ought to
consuming.
exhaust-
There's
we
no
ought to
fun
stretch
in
every
it
day.
at all.
Painful.
I have to stretch for 20 minutes before I'm going to work out for 30 minutes.
What's that punished
See,
by
that's
God?
ridiculous.
What's that?
What's that
buddy?
punished by God?
Struggling.
What happened to you yesterday?
I went to jiu-jitsu after making fun of Greg yesterday. After the show, went to jiu-jitsu and pulled something in my back bad.
How'd you do it?
I was lifting a guy up over my
Was it a
head.
guy?
It
Was it a guy,
It
girl?
was a
Be
guy.
Or a heavy woman?
It was a heavy man. I was fighting a man.
Okay. Well, we always
yesterday.
have to check. Don't act like that's not a legitimate question.
Did you
I-
scream out when it hurt?
Oh my gosh! So what I'm doing is when a man's on top of you, you can there's a move.
You know what? I'm so
If you
glad
just joined
I don't
us.
have to say that much.
What did you just say?
Say there's a guy on top of you in jiu-jitsu.
Are
Don't
you on?
say
Are
that.
you on your back or on your
I'm
stomach?
on my back.
He's in his full guard.
He's
Listen to
on
me.
top of me.
I'm trying to help you. When you're,
I don't understand why this sounds weird.
Here's what you should. Here's what you should say. When you're at war with another man in Brazilian jiu-jitsu,
When you're battling another dude.
It's blood and bone.
So and you tried to pick him up.
Okay, and so
Say,
there's a
laugh
mo-
at Greg, then you get hurt.
and I was laughing at Greg, and there's this move where you can go. It's called going out the back door.
Go ahead, just forget it. Let's move on.
I don't understand what the problem is.
He went with there's a dude on you, and he said something about the back door.
And that's when you go under their legs, and so you can take their back, which is what I did. But in the
It
process
sounds like
of
you're reading the
lifting him-
screenplay.
The terminology in this jiu-jitsu
In
we need
the-
to work
in
on.
the
So what
process of-
position are y'all? Well, how's this?
So all right, I can't demonstrate it because my back hurts so bad.
You know what? Nobody's gonna demonstrate it with you. That's
No,
the
not after
problem.
what he described.
Bubba, you and me, buddy. Here we go. We'll go
Nope.
figure it out.
Oh, my
But so I'm lifting, and I did like a lifting motion. It's when you're trying to basically put his legs over your head, and so you can
Good.
take his
Oh,
back.
yeah, there's a wrestler that
This
does that. So
story
you're
is-
behind him now.
And so I'm trying to take his
okay.
back.
I
But in
wish
that
you
There
quit
he
saying
goes.
that too.
I do too.
and in that process, it lit up, and I'm struggling. It hurts when I breathe. It
Well,
hurts
you were
when
trying to take somebody's back.
You guys ever hold a baby? It's like the baby holding muscle. And so I went and picked up my kids, and I'm just holding baby.
Okay.
And they're trying to talk to me about school pictures coming up, and I'm just in agony. I'm just like, okay, Ruby will have her red shirt on. Ruby will.
Okay. So you're in that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, by the way, everything Adler's saying is Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Correct.
He is not reading the screenplay for Brokeback Mountain.
No, right. Even though it sounds like it.
So,
how did you get off the floor and behind him?
You kind of roll under. It's called going out the back door.
I'm going to tell you something.
So you went out the back door to get behind him.
Yes.
The terminology
Okay,
maybe needs a touch up.
Please.
He's updated.
Did I take his back? Yes, I did.
all right.
Does it hurt when I breathe? Yes, it does.
Bottom line, you made fun of Greg, went to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and now your back's hurt.
It's like a lightning bolt came down from heaven.
Right on that back.
For making fun of. I'm sorry, Greg. I'm really sorry.
Did you have to tell the guy, hey, I got to stop?
No, I had 6 more minutes left in the roll. I just got destroyed. And then I had to fight a girl right after that. She choked me out in like 30 seconds. She's wearing a pink gi.
Like you said about the grocery store.
You're overstepping.
Yeah, when you start overstepping, if there's less than 10 of us protesting and we're 6 feet apart, you can't come in and say we're shutting down all protesting. We're doing what you said to do, but you can't say we can't protest. Big companies, as we're watching, and you know, this is one of the great things that we can all take away from this pandemic, is we're learning once again that nobody does it better than the private sector. When we got a problem, we had it back during World War II. We've had it, when we have anytime there's an issue in this country, the private sector, hurricanes. The private sector does such a better pillow. You can buy one, get one free right now if you go to radio specials at mypillow.com. You go there and you click on that and you take the promo code Bub in there with you, and there's all kinds of savings. They have it on their mattress topper, which we have on our mattress, which we love. You kind of get the technology of the MyPillow and put it on top of your mattress and enhance your mattress. They have duvets now, body pillows. They even have dog beds. If you're looking for something that'll be more comfortable for your dog, the Giza Dream Sheets, the best towels and washcloths you'll ever own. All of this at mypillow.com. Go to radio specials, take the promo code Bubba with you, and let the savings begin. So other things that we're talking about, so we're watching at the state level and the federal level. Be careful of the overreach. Watch the green movement, all of that. And then, Bubba, again, it has come back to the top. And I don't know why this surprises us. And it's almost like, we're little children, and it's like we're trying to keep little children from knowing the truth. Little children, you can never, under any circumstance, trust a tyrannical, communist, dictatorship government. You don't go to these people and say, well, tell me what's going on here, and then they say it, and you go, well, that must be right. That's not who they are. There's no – they don't – do you think they have some sort of guilt when they don't tell the truth, or they go home and go, man, I just don't know. I don't know if I should have said that today. I just wasn't acting the way I should have acted. You're always going to have to find a way to investigate these types of governments because they're not going to tell you the truth. And so when we have China come out and say, well, we have these wet markets, somebody ate bat soup, and now we're all going to die. Well, if that's what they're willing to tell you, my first reaction is actually the opposite. Well, that probably is not what happened.
Well, Rick, it's not like we don't have a long history of this. We had it with the Soviet Union. We've had it with China. We've had it with Cuba. We've had it with Venezuela. We've had it with Nicaragua. We've had it with all these communist, socialist dictators through history. They never tell the truth. There are agreements that they make. People just, we got to have an agreement to limit nuclear weapons. We got to have a limit this. We got to have. They make those. They sign those papers and laugh as you leave the building. They don't care.
Right. Yeah. I told you the time that when Adrian Rogers, when he was still alive, the great pastor out of Memphis. He was able to be one of the first evangelists to go behind the Iron Curtain when the Soviet Union fell. And he recalled what Bubba just said, just as plain, coming straight out of his mouth. He said, I got to talk to some of the military leaders because they were free to speak now. And they were laughing about the fact that Ronald Reagan did not fall for the attempted scam from the USSR, they said, look, the plan was very clear to get the United States of America to take their nuclear weapons and destroy them, and then we would pretend to destroy ours, but we weren't going to destroy one of them, not one.
No.
And
I've seen the interviews.
Yeah.
I've seen them too in the documentary since the Cold War was over. I mean, these SS got not SS, but the what was it? What's Russia's secret service?
What are they called?
KGB.
Yeah.
KGB. Thank you.
That boy,
Putin
Greg.
Putin was one of them. The SS was Nazi Germany, but they had no plans to do that. None.
Right. No. So if and we don't know, it's just it keeps coming back. I'm not saying that the judgment has been ruled and it is official, but this thing of them having a lab where they were playing in with the genetics and messing with viruses and all of this, we now know that we had people from the State Department 2 years ago come back and say, look, we're seeing these laboratories over there. This is a pandemic waiting to happen, and so when it's starting to look again like people are going to the wet markets. That's what the John Kennedy, the Republican out of Louisiana, was saying. He said, look, 22 minutes now past the hour. Let's go, phone troll. 9 of the 10 lines are available. You can join us now. The real Greg Burgess limps in there to the call screening room with a bit of an angry disposition. And he's ready to take your phone calls. No foolishness, please. Greg's not in the mood. 866-WE-BE-BIG. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close, and then we'll move to another caller. If you'll dial up right now, you probably will get in, and Greg is standing by and ready to go. We start with Jim. Jim is out of Gadsden, where it all began, Bubba. It all began. And 1994 is the Rick and Bubba Show launched and on Z93 now, and we thank them for still being with us. So Jim gets us started. Jim, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. You got 30 seconds on the show. Go right ahead.
Morning, fellas. Hey, I just want to say how proud I am of Adler for keeping a secret. He did not tell us that Richard Simmons got out of retirement and is now teaching jiu-jitsu.
The rumors.
Hey, I've got one question, too.
Yeah, go.
Hey, so is he still doing the sweating to the 80s after jiu-jitsu, or is that before?
It's dirt in the middle.
And then at what part does he deal a meal?
Yeah. And we just squeeze our country buns.
Bubba.
Richard Simmons, he deals meals.
Does
that
he
was
still,
his big
does
card.
he still do that anymore?
Yeah,
Just hearing
that
you
was
say
his-
that.
Hey, that was his big deal.
Okay.
You remember him hollering "deal a meal"?
Yes.
It was cards. It was basically count.
You remember when
calorie count.
Didn't he at one time just start throwing them at us?
Oh,
you
Rick.
See through so much at us.
I tell you, the craziest episode ever was him on Letterman on Thanksgiving night.
Oh no, yeah, you'll never talk.
Oh yeah.
And he claimed that Dave hurt his feelings.
Well, Dave got after him with a fire extinguisher because he kept trying to kiss him in a
Don't forget,
turkey outfit.
don't forget he came out as a turkey. Lines are available. The phone trolls there. Talk about any topic you want to.
Maybe one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Yeah, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Chris, Jasper. Chris, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Adler, thank you for the radio gold that is Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. But I just got to tell you, man, stay out of the backyard.
Stay in the backyard?
Stay in the backyard. That's
Stay
good
out
advice.
of it.
Stay out of the backyard.
It's back door, not backyard.
Yeah, it's back. It's worse, Chris. It's actually back door.
Well, the backyard's on the way to the back door, so stay away from it all.
Okay, he's got Chris down, by the way. Chris is like, got him. Let's go to Peyton out of Birmingham, Alabama, listening to us on ZZK. Peyton, go ahead.
Hey, Rick. I'm a big fan. I've never actually
thank you
called up here, but I was wanting to ask, what do y'all think we have planned to keep the election concise and accurate this year? I haven't seen anything to, I guess, keep it safe.
Well, we talked about that on the show, and Peyton, you're probably going to be a little bit disappointed and dissatisfied with our answer, but I don't really know how to answer that. Have they stopped the drop box thing? Can you still do that? Are they allowing people to do curbside voting anymore. I mean,
the only thing I know of is I think there'll be more scrutiny and more people watching than normal,
right?
Which may make their job a little tougher to do. But yeah, there was some shenanigans going on. Was the election stolen? I don't know. Some people think it was. Some wasn't. There was no prosecutable evidence that we saw. So. But there was just a lot of things didn't really make sense and add up.
Well, and and Peyton's doing this too, and I thank you for calling, buddy. But I keep getting people going, okay, all the things that we just listed concern us. Has any of that been dealt with? Has it been resolved? I mean, can you still do some of that stuff? I think we'll see things like we saw before. Power going out at places, and people saying, "Well, hey, we're stopping counting. We'll start counting again in the morning."
Yeah, and then boxes being brought in on cameras.
Right.
Just such stuff. It's just
things that none of us liked, and
it didn't look good. Whether it was right or not, the optics of it looked suspicious, and I think everybody needs to admit that.
The things that they allowed because of the pandemic, are those things still going to be allowed? I think maybe that's a good place to start.
And state to state, it probably varies.
Yeah, and that's what makes it hard to figure out, by the way. Let's go to Earl. Earl out of Butler. Earl, go ahead.
Hey, Bubba, good morning.
Hey.
Hang on, I'm chucking on a biscuit real quick. Let me get this down.
Sorry, the phone call caught you off guard there.
Yeah, wow, you called us.
Hey, it did. Hey, you get a hold so long, but Bubba, go ahead and spill the beans. I got a friend that lives in South Florida, and they said they work at a sign shop, and they've seen the sign that says Trump and Bussy for president 2024. You're going to be running for vice president, don't you, Bubba? That after you retire.
I wish.
Let me say this. I can tell you with absolute certainty I have not been asked.
Right. I saw the list yesterday that we had the latest list, and I thought I saw you down there.
Yep, I saw it, Bubsy.
Yeah, I'm like the 64th seed in that.
Stephen out of Mayfield, Kentucky. Stephen, go ahead.
So I saw something it was kind of like Babylon B, but said screwdrivers and drills are now going to be allowed on Boeing flights. That way passengers can help with maintenance.
Yes, Bubba sent that one there. Wouldn't you send us that one?
Yeah,
that one. Gosh, they're having a field day with Boeing right now.
Yeah,
I mean a field day.
It's such a just a cornerstone in aerospace too, and gonna have to fix that culture somewhere, I guess.
Yeah, I mean you can't have people feeling antsy about getting on your airplane. I mean you just can't.
No,
I mean
you gotta have confidence in that.
Let's go to Carl out of Alabama. Carl, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I just wonder if y'all ever seen a frog turd.
Yeah, in my driveway.
I was 59-year-old before I ever seen one. We was out there at my brother's house, and his stepson was there, and we got to notice his little balls out there. And I asked him, I said, what is that? He said, it's frog turds. I said, I've never.
I didn't know if I should talk. I was really hung up on what I should do there. I didn't know where it was going because that one in there's laughing. So see, I didn't.
That's the call you sent us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're back. I mean,
you can tell.
I didn't hurt your back.
Yeah.
I didn't hurt your back.
If you listen close to the show, you can tell who's screening calls.
You really can.
Yeah.
I mean, a call screener's personality comes out in the calls.
Yeah.
You look at him and they're still laughing. Why would you say? Why would that call ever? Why would anyone? This is right up there with that. No, I was just thinking about that. Don't you agree? The woman that got bit by the monkey that time.
Yeah.
This is very similar.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We can't find any evidence that they were even selling bats at these wet markets, and they tell us it came from a bat. And he said now he was already saying that he'd already come down on it that it's definitely some kind of accident that happened. Now I know some people want to go further and say they released it on purpose. I'm not ready to go there yet. But what he is saying is these things were not safe. They were dangerous. The way they had their security and the way they were dealing with the people working on these viruses, it was harem scarum, and it was not as secure as it needed to be. And this was going to happen. And then,
okay,
of course,
so Rick, here's what we know absolutely that is non-debatable.
Mhm.
There is a high-tech Chinese government military research lab
correct
in Wuhan.
Right.
It is only a few hundred yards from the so-called wet market. Okay, we know that. That is not up for debate. We know for a fact that they were working and experimenting with SARS and MERS, trying to isolate, looking at different ways to protect against that. So they were already experimenting with this stuff. We know that for a fact. Now, we don't know if they were dealing with bats. We don't know if it was on purpose. We don't know if it got out of there. But what I told you, we know beyond a fact. So I think it is a very fair next step in this to say it is very possible that what we're dealing with got out of that lab. Intentional or not, I think it's very possible it got out. And I'm not too sure that it's not even a more evil purpose in this, but because we have a charge today from our State Department that China is doing miniature underground nuclear tests, which is already against all the treaties we have with them.
Yeah, Brett Baer came on Sean Hannity last night with the breaking news of his multiple sources that, according to him, said that I guess a scientist or research employee was infected and then went out into society, into Wuhan, and then they shut down travel from there to any other internal cities within China, but yet continued international flights from Wuhan to anywhere else in the world. So they knew something was going on and more is coming out, but that's according to his sources last night. So it's actually real and now being investigated.
Yeah, and don't forget, and this is one of the things that John Kennedy was saying the day before yesterday. He's like, don't forget the people that were trying to tell us this happened with the lab, they've disappeared.
Yeah.
I mean, no one knows where they went.
Right.
We don't know if they're alive.
Yeah.
We don't know if they where they took them. We can't find these people. These people have disappeared off the face of the earth. And so
and the one at the hospital that sounded the alarm first is dead.
Right.
He was 34 years old and he died to the coronavirus, according to Chinese media.
Yeah,
right. So anyway, they're starting to say, and they believe that whether they were trying to release it on purpose, whether it was a bioweapon, or that Beijing was just, Greg, to your point, wanting to show the world they could be sharp and identify and treat viruses, so they would have a little more international prestige, where they could, how they love to do this. You remember back even with Hitler, I want to show you we've got the greatest athletes in the world,
right?
And all this, and of course, Jesse Owens,
36 Olympics,
yeah, made them look silly, but
and China's, they're trying to land people on the moon. They want to get in that club and even set up a base there on the back side of the moon.
Yeah,
and we know that's going on right now too.
Now I will tell you this: if you want to go that other step, that they done it deliberate. Well, it doesn't help to know that they're really big on taking out the world's population because they think we're overpopulated. They are big on that. So that doesn't look good over on the resume. But no one's saying that yet. They're just saying it was an attempt for them to research these viruses. They wanted to lead the world, saying that viruses don't affect our people because we're so much more advanced than the rest of the world. And they had one get away from them, and somebody got infected and went out and started this whole thing.
Could be accident. We don't know. Or, Rick, was it a test run for a bigger, more powerful weapon, and they wanted to see how it would spread in modern times with modern travel and how it would affect the West?
Yeah, I don't know. Here's what we do know. Hey, it just randomly got away in a wet market is starting to kind of fade. And one of the reasons that some of the guys that have been investigating this in our government said one of the reasons that makes us question the wet market is they haven't shut them down. They're still operating.
But the scientists we know that worked at that lab are going missing.
That's correct. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes now past the hour. Thanks for being with us. Come on, somebody say. Fast right, so we've been talking on our show quite a bit, and I don't think there's an exception in here, but I'll ask again. Men, raise your hand if your wife tends to be a backseat driver.
Unbelievable. I'm not going to say anything.
Saw something
unbelievable.
Something happened to me yesterday because
I love riding with my wife.
we've had a backseat driver playoff here, and I will now present a scenario yesterday that may move Sherry Burgess into the number 1 slot. And on this particular countdown, you don't want to be the highest ranked; you want to be at the bottom.
Yeah, right.
the least. I told her, I said, Sherry, I think in the world of backseat driving, I believe what you did today was unprecedented.
Oh, wow.
And,
I can't wait to hear
she was
this.
like, why are you making such a big deal out of this? I said, it was unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
So we had a situation yesterday where my beautiful wife gives me a text right before I was going into a meeting that said, please pray for me. I'm en route to the dealership. I've run over a nail. And I'm like, that I can get there and not have to pull off on the side of the road, and then you come here and change this tire or whatever needs to be done. I'm en route and whatever. I said,
we losing air as we speak.
Yep. And so anyway, so I did. I stopped and I literally pulled up Life 360 and held my hand out over that little cartoon car, and I just said, Lord, get her to the dealership. And by the grace of God, she got there.
Okay.
She says, oh, okay. Well, while I'm here, I'm due the next service. On this vehicle, so I'm leaving.
Yeah, get comfortable.
I'm leaving my car.
Yeah,
Okay.
smart.
They are driving. They are driving me home.
Wait a minute, that's quite the deal.
Great service.
They aim to please.
This service department does a
I
great
like
job.
that.
And so she.
Your car's gonna be there later.
Yep.
Yeah,
Hendrick
you ain't never gonna
Subaru.
get it.
Hendrick Subaru. Good folks.
Oh yeah.
So so they drive Sherry home, and she says, so when you get home. We were trying to do a little bit better yesterday afternoon. We were working out, and they said after that we'll go get my car. Okay, sounds good, and we'll grab some dinner or something. Sounds great. So we do that. I was just so pleased that she didn't get stranded, and so we get ready to go. We head over there. We talk to the person. He assesses everything that they did, and thank you very much. And so now, what does that leave us in? You think you're safe? 2 separate cars. So I think, well, there'll be no backseat driving now.
No, that's all right.
Because
From a distance.
Follow Big Left.
She's in her vehicle. I'm in my vehicle. And we agree at the restaurant that we're going to go and eat.
See you there.
On the way home. Hey, baby, see you there. Okay. So I start my way to the restaurant that we both clearly talked about, and even the location. We did mention the location. And I look, and she's calling me. Now, I want y'all to think about this. This is another level, what we're about to have of backseat driving, that I said, baby, I think this is unprecedented. That you may have done something in the backseat driving world that no man has ever seen. Okay? Hey, babe, what's going on? Well, you need to be over in that other lane.
Wait a minute.
Well, she's back car
And
driving.
I said, huh, what?
Yeah, that's a whole different time.
Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Rick, you need to get over. I said, baby, are you telling me how to drive from your car? And
that's never happened.
Yeah, and she said, well, you're not. I said, baby, it's at least another 1.5 miles till I'm turning right. I'm working my way to the other lane. Oh, you're not going to get over, Rick. You need to go ahead and move. I said, is this really happening? Are you visualizing my truck and now telling me how you are literally backseat driving from another vehicle?
That's next.
I've never
think
experienced
that's ever
that.
happened.
It's next level.
Right? Has anybody ever experienced this?
No one's ever called me to
Never
tell me
been
how to
there.
drive.
Yeah. And
It does scare me to follow my wife because I see that's you driving.
Well, I was out front. Yeah, I was
yeah.
up front, so I wasn't worried about it. I was,
Right.
you know where I was going? I was going to the restaurant. And apparently she's now going to assess how I'm driving, not from the passenger seat, not from the back seat, from another
In
vehicle.
traffic.
And I don't see how you're going to get over it. Baby, I got plenty of time. Where do you think we're going?
What was the range? How far back?
I'm not exaggerating. All right, so I need to get in the right turn lane. And
But was she 100 yards behind?
I don't know. Where, she could see me. I don't know where she was. I don't know where she was.
How can you miss you? You're above everybody
I was
else.
just going to tell you where I was. I'm going to tell you where I was.
She thought you were going to miss your turn because you weren't over.
Can the audience just, I know we do this anyway, can I let the guys know, because I can tell you, y'all can visualize what happened. locally, okay? So you know where the Subaru dealership is?
I do.
Yeah.
Okay, on Highway 150, okay? So we're going to go to, you know where that little plaza on 31 of restaurants and stuff, there's a CVS there, and there's a bunch of little restaurants in there on 31 in Hoover. Okay. So we're coming up 150.
Down where the golf course used to be.
We're coming at 150. Just so you know, I'm not even past Patton Creek yet. I'm further away than that. And I can go past Patton Creek and then get over in the right lane. She's already wanting me to get over. You know where I'm at? I'm about Chick-fil-A. And she's like, you need to get over. I said, baby, I've got plenty of time to get over. Rick, right there, go now. I said, this isn't happening. I said, I do not think. I said, you cannot get in behind that white truck. I said, I can't believe this is happening.
I've got to go.
I cannot believe this is happening. I promise you. And then
I do this all the time.
Don't say that. She knows what I'm about to say. My license was given to me in 1980. I will be 60 at my next birthday. I promise I can get to this restaurant. I can pull off getting over into the right turn lane in time. I just don't see how you're going to do it. It's going to be fine. I promise I can do it.
I got to give you credit. That's never happened.
Right?
Yeah.
Anybody beat that? Can anybody?
We all have backseat driver
in backseat driving world, has anybody ever heard of
Never.
this?
You had to pass Sam's to get over.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you get over them.
I'm fine. I'm not even to Academy yet.
Rick, mom's like that on 280 if she's in the car with you. Whatever way she's going to turn, she wants me to get in that lane. But you know how 280 is. I said, Mother, I promise you I can get over before we get there. But she's actually in the car telling me that. Okay. She's not calling me.
While we're updating on this stuff, Nana, our mom, this is a text yesterday. My mother still does not believe
no, she doesn't.
that I got a stress test in the afternoon. She still doesn't believe it. This is it. Yesterday, 12:47 from my mother. Okay, so you had a stress test. I guess they must have made special arrangements for you.
Rick, seriously, she told me the same thing.
She said, I begged for an afternoon appointment.
That's what's got her mad.
That's it.
But, Mom.
It's two different types of stress.
Two different kinds of stress tests.
Here's what got her.
I didn't take the chemical.
Yeah, but Rick, there were people in her group that also did the treadmill. Yeah, you can do the treadmill in the morning or the afternoon.
Yeah.
Right. The chemical's just morning. I've tried to tell her. And she is not buying it. Because she's mad because she wanted an afternoon.
Right.
I'm glad you were able to get the appointment you wanted. My mom, there's a reason they wouldn't put you in that.
She was insinuating to me that you got special treatment.
There was not special
treatment. And I told her, did you not hear what he said?
Well, you not hear the words that coming out.
And I told her, I said, well, Speedy, he went after the show to get his. Yeah. Well, he was at a different place. I said, that ain't got nothing to do with it.
Last comment. Guess I should have a radio show. I'm like, Mom, you had a chemical. You had to fast, and you had to do those only in the morning.
Don't forget, it all goes back to the fact she wanted an afternoon.
Yeah, that's
where
we're
told her she couldn't have it.
She's not hearing the two different types.
No.
Is this her finally accepting that a stress test did take place?
I think she is acknowledging it, but you must have got special treatment.
But that took time, didn't it? It took time to get her to even believe it.
While it was going on. Rick, while the test was going on, I said, I was over there. Well, I mean, Rick says he's getting a stress test. I don't know if he's getting it right now or not. I said, Mother, I feel confident he is. I'm just going to say, I don't know why he would fake it.
This is the deal. So I had a backseat driving from another vehicle.
That's a good one.
And my mother, for some reason, even when we say, well, you had a chemical stress test, I had the treadmill. Well, there were people doing treadmill when I was there. Right. Treadmill can be morning or afternoon, but chemical can only be morning. I want an afternoon appointment. I don't know why I couldn't get one.
Yeah.
I think we just explained it.
Rick, she's got an appointment Monday, and Thursday, and she's going to ask Jason about it. I said, Mother, don't ask him about it.
Cardiologist?
I said, don't ask him. You got to ask him.
I wish I had a radio show.
She got special treatment.
He said, my last name's Burgess too, but I guess it don't mean anything.
Well,
Mom,
well, I asked for one. I know.
But it's different. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. I was feeling was getting hurt a little bit too. As we make our way back, by the way, remind me to discuss, and I know I mentioned one in passing, but there's more. I don't know if it's tied to the pandemic or what. I know over the years we've all talked about times we've had weird dreams. I'm having weird dreams, but they all have a certain theme to them, and they're reoccurring, and it's almost like it's in a category. Like my dream world is working through a category of dreams, and they're almost every night. So we'll talk about that a little later too. Now, Bubba, you were telling me that Fauci, the great Fauci, it's so funny to because Rush Limbaugh, I know he's going through his treatments, but the days that he is on, he's still. When he ever gets to the point where he thinks, and it's what we just talked about a minute ago, that somebody thinks they're sharp now, he'll do that tone. He goes, well, of course, we have to do Dr. Fauci, and then all this, like here he comes, he's the great authoritative person we must listen to. So you were saying he took on Tinder? Did you say that?
Rick, here is a headline today. Dr. Anthony Fauci says Americans can invite Tinder dates over to their homes, but only if they're willing to take a risk. I thought if you invited a Tinder date over to your home, anytime you were taking a risk.
You're already on record. You're on record. If I'm on Tinder, I'm already a risk taker.
Yeah, I think COVID virus 19 may be way down the list when you're inviting a Tinder date over.
Well, and see, with something like that, you go to, like one of these things that, Mrs. Kravitz, tried to get me on is, well, then what's any different than you saying I have a friend of mine that has been in quarantine that knows how to cut hair, and that person's come over to my house to cut my hair? That's a lot less risk taking than some person on Tinder's coming over. I mean,
I can only
listen.
imagine.
If you're allowing a Tinder date to come over during the pandemic, then you allowing anybody to come to your house shouldn't be problematic for anybody, because
that doesn't sound like a quarantine to me. I mean, that doesn't sound like if you're just going to have social life anyway. Or
it goes back to the other thing. It's common sense, and if it's one individual and coming into your home, the odds of them bringing it to you are probably not very high if they've been quarantined too.
I love this, Rick. Is it? If you're looking for a friend, sit in a room, put on a mask, and chat a bit. If you want to get a little bit more intimate, well, then that's your choice regarding a risk, he said.
Yeah, I love Bubba's point. Hey, Fauci, if I'm on Tinder and I'm inviting anybody into my house for more than we're going to talk to each other through masks, it was a risk long before COVID-19.
Yeah, you got other problems there, pal.
Will we be kissing through masks?
I won't.
No, I'm not either.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of those things.
We've decided in our family it's one in, all in.
That's right. Look, here's the way it looks. This is the thing. It was the title of when John Cusack was cranking out those great movies we all loved in the 80s, and maybe they got into the 90s too. He had the title of one that we all love, Better Off Dead.
Yep.
I mean,
Rick, that's one of my favorite movies.
Yeah. By the way,
it's hilarious. It's goofy, but it is hilarious.
Yeah.
I want my $2.
That little character he had, which might have just been the way he was as a person, the actor, I don't know. But his character in those movies was phenomenal, especially when he did the nervous talking thing.
We've all felt that way at some point,
That one in Say Anything, when the dad asked him what he was going to do for a living, and he listed all the categories he did not want to make a living at, and he's just rambling, and he gets to going. I don't want to manufacture anything. I don't want to sell anything that's been manufactured. And he just starts that whole thing, which was hilarious. And then he comes at the end that he's going to be a kickboxer, but he doesn't know if he's any good, but he hasn't been beat yet.
That's funny.
But
that is funny.
Yeah, so there's some of this that is just silly. We can establish, it goes back to the thing we've talked about, which we've never understood, about destroying something, then saying that it belongs to me. Okay, so you've destroyed something, now you have it. What do you got? Yeah. Some of this, we certainly don't want to be reckless. We don't want to be, sinful by being reckless with our health and our life, whether we have a pandemic or not. But there's going to come a point, and I think we're getting there, where, we're Americans, okay? We're not commies. We're not socialists yet. We're working there. We're Americans. And we really have been told by the founders of this country It is 10 minutes now to the top of the hour. We thank you for being with us on a brand new show. We'll get to some more of your phone calls coming up next hour. Also, top of the hour, Dustin Connell from Major League Fishing. Just won a big tournament, 300 grand.
Big one.
And waited all day for jail.
All right, so, Bubba, we got a Trump update.
Oh, baby.
Hey, we're trying our best to get our fellow citizens. Can we all try our best to get in the real world? It would be great. Shark Tank's Kevin O'Leary. He's
Mr. Wonderful.
Mr. Wonderful is saying, look, this is not Republican.
Self-proclaimed.
This is not Republican.
Yes.
This is not Democrat. This is economic. This is just like water is going to roll downhill. And he's on CNN, and they get upset with him. And he is trying to slam the Attorney General. How do you say her name? Letitia James.
Yep.
All right, so here we go. CNN, courtesy of CNN. Here is Kevin O'Leary.
I don't think this case is about Trump anymore. I think this case is about New York. It's about the American brand. It's about what we promised the world in terms of fairness and justice and investing capital in a country that's built the largest economy on earth. Forfeiture, seizing of assets. Is that in our nomenclature in America? Is that what we tell people that want to bring their money here and protect property rights? Forget about Trump. Nothing to do with Trump. You think this is good for business in New York? You think this is good for business in America? To take a law that we used to protect people against buying refrigerators at an overpriced value decades ago and apply it against an individual and then talk about seizing assets like he was in Venezuela or in Cuba? This is a very, very, very bad look for New York. And everybody around the world is watching this. This may be great for the Attorney General, but this is not good for America.
But in terms of the valuation, can you be clear as to why? I mean, why would the properties not be sufficient collateral?
What a great message to send out all around the world. Take a claim where there was no monies lost. There was no fraud here in the context of actually people losing money. Deutsche Bank, who made the loan, was made whole. And let's make a penalty of $500 million against a crime, apparently, where no monies were lost. Great message for New York. Great message for America. Bring your capital because we'll protect your property. I think that was a statement that would be much better made sometime in Venezuela. I'm not kidding. That's a scary, scary message. And by the way, there are no such thing as $500 million bonds.
The marketplace.
There are no $500 million bonds. Never been done before. Never. This law has never been applied. Forget about Trump. Nothing to do with Trump. Everything to do about America and the New York brand. I love this state. My children live here. A horrible message to everybody around the world watching this. Absolutely horrific.
Well, wait, Kevin, but hold on a second. Kevin,
Trump
what
will
would
be
be
gone one day. This
hold on a
Attorney
second.
General will be gone one day. And this
I
is
have
what
a
you want to
wonderful
tell
voice,
people
and
around
it
the
won't
world.
be talked
This
over.
is how we
Kevin
treat money in
O'Leary,
America.
I would like to hear what you have to say, but
America.
And she goes on to claim it's her show, and
nobody cares.
But what he would say, well, this is my country and your country too. I love it. They need to listen. He said, forget Trump.
It has nothing
Forget
to
the
do.
Attorney General. This is
setting.
bad. You can't let politics destroy the state of New York and the city of New York City for future investors.
That's it.
And right at the end, he made a point that really I don't think a lot of people think about. This attorney general will be gone one day. This judge will be gone one day. Trump will be gone one day. This is going to be the precedent you've left.
Yeah.
That people are going to have to try to get foreign investors to come in with this backdrop, to try to get just people to invest in New York. in this backdrop. I mean, used to New York was a favorable place to go and invest. I mean, you built big buildings and you rented them out and made a lot of money, and it was great. But you have things like this. Who wants to risk all that?
Well, what happens when you let your emotions get away from you and you're not thinking clearly? All you're looking at is the short term, and you're going to pay a price in the long term, as you said, Bubba, and they need to listen to him.
Yep.
Speaking of people that are just deranged by just the mention of Trump, here's another video. This is a man on the street. It's a great example of someone who's been brainwashed by the Trump derangement syndrome. Watch and listen to this.
And the guy that's on screen right
Nice
here,
hair.
he's actually the Trump fan.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a little bit of a surprise here. You got three guys is who you're going to hear talking. One guy in the middle has a mic. The black guy is actually the Trump fan, and the white guy is the person with Trump derangement syndrome.
Right.
You remember when Trump had blew up the guy? He had blew him up.
The terrorist.
So
great thing he did.
We get into
It
that.
also
but
caused a lot of problems in Iran.
he did it just like this though. He didn't send other people in there to die.
There was no new wars under Trump.
Yeah, that's the point that I'm saying.
And under Biden, there's been Russia versus Ukraine has broke out again. Israel, Palestine. Why were
Because Trump wants Russia to take over Ukraine.
But why didn't it happen when he was president? Why did it happen under Obama and Biden, but not under Trump?
That's power.
Because Trump is a strong man. Trump will put his foot down and say, "I care about America."
Y'all want a dictator. That's how
we want America first. We want America first.
America first is the old Nazi, the old.
I'm Jewish. You call me a Nazi?
No, I'm.
No. I'm Jewish.
America first was the white nationalists in the 20s.
I'm American nationalist. I care about America. Merton, are you American nationalist?
I care about America.
It's a fascist concept.
So you don't agree with the words "put America first"?
No, I don't agree with
But you-
first.
America.
Yeah,
Right.
you look American.
American is pumping.
Red, white, and blue.
That's right.
What in the world?
You know, they like to quote this thing that the Nazis were a nationalist party, and somehow, you know, the libs love these words. They hang everything up.
They love words.
The Nazis were a socialist party.
Yeah, that's the
That's
the
what
Z
that-
part.
That's the part they're missing out.
Yes.
Socialist.
National Socialist.
Yeah.
My favorite word is the word. The word. Isn't it a beautiful word when you think of it?
So
it's really the state of people who are running this country. It's embarrassing.
It really is.
And we're to blame because the good people didn't get involved.
Right.
And we've let the weirdos move in because the rest of us were too busy working and doing real life things.
Adler
Give
just-
us that definition again.
The
National Socialist German Workers' Party.
Good night.
Yeah.
That is the forerunner that became the Nazi Party.
Yeah. You can't let people who want to be socialists call you a Nazi if you're a capitalist. You just can't. And your constitution.
Well, they're factually wrong.
Yes, they are.
Just one of many things they're wrong about.
Do you know how fascists get their way? By building a giant central government.
This guy who was arguing this, you could tell he thought he was sharp, but he really had his facts all wrong.
Yeah,
he
he
ought to
did. He
just
just regurgitated
say
stuff.
just say I don't like Donald Trump. I think he's a
Fine.
bully. He's a hothead. Whatever. I don't like the way he talks. All
Whatever.
that. Hey, legitimate complaint. Okay, I can see that. Calling him a Nazi because he believes America first is wrong. That's a made-up narrative.
Yep.
It is. Top of the hour. If you're checking out, don't forget you can catch any of the Rick and Bubba show you miss on the daily archives, which can be found on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. Dustin Connell will be with us after the top of the hour break.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hang on to liberty above everything. Don't give up liberty. Don't give up freedom. Don't give up these freedoms that are guaranteed you in the Constitution, period. Because, you could say, hey, look, I'm alive, and then you're living in some tyrannical central government country. Who cares? Better off dead.
Yep.
I that's like these people saying, look, I'd rather go out there because, first of all, I don't think it's one thing to say I'm going to jump into a pool that is filled with, great white sharks that haven't been fed in months.
Right.
As opposed to, I think I'm going to open up my business and, think that maybe, number one, that I won't get COVID-19 at all. Number two, if I get it, it's going to kill me. I mean, both of those are not very high. Getting it is higher than it killing you. but neither one of them are like jumping into a pool. And if you're saying, well, so what? I stayed here and I crept down in my house and I hid under a table and I wore a mask and I sprayed myself, with all this cleansing cream 24/7 to where my skin's coming off. Oh, but by the way, they just took my house today because my business is over. Mm-hmm. Well, then so what? I mean, it's worth the risk to go back and to get back into making a living and saving the economy going forward. It is. I mean, look at this. We're sitting here right now. We can't figure out when the next time you have a football game. Well, at some point, we got to try it.
Well, that was in the news yesterday. Right. There's a lot of folks on Trump's committee to get the economy going again. And I don't know if you saw what the commissioners of the Big Five conferences said or not, but we'll cover that next segment.
Well, I had an email last night. Well, I'll wait till then since we're going to talk about it, because I had an email last night and I thought to myself, did I ever think I would see this email? And it's because what I'm I know the vaccine could change a lot of things and treatment can change a lot of things, but those things are coming, but we hope. But something has got to give to some level here pretty soon. Like I say, when you look at the figures they had the other day were in between 16 million and 17 million jobs are gone. And I know the numbers may be different today. And at that time, there were 25,000 people who had died in a country that has 330-something million people. And when you look at those two numbers, the devastation to the economy and to people's livelihood far outweighs the dangers of death. Top of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll come back and talk about it. Like Bubba said, there was seemed to be some discussion about sporting events. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Six minutes past the hour. Speedy and I, along with Stretch Armstrong, coming to you from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport home studios all across the home state of Sweet Home, Alabama. Feature the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and we welcome back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, I'm glad to be here, honored and privileged to be separating together with you.
Yes, by the way, Bubba, you and I both are laughing. Guys, I don't know if you've seen Eddie Van Adler, whose baby came into the world about a little over 24 hours ago. He says, awake or sleep is something I no longer know. I'm just a shell of a person changing diapers and leading a mouth to a – oh, excuse me. I can't read that.
Yeah, don't read all that.
Yeah, and assisting my wife with nursing. I'll just say that. And of course, Bubba –
Did he misspell? I thought he misspelled that word.
He did. He did misspell it. It's not with two Ds. But anyway, but anyway, you laughed and I
see that just shows that he does not have farm experience.
No, he does not. You're right.
If you knew the farm term, you'd spell it correctly.
You sure could. But anyway, you laughed and I put at the bottom. So as you see, this is a little different than a dog.
Yes.
So all right. So we have callers standing by to start the hour. We will talk about some of the other things, but we talked about the Michigan protest. Is now the people of Michigan, who actually seem to be Americans, are going to push back on this tyrannical governor trying to use fear and a pandemic to grab, government power and to limit people's liberties unnecessarily. And Amy is calling out of Michigan. Amy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good. How are you, Rick and Bubba? I miss you.
Yeah, you guys, if y'all don't know this, Amy and her daughter have made treks to Alabama and sat in the golden ticket seats. By the way, do y'all remember back when we had golden ticket seats? Anybody remember that?
Yeah.
So it's been, you realize how long it's been since we've had people in the golden ticket seats. But anyway, so Amy, you guys live there. So what's going on?
So what's going on is out of 3 of the counties in Michigan, it's like about 75 to 80% of the cases at least. And the rest of us are being shut down to the point where now they've upped the fine to $1,000 if my daughter Erica, is married. She lives like 5 minutes away. If they catch her coming to my house, they can fine me $1,000.
So $1,000. First of all, y'all live in a part of Michigan that is barely even showing any cases. Okay,
Correct. It's agriculture area.
Right. Like a lot of our country, just like in our state. If you don't live in the Birmingham metro area, it's minuscule. You know, I mean, there's a few that are a little bit higher, but.
Pass the gravy, please.
We're back 6 minutes now, past the hour. Thank you for being with us. As a brand new hour has begun from the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama, out to the rest of the world on all sorts of platforms, both live and archived. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, all here today. And welcome back for a brand new hour. Look there. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
There he is. Glad to be here, and thank all of you for tuning in and being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Is it true that Dustin Connell appeared on this program prior to the Red Crest fishing tournament with Major League Fishing and Bass Pro Shops? Is it true that he was here with us with Jacob Wheeler? Is that true?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it also true that he went on to win said tournament and take the $300,000 first prize?
It is.
Coincidence? I think not! Just
where are we going to lunch, Dustin?
Dustin joins us now. Dustin, welcome back to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
What's going on, guys? It's good to be back.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much. It was a great week on Lay Lake.
Yeah, it was. Congratulations. We were talking earlier, if you're headed to work this morning and you're stuck in traffic and maybe your boss is not treating you fair and you love to fish, and gosh, you just heard that Dustin fished for the weekend and won $300,000. Now, it's hard work. Nobody denies that. But, you know, there's a lot of people thinking today that lifestyle could be for me.
Yeah, it was an awesome week. You know, I didn't plan on it going as smoothly as it was, but we're down here at Seaside right now. I took my wife down here. We said, look, I'm checking out for at least a couple of days, so we're down here just enjoying the beach. It's a little cool down here, but yeah, I'm still riding the high. You know, that was an awesome deal being at home and winning that tournament.
The old home lake advantage.
Yes, and I was going to ask you about that. First, I suggest Bud and Alley's for lunch today.
Hey, we went there yesterday. Actually, we sat out on the patio. And went there.
Yeah, Sherry and I we'll sit on that patio. I like to look at the water and eat a grilled either mahi or amberjack sandwich while looking at the water.
Yeah, it tastes better, doesn't it? Dustin, I'm sure you are aware with this win that it puts you over $1.7 million in career winnings on the fishing tour.
Here we go.
That's crazy. Yeah, look, I say this all. I said it on camera whenever I won that tournament. I'm like, dude, I'm just a hometown guy from Clanton. I mean, and when I start thinking about that, I'm like, God, it blows my mind how crazy things have changed, you know. But yeah, you know, having that amount of success and doing all that, I just love bass fishing. I love fishing. I love being outdoors. I don't care. Turkey season's coming up in a week. I absolutely love all of it, you know, and fishing has been dang good to me.
Yeah. Do you ever hit the blue water? Now, I know you're down there chilling with the family right now, but do you like to go out to the blue water?
Crazy fact here. I've only been one time and I got seasick. So like the blue water is totally different from fresh water. I'm telling you, I would get seasick. And funny story, when I did get seasick, I was at the front of the boat at a party board, so you could imagine what happened when the wind was blowing.
Hello, meet Dustin.
Hello. Should have worn
Everybody
goggles.
hated me.
Hey, so
Dustin, I've been at these launches when a lot of these boats go out to fish on early Saturday morning, not just tournaments, but any time. And I tell you, you'd almost get seasick when some of those take off on the lake.
Oh, yeah. They'll have a shotgun start with like 50 boats. And that's what we always used to do, you know, them tournaments. We'd have a 40, 50 boat tournament. Everybody would take off, and it was crazy. A train wreck. They was guys passing each other running 70 and 80. And I'm like, God, but now it's a little more organized. But it's a lot of fun.
I hate to ask this question, and you can say no comment. So when they give you $300,000, does that come in one check, and then does the government come in and say thank you very much, Dustin? How much?
We want to know the nuts and bolts of this, Dustin.
It's probably
personal.
It's none of my business, but I have to at least ask.
I don't even know. I was gonna call our tournament director or our finance lady and say, hey, are y'all sending the check or y'all direct depositing? Because I need to make sure I'm home for either or.
Yeah.
So they gave me a big check, and it was like one of those Happy Gilmore checks, and I was going to sign it and go in and just give it to them like happy.
Yeah.
It won't fit in the tube very well. I'll tell you that.
It won't.
So
That's right.
So back to the Red Crest. So obviously, you got Jacob was sitting there ranked number 1. But do you feel like that you're being so familiar with your home lake that we did mention that obviously that turned out to be an advantage?
Yeah, well, I went into that tournament trying to fish it brand new. Like I said, I grew up fishing Lay Lake, but it's so easy to run off of past history,
Yeah.
And I would run down the river and I would see so many places that I'd caught bass before, and I'm like, I don't need to stop there. They're not doing that now. So, yeah, local advantage, it did come into play. I had a lot of areas that I could have ran to and caught them. But I ran into that one place near Lacusa, and it was like a flood of bass came in there, and I had a collision with them. And I couldn't leave. I did not crank my motor for 6 hours, and they were just swimming to me, and I was like, thank you, Lord.
Mm-hmm. So what were they doing that day? Weather conditions. I'm trying to remember what the weather was like that weekend in Alabama.
Windy.
What started working? I know we had a lot of wind. Yeah, you're right, Speedy. So what worked when you found them? Though you still got to throw what they're interested in. What worked for you?
Real cloudy and rainy that day. So it was cloudy and rainy, low light conditions, and a lot of the bait fish, all the shad was in some of those bays, and I ran into there behind that island in Lacusa, and there was a lot of bait in there, and I seen 2 or 3 big spotted bass blow up on shad in there, and I was like, oh boy, they done moved in here. And I've caught them in there in the past, just not great. And man, it was incredible how many was swimming around, and I was catching them on a little bait. It's called a mooch minnow bait. It looks just like a shad.
Uh-huh.
And I was throwing on a 3/16 ounce head on a spinning rod, and they were smoking it. And I mean, I threw a jerk bait some and spinner bait some, but just trying to match the hatch on the bait fish was my deal. And it was just, that was the area on the lake, and I was lucky enough to roll in there.
Well, and that was something you say was a little bit unexpected because you decided to fish it like you were new to it.
Oh yeah. Man, I've got rock piles and all. You know how it is. You got this one treetop where you catch bass at every time, and I'm running by it, and I'm like, don't stop, don't stop, don't stop.
Did Jacob ask you any advice?
Well, Jacob was saying, how much you going to win by? And I'm like, dude, it ain't that easy out here. And I'm going to tell you, these guys, they are absolute hammers. They can catch them everywhere we go. And it was so much pressure on me to try to do good in this tournament. And, I mean, you could ask my wife. I was having nightmares and dreams about this tournament because it was something I wanted to win so bad.
Mm-hmm.
But that day at the dock, my brother was there and all my family and my wife. I looked over at them. I said, we're going to get it done somehow. I don't know how. I said, I'm going to run from dam to dam 60 miles. We're going to try to get it done. But it was awesome. Jacob, he was pumped up for me. And with him being number 1 angler in the world, it's just cool to finally ship him off a little bit,
Oh yeah, well you got a friendship, but you also got some competitive nature. You got to try to beat your buddy.
You want him to respect you.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, Dustin.
We're very proud for you.
And I know we're doing a podcast with you in April. We'll dive deeper into your life and in this world, but you're on a roll right now. You and Jacob both. So congratulations on your success. I know it comes with a lot of hard work too, and I hope you and your wife have a wonderful time there in Seaside where you get to relax a little bit and enjoy the victory.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Thank y'all for having me, and look forward to talking soon.
All right. Thank you, buddy.
We hope you catch some fish dinners.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He won't be going deep sea fishing. We know that.
No.
Dustin Connell coming off a big victory in the Red Crest 2024 Major League Fishing Bass Pro Shops tournament. Congratulations for winning the $300,000 prize.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Birmingham is the overwhelming part of
line share
of our state's problem, just like it would be in any state that has a metro area. And you live in the rural area, so first of all, the risk is extremely low. Let me tell you what makes it even lower. It's your daughter who lives 5 minutes away that has been quarantined 5 minutes from you, and if they catch her walking from her house to you, they will fine her $1,000 and you $1,000.
Correct. If someone decided to tattle on me, yes. And if
they're
have
out there.
Homes in Michigan. Oh, yeah, I've heard.
Look, Mrs. Kravitz can't wait to watch your daughter walk to your house. Yeah, go ahead.
Amy, I think, didn't you and Erica get caught up in a cancellation when all this started? Y'all were coming to see us again, right?
We sadly did, yes. Our trip had to be canceled, so our husbands didn't get rid of us, but we hope someday we can come visit you again.
Yeah, pardon us. I know we talked over the top of you. Did you say something about you had two houses? Go ahead.
Well, I don't, but many people have two houses in Michigan. One is like a cottage up north, and they've banned anyone from going in between their houses in Michigan. Now, if you live out of state, you can travel to your house in Michigan, but you can pay property tax. And I realize I only rent my property from the government, but you can't use your second home if you have one.
Yeah, well, the point is, if I was living in Michigan and Bubba was living in Michigan, he couldn't go to his lake house and I couldn't go to the farm.
Right. Yeah.
Amy,
exactly
let me ask you this: what's the thought behind that? Why is that?
Tyrannical ignorance.
Well, yes, thank you. The thought I understand is, okay, if you come from Detroit and you've got a home up north, then you could be spreading it to the northern counties up there.
Well, a lot like they did in New York. Okay, well, at least there's some logic to it. I was hoping that there's at least something they're selling with this.
Stop the property taxes for that, time. If you can't use it, then stop the property tax.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's now. Let me tell you that'll never, ever, 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 ever happen. That's the.
Can I dream?
Yeah. Well, that's the problem with taxes. Once you let the government give you one, they don't ever take them back.
Yep. Never.
Yeah.
No,
now,
don't.
when we get a tax break, they always want a clock, put a timer on it so it expires.
Right.
But I've noticed when you have a tax, baby, they're there for the long haul.
Yeah.
This lady's bad. I mean, it is. A lot of people in Michigan don't like her. The conservative side of Michigan doesn't like her at all.
Well, yeah. Well, it looks like they're finally rising up a little bit. See, we have to rise up against tyrannical people. At the federal, at the state, and at the local level. We can't allow these people to exist and get roots, because then we'll have a generation behind us that will say, "Oh, I guess this is what America is," because they don't know any different. That's the problem. Right. You look through Scripture. The problem is when Israel got in trouble is when one generation forgot to tell the other generation who God was and what He did, and because they don't know. So if we don't cling to the America that we want our children and grandchildren to have, even if it kills us, they're not going to know it and they'll never experience it.
Exactly. Well, thank you guys for what you do. I hope I can come and see you. Eric and I can come and see you soon.
Well, we hope so too.
Amy, great to hear from you. All right, y'all be careful up there.
All right, Travis is calling us out of Charleston, and Travis says that we need to be aware of the Illinois governor as well. So, Travis, what's going on there?
Yeah, yesterday my wife got wind that they were going to shut down all non-essentials at like our Walmarts and things like that. And so for us, we haven't even started a garden yet for plants and things like that. They totally have everything wrapped up. You can't even get to them. So we went to a local farm supply store, and got all of our supplies that we needed for plants and stuff like that. But I'm afraid it's going the same way as Michigan.
Well, yeah, it's like when Michigan declared, and she's basically saying the co-op stuff is not essential. So in one place we're saying grocery stores, are dangerous. Mm-hmm. You may need to stay at home as much as possible. Somebody says, okay, well, we'll just start planting and doing a garden. No, you can't do that because that's not essential. That doesn't even make sense. Right. That didn't even make sense.
And we're way down south of Chicago. We're like 200 miles south of Chicago, so we're very rural, just like she was. And I think we've got like 9 cases in our county, or 14, maybe something like that.
Right. Yeah. Well,
Right.
this goes back to, and I know in the beginning we couldn't do that, and I'm totally understand that. Okay. Hindsight's 2020. I'm not going to go that route, but what I am going to say, as we begin to learn, which we are learning, I think the biggest mistake we're making, and the president has alluded to this, in all fairness to him and his administration, we don't need to treat heavy-hearted. Join us now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We're going phone call. Speedy grabbing the phones right now, and this is your opportunity. Lines are available if you move right now. Comment on anything you've already heard on the program. Bring up something new if you want to. All that happening right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Make a note, some things that are going on today. The Wednesday Bible study is back and noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel. And, of course, the archive comes out not long after that, if that's your preference. Also available on the YouTube channel and the podcast channel. And then this Saturday, we just found out, Bubba worked it out, he's going to Huntsville. So Bill Bubba Bussey will be in Huntsville this Saturday, 9 to noon, for the grand opening of the brand new location of Gigaparts in the land of 100.3 The River. Go by and say hello and experience this incredible new location for this company that's been with us for a number of years. All right, let's go.
Speedy's going to be right down the road playing baseball.
Yeah, because his son's playing baseball up there, isn't he? Yeah. So maybe you can see a little baseball. He can see a little Gigapart. Tyler is in Montgomery. If you want to join us, go ahead and dial now. I-92 WLWI. Tyler, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
What's going on, guys? Good morning.
Hey, welcome.
So I wanted to comment on Rick's story about backseat driving.
Oh, yes.
Funny thing is I will say my girlfriend is the better driver in our relationship.
Okay, interesting.
But I am the backseat driver.
Really?
What's funny is she will take the long way around when I simply just say, hey, just take the shorter way around. It saves gas and all this, and no arguments, but I just find it funny how I know back ways and she doesn't.
So you're saying that she always stays on the main roads. Now, let me tell some of you, I got to go on a country road, people, and my brother's one of these people.
Yes.
Y'all think you're making time, but there are times when I'm on the major highways and interstates, and I'm able to go a faster speed, and I'm not behind the logging truck, and I'm actually making better time than you make, even though I'm going a longer distance. Some of that is you just feel like you're making time because you're on some back road. Greg's the same way.
Well,
it isn't always true.
It really depends on traffic.
Yeah.
It does. You don't want to get
Is
behind
it moving or not?
like a septic tank pumper.
Yeah,
or
interesting
something.
that Tyler would say his girlfriend is the better driver and he's the backseat driver. You don't see that a lot.
No, you don't.
Yeah. Phone calls coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG to Sylacauga, Bubba. You gave a shout out earlier.
The Cog.
Bo is standing by. Hello, Bo.
Good morning, guys. Bubba, earlier you were speaking of the Nazi
Yes.
situation.
Yes.
And you said the word came from national something.
Yes.
Anyway, that is incorrect, historically incorrect. The word Nazi is derived from the Ashkenazi. Do you know who are the Ashkenazi? Do you know who they are?
Nope.
You ever heard of Ashkenazi?
Never heard of it.
That's interesting, Bubba.
Do they make hot dogs in Germany? I don't know.
Well, the Ashkenazi, that's part of the world hoax. If you look up ethnicity of Chuck Schumer, it'll say Ashkenazi. Ashkenazi.
Oh, here we go.
And yep. There's 12 tribes of Judah.
Here we go.
And none of them list Ashkenazi.
No, they never did. That's correct.
No, you're right about that, Bo.
Okay.
And they do not go after the same Bible. Their Bible is the Babylonian Talmud.
All right.
So again,
all
by
right.
definition,
Right.
and I'm reading this. Is this from Wikipedia?
Yeah.
I mean,
It is,
it's
yeah.
good on this.
Yeah, this is it.
The Nazi Party, officially the National Socialist
Right.
German Workers' Party.
Well, you don't understand, Bo.
No, I do understand.
Right. What about Chuck Schumer?
I don't care
About
what
Oscar
Chuck
Mayer
Schumer
Wiener.
thinks he is or says he is. Chuck
Right.
Schumer ain't got nothing to do with it.
Right. Well,
Kind of surprising, Bubba.
Right.
Kind of surprised.
Guess you'll also reject the New World Order, won't you?
Yeah, I kind of will.
Bo, thank you always. Bo's called before.
Yeah, Bo, I appreciate your insight there. I just don't follow or agree with it.
Right,
Sorry.
Right.
What's else to say? Huh?
Let's go to
Not
a
the
talk.
Oscar Nazi.
Was that a character on Sesame?
Listen, when y'all threw out, do they make hot dogs?
With a disgusted look on his face when he said it. Oh, I guess they make hot.
I wish I was an Oscar Nazi wing. All right, so let's go.
People don't know it.
My favorite, Greg, is when Bubba's told immediately changed because the guy was doing that thing you hate playing the guest game. For Sunday, we're on a game show.
Yeah.
Okay,
I hate
know what
guess
that is, Bubba? And Bubba goes, nope.
Because he knew what was coming.
Oh, I knew we were in the weeds. I knew
know how
we
much
were
I
off
pay
the
for this
weeds.
car?
Guess. I don't want to guess. Guess how much I've lost.
Do you know?
Take a guess.
I never guess. I don't want to guess.
$8,500.
He didn't look at you like this. Waiting on a response.
Satch, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go right ahead, buddy.
Good morning. This is a TV scenario for you. How do you feel about introducing Flo to Satch?
What is that?
Who
Flo
And
to Satch?
aren't you
introduce-
Satch?
Yes, and introducing Flo to Mayhem.
Are you talking about on the TV commercials?
The
Oh, you talking about
TV
Flo, the
commercials,
progressive
Progressive
lady.
and Allstate.
I got
Let's
Flo.
just-
I got Flo and Mayhem. I didn't get the first two.
I will tell you, you've called the show before.
Oh, Sasquatch.
And 100% amount of the time when I see Satch is on the phones and I hear a female voice, I never expect it. You know, you rarely see a woman who will be nicknamed Satch. Normally it's a dude.
I wish my name was Satch.
I don't know. Maybe
Well,
it's me, Rick. This segment. I appear to be a step behind.
Now-
my obvious lack of knowledge on Oscar Nazis and now this.
And here's the thing that's surprising. We sprung forward, so it's not like this is the real 9:30. It's actually the old 7:30.
Right.
So it really, I don't know how this is happening.
Yeah.
Guess how many tribes?
You guys know how Louis
Drove to Atlanta. Guess how long it took me.
guess.
No, seriously, guess.
You guys know how Louis Armstrong was nicknamed
what's up, paper
Satchmo?
Yeah, the Satchmo.
I always wondered where that came from, but it was because it was short for satchel mouth, like a large bag, and he had a really big mouth, so they called him Satchmo.
Let me tell you, today this
wow.
show's worth every dime.
Yes.
I mean, the things we're learning today.
If
Guess
you ain't
why?
satisfied today, demand a refund.
Right. If you don't think, hey, we're not done, here's a guy who wants to talk about cat litter. Todd, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I didn't mean to change the the thing, but I seen the commercial. Arm & Hammer's come out with cat litter that once your little fluffy takes a pee or a poop, it turns into a ball. And on the commercial, it showed them playing tennis with it.
No,
Now,
I saw that commercial. I couldn't believe what I was seeing,
If I
Todd.
was still in high school, that would be just nothing but a bomb to take to school.
Oh yes.
I know some of you pet people that have them in your homes. You're a different bunch. How anybody would want to handle with their hands a ball that was formed from cat urine or feces, and then play around with it like it's recreation time. I don't understand y'all.
This phone segment.
Yeah.
Have I had a mini stroke, or was there did I travel through time, or
Bubba, if you're in a
there's
time
something
warp,
weird here. I really didn't follow any of this segment
if
at
you're
all.
in a time warp, I'm in it with you. I'm in it with you.
Hey, he let you know.
But you ever heard of that, Bubba? Nope. This gigantic country as if all places are New York and that all places are Detroit, all places are San Francisco, and then go down the list. The fact of the matter is, Morgan Freeman, is that a lot of our country is in the situation you're in, and frankly, those people should not be living the way the metro cities are living. There's no need for that.
Right.
And we're going to have to allow to look and go, all right, this environment right here has got one set of rules. This environment over here has got a little more leeway, and this environment over here, y'all just going back to business. And so we don't destroy the whole place. It's not necessary. And those are those tough decisions that are coming up. So, but to say to an agricultural area, you can't go get what you need to plant, but oh, by the way, try to minimize your trips to the grocery store and stay in your house, that doesn't even make sense. That defies logic.
Yeah, I don't know. I understand the idea of not wanting it to spread, but also the concept of why it is spreading is we have too many people in a dense area.
Right.
That's why these metro areas have been hit. It's because there's so many people in a small area.
Right.
And to me, the healthy ones, if you get them out of there in time and spread out a little bit, you cut the virus's ability to spread.
Well, yeah, and you know what else you would say, Bubba? If you already live in an area where you're not all crowded together, you're probably not at the same risk.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, come on. I mean, this is logic. We'll come back. Bubba said, the murmur campaign has started, and we talked about it again yesterday. We listened to what Fowler was talking about the things he's heard about college football, and then you got the NFL, and you got other sports that are shut down now. When do they start back? And we got some murmur on that. And we'll talk about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. You got Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us. Wheel of Meat could spend at any time. Look for the Wheel of Meat. We have put a couple of rolls of toilet paper on there, too, so rump ribbon for you, possibly today. So be paying attention, as that may happen before we're done today. Certainly it will happen tomorrow if we don't get it done today. All right, so, Bubba, I know you've been wrestling with the rug. Have you got it out of the package where we can actually take a look at it? Yeah.
Look, y'all look at it. Y'all look and tell me what you think, because I can't put it up there. I'm just going to have to hold it.
Okay, all right.
There you go.
Are you going to
hurt yourself?
Rick, now he can't hear us right
now. He can't hear us, can he?
Yeah, no. So when he comes back to with his headphones, ask him to do something else with it.
Okay.
Say
Rick, have you noticed Bubba's hair?
Tell him we can't see it because he's standing.
Yeah, I have. Yeah,
Rick, have you noticed Bubba's hair? It looks kind of like our Aunt Margaret's.
Yes, I would want to say that.
Wow, there it is.
Greg,
gracious,
Greg, you just.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I think you just bothered two people in one comment.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but it's the same style.
He's coming back. Hold on, he's coming back.
I can hear y'all. This ain't about my hair.
No, it just looks like my Aunt Margaret does the front. Just like. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it.
You got
Aunt Margaret's a nice looking lady.
Nice. This is part of the ritual.
She's a fine looking woman.
Hello.
Straight up.
I love you saying I can hear y'all.
Which me talking about somebody's hair is a joke.
It is.
Look, here you go.
Bubba, you don't have any product down there? You got any product you can put in it? Huh?
Oh, there it is.
Look at him.
Yeah, if you got
I want you to bring the spike back.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
That was your best look.
Hey, do me a favor. Comb it the other way. I want to see what it looks like.
Yeah, well, the problem is I don't have the product to do it.
I like that look on that Simply Safe commercial when y'all talk about it and it shows y'all and it's Summer of Bubba and he's got that hair.
Yeah, from about 15 years ago.
All right, Bubba, all right, straight up. I don't mean so you were holding up your little rug.
We couldn't see it.
But you were standing in front of it, so I didn't see the rug at all hardly.
We couldn't even see the rug.
You had to lolook around me and imagine.
Well, I know, but again, I don't know if you've ever tried to look at the sun when there's an eclipse. You can't see it. You know, I mean, so I just.
Well, let me see what I can do to fix it.
Right. Oh, I just laughed so hard my back popped.
Smitty laughed so hard his back popped.
Not again.
Why don't you bring it up and put it in front of you toward the camera? Yeah, bring it up, put it in.
Southwestern look.
Yeah, Bubba, you won't be able to make fun of Helmsley's Don Imus comments anymore. That looks like a rug from Don Imus's house.
Right, yeah, stand behind it. There you go. There you go, Bubba.
I mean, you might as well be in New Mexico.
Yeah. No, Bubba. No, that's bad.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's not a look for you. I mean, that looks like a look that Adler would put behind him, like out in front of his, he'd hanging on his RV, you know, while he's on some camping trip.
Or some dude ranch.
Yeah, Bubba, that's not you. 35 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. So I don't know if all of you out there are like us. We were actually taught the 5 P's. Prior planning prevents poor performance.
Or 6 P's.
Or 6, if you were dealing with our uncles or our dads, our school closing Tony. Preparewithbubba.com. So Rick, what do you mean? What am I preparing for? Well, when it comes to being prepared, that's not a place where you want to say, you know what, I think I'm not going to pay much attention to that. What you don't want is you didn't take the time to get prepared, and then something happens, something big, and then you're like, okay, I'm not prepared for it. I mean, Bubba can speak to this. He's been updating us. Could be tornadoes, and we're in that season. Could be a hurricane. Could be flooding. Could be some of these Arctic blasts we've seen, and hey, now we got issues with pipes that are burst, and we got problems going on here, and a house gets flooded. It could be something as bad as, hey, the economy collapses. Whatever the case may be, you need to be prepared, and preparewithbubba.com can help you. And our friends at My Patriot Supply have the ready hour meals that last up to 25 years in storage. Bubba and I, we've already got us some of these.
Got mine stored.
Yep, we're ready.
Ready.
And you know what? You and I, Bubba, can eat 2,000 calories a day and a variety for 25 years.
That is kind of incredible.
25 years.
Yeah.
So right now, they have a 3-month emergency food kit. 22 food and drink varieties, and as I said, over 2,000 calories a day. 25 years they can be stored and still be ready to eat. And you can get yours right now, and we're going to save you some money, $200 off the 3-month kits, and we also will ship them to you for free. So then you'll be ready. But, it could be something as simple, too, as I like to go hiking. I like to go camping. I like to go hunting. I like to go fishing. I like to have ready-to-eat meals. So go to preparewithbubba.com. We're going to save you $200 off a 3-month food kit and free shipping. And there's a link at rickandbubba.com, too, right there under the sponsors button. Bubba, we're getting to those of us that are followers of Jesus. Here comes a big marker, and that is when we talk about the crucifixion of Christ, paying the price that we could not pay for ourselves, to justify those who repent and leave faith in themselves and place their faith in Christ and believe that they are in need of a Savior and that He is the only Savior that exists. And then we really celebrate when He defeated death and rose from the dead on Easter, when we celebrate that, or whatever you call it, wherever you are. So it is a really big. It's the biggest celebration for the Christian faith all over the world. But it's also a time for us to reflect on how we can be examples of the very Lord and Savior that redeemed us. And that opportunity comes in how we treat those that Jesus called the least of these. Are you denying grace to those that need your grace when I did not deny grace to you? And so that kind of leads us into the discussion of the Jimmy Hale mission, but also we've got missions all over the country that are faith-based, and you can find a rescue mission near you through the City Gate Network, which we have available to you today, and I'll give you that website. But for years, the folks with Jimmy Hale Mission in our city come to see us, and Perrin Carroll's back, Executive Director of the Jimmy Hale Mission. So, Perrin, welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Good morning.
How are
Glad to
you?
Be back. We're doing great.
And I know that Bubba and I will be on vacation next week, and this year, we celebrate the crucifixion and the resurrection at the end of March.
Yeah,
so
early this year.
It's here quick this year.
It is.
And so talk a little bit about how, this what we're remembering also reminds us about what you guys are doing.
Well, Rick, you talk about the ultimate preparation. We exist to prepare people not just for life, but for the ultimate preparation of the afterlife.
Mm-hmm.
And Jimmy Hale Mission has been doing that for 80 years, and we've been blessed by the community to be able to do that and be the hands and feet of Christ.
When you think about, this is where I think I make a mistake sometimes when we interview you guys every year, and I want to try to go back this year and maybe not make that mistake, and that is assuming that everybody listening even knows what we're talking about. That they understand the services that you provide and the other rescue missions that are faith-based. And the truth is, a lot of people don't.
Yeah.
So let's talk about some of the services that you guys actually provide.
True. Most people that visit, we call it the I had no idea tour.
Yeah.
Because invariably, as you're walking through campus and seeing what we do, people say, I had no idea. I had no idea. But really, to bring someone from a survival mode on the street back to being a stable, contributing member of the community, it takes a lot. So our program focuses on physical, mental, relational, vocational, and the cornerstone, spiritual health. We have learning centers in every one of our campuses. We teach GED. We teach short-term work certificates through junior colleges and really get people back to life so that they can recover sometimes from trauma that they've received in life from others, sometimes trauma from bad decisions that they've brought on themselves. But either way, we're all forgiven in Christ. And so we're all there and eligible for that new birth and new life.
And you guys have been at it for a while. Matter of fact, you're celebrating an anniversary this year.
How about
right?
80 years of incredible service, and I'm just so honored to be a part of that.
So, so this goes back to 1944, and we had the awkward time, and thankfully Adler hasn't done it to you. But when Tony Cooper used to be here, who's retired now, there was the day that Adler thought he was Jimmy Hale. So
I said that once.
That happens all the time, even still. Tony's still around and helping us, and and we love that. But occasionally, someone will still call him Jimmy Hale.
It's nice to have Jenny Hale with us today.
Or Jesse.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, if you just said Jesse, by the way, you'd own the room just then. But anyway, so when we talk about what's significant, obviously the message of Easter is significant. We talked about that. But is there more needs right now when you get to these big holidays? You and I were talking about, let's face it, right now we're living in difficult times. And I know there's always been difficult times since the fall of mankind, but we are definitely in one now.
Yes, we are.
So what you guys are doing, unfortunately, probably the needs are as great as they've ever been since you've been part of this.
The needs they're rising. We see rising numbers here in our area and across the country. Homelessness is up about 12% because those people that are struggling to make ends meet, that are right on the bubble, they're hit the hardest when interest rates go up, when gas prices go up, food prices and housing. They're the first to fall. And so we do see an increased number of both individuals and families. And that really breaks my heart to see families put out of a house, struggling to keep their family unit together and to try to get back on their feet. And that's why missions are here.
And you guys have had an amazing track record in accomplishing that, right?
Well, with God's help.
Sure.
It's all the glory to God for what he does through those at the mission.
I'm guessing that if the price of everything has gone up for every person, the price has gone up for the missions. Mm-hmm. You provide a lot of food and a lot of service, and I'm going to guess that all that costs more now.
It does cost more. Costs are up significantly, and we made a commitment from the very beginning that our services would always be free to those in need, and we can only do that with the community's help. So we appreciate the generosity of those who help us help those that need it the most.
And that is crucial, what you just heard, because that's not always the case.
Right.
What they're trying to do is say, let's let all of us who have more than enough provide the services to those who need it, and cost not be an obstacle. And so you guys take the money that's donated, and boy, it goes a long way.
It is. We are excellent stewards of money. We have total transparency. You can go right to our website and to the website of most missions around the country and look at their 990 tax return and look at the audit that we have every year for our finances, so people know that their hard-earned money is being stewarded carefully. And like you said in the beginning, when you do for the least of these, you do unto me.
He made that pretty clear, and he's been gracious to all of us that are redeemed, and we're not supposed to deny that grace to others. So in closing, I'm out there, I'm listening, I'll give you the websites. How can people get involved? What do they need to do, or how can they get involved?
Well, you hit on it. Help us financially. We do need that. It takes money to buy food and electricity, et cetera, to build programs. Volunteer. Come down and volunteer. A smiling face serving a meal or sitting down with someone to let them know that someone cares about them goes way longer than you think. And then, pray for us.
Mm-hmm.
We do need and want your prayers as well.
JimmyHaleMission.com if you want to help the rescue mission in the Birmingham area and in Alabama that serves people all over. You can also find a rescue mission near you if you'd rather. Go to the Citygate Network, and it's citygatenetwork.org, and you can put in your zip code and they can help you. So if you want to find out more, JimmyHaleMission.com, or look for the Citygate website, citygatenetwork.org, and they can help you as well. So, Perrin, thanks for all you guys have done, but thank you for what you continue to do.
Thank you, and joyous Easter to everyone. He is risen.
Amen. And so there's no one without hope.
That's exactly right.
Jesus said, in this world you'll face tribulation, but he's overcome it because of the grace and mercy that only he can provide for all of us. We'll come back 14 minutes to the top of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Thank you for being with us today.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, that's if you wanted to put that around Clint Eastwood's shoulders and half a cigar in your mouth, maybe. But I don't. Yeah,
y'all, he really likes it. I think it's going to be up tomorrow.
Bubba, it's your place, but I got to tell you, I'm a thumbs down on it. Yeah, that's...
Thanks, 10 Bears.
Bubba, 10 Bears.
Bubba, 10 Bears.
Yeah, if y'all tried to wrestle a giant rug in a closet.
Yeah, Bubba, it's a little Southwest Arizona for us.
Yeah, it's got a San Antonio feel to it.
It's
San Antonio.
It's just not you. No,
you don't think that's me?
No, that's not you.
No, you're hurting his feelings.
Well, look, he's done took it out of the pack now.
I know. He's in.
Yeah, it ain't going back.
Right. Yeah, better find something to do with it now.
Look at him.
I don't know. Do I need to split the panels up a little bit? Leave a little
there's
more
nothing wrong
paint
with
in
it.
between them.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Wow, that really bothered you. What
it looks
they
fine.
said.
It looks fine.
No, I'm asking y'all. Just from.
How about go get a Velvet Elvis painting?
Yeah,
Put it up there.
They look good in person, but on TV it does just look like a big spot of black.
Yeah, well, don't forget too. You've been able to key things behind you. It really
right.
I mean, you could key the studio in here behind you and be done with all.
Yeah,
this.
just be sitting at your seat over there.
Yeah. I mean, I know you look. They put you on the GlennBeck.com list. I got it, but I mean, it's just
that has nothing to do with it. I just want it to be. We're trying to do what a lot of people on network TV will not do, and that is make it better.
Right. Yeah. I don't think that rug is necessary, and if you're going to do a rug, not that rug.
There you go, right there.
Yeah.
Now, Greg, I just emailed you 2 pictures. All right, one.
Yeah, but it's going to make my ears disappear and all that. I don't have the setup.
I know, but I just love to see you mess with it.
Right.
I don't know how to get the picture to it.
Yeah, you did it. Do it
Speedy,
again.
don't do that.
You don't enjoy messing with him?
Save the picture to your desktop.
I ain't even seen the picture. I don't even
see it. When you do the little plus,
this is what I want.
I know. I made a
mission accomplished.
I can't save that. How am I say?
All right, so get your picture and click on it and grab it and then just let go of it on desktop and it'll go there.
What picture?
That I emailed you. I emailed you 2 of them.
Well, I can't go to email.
Why?
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on in, Coach.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with what I got. That's just we on. That's just we.
I need to paint the background.
There you go,
green, I guess.
Bubba. You look good right there, just
That's
like
perfect.
that. Just like that.
Yeah, take that, GlennBeck.com.
Yeah, make fun of that.
Rick, look, it's like me normal. Look.
Right. If you'll just eat right there, we got you. It's almost like you're here. That's so funny.
Hey, that's right, Rick.
It's like nothing's changed.
Yeah.
Hey, serious business. When y'all coming back here?
You miss the stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Speedy and I and Stretch, there's only so much we can do. We just kind of hang out. I'll tell you one thing: the kitchen is spotless.
It is.
You know how long it takes to clean the kitchen every day? About 30 seconds.
Yeah.
There's just not a whole lot going on in there. Adult kitchen's lonely, and I can't tell you the last time that Speedy and I went in there.
I can't figure this out.
And you feel bad for Stretch because usually as a team we're in there tearing somebody apart, and so now Speedy and I just go in there and make fun of him every day.
We do.
That's all we got.
I mean, that's it.
Right.
That's it.
So there we go.
Yeah, but we do miss the hanging out part. We're all in there shooting the bull in the kitchen, holding court with Greg.
Greg, they say absence makes the heart grow fonder. Still not there yet, but it's
not there. Well, that means long enough absence.
Yeah. Hey,
maybe a couple more weeks.
We'll see you April 30th, okay?
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
a couple more weeks, maybe.
Yeah. So I guess if I don't know when it all gets turned back on.
I don't either.
Right. But even if it gets turned back on, that don't mean all that means is they turned it back on, and we're going to see what happens.
This will be classic Rick and Bubba luck. Is that we will have made it through all of the height of the pandemic or whatever, and then it'll be on its way back down, and we'll all get back together, and somebody will get
all
it.
6 of us will go down.
Yeah, that's what'll happen.
Look, I'm just going to tell you, all of you, and I've said this before, I think I've already had it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I can't wait
do.
for that.
I think I had
Rick,
it.
that's your wishful thinking because you always want to get it over with.
Right. Y'all had to talk me down from just going out there and getting it. I just want to go out there and get it, and let's just be done with it, and just see how it goes.
You want to refuse to wash your hands.
Right.
I touch every surface you can touch.
Look, let me go ahead and have it so I can get back to my life.
There you go.
Because then you become a superhero in society if you really have the antibodies. You're Here we go, 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Speedy is here. The real Greg Burgess is here. Adler is here. Bubba and I hanging out, working through the stories of the day, interviewing some great guests, chatting with you by phone, and we thank you for being with us today. Bubba, let's take a look-see over to the royal family. Now, you and I, this is one of our favorite topics. There's people out there that are really into the royals. I do find it odd that we had a revolution against King George, and then we obsess over the royal family as
well, they're cousins.
Yeah,
Rick,
right. Yeah.
What can you say?
But anyway, I don't follow the royal family, but I enjoy the fact that people do and their obsession with the royal family.
Yeah, I like watching the people who are obsessed with the royal family.
Yes,
and we've got this Kate Gate. Kate Gate after the mysterious photoshopped picture came out and everybody picked it apart, and she was in the hospital and they're not talking about what she had done. And
William may have something on the side.
Yeah, you got that going on.
As Greg unfortunately said while taking a pop off the coffee, I tell you what, these he and his daddy, they have a hankering for ugly women.
Yeah,
nice. And that was a straightforward comment. There's no proof that William's done anything.
Yeah,
people are just saying that this hospitalization
she doesn't appear to be an upgrade or anything.
Yeah,
they're a threat to step back.
Yeah, I know.
People just saying this hospitalization is odd. The royal family's not very forthcoming. Doesn't look like she had a lot of visitors. And then to make everybody really freak out, in an attempt to let everybody know that she's okay, they put out a Photoshop picture, and that immediately made people think she's not okay.
Right.
Yep. And so that's kind of where we are?
Well, that's where we are, and then someone claims they took video of her out shopping, and then that got a lot of conspiracy theorists going, well, that's a body double. They're not even out there, which, the Royals, they're regretting the doctoring of the photo. So I know they probably won't send a body double out now, even though the conspiracy theorists say they got the body doubles out and about. But then I heard an episode on Jesse Waters last night where they were interviewing a reporter that said the royal family did come out and say that her appearances would be held back and she wouldn't come forward until April after her abdominal surgery. So there's so much confusion out there on what's real and what's not real.
Well, video 12, what we call it here, what somebody's going to point out on this body double, they're saying, would a woman who the royals say won't even be making appearances till after Easter because of the seriousness of the abdominal surgery, would she be walking around carrying a heavy bag? If she just had surgery?
Well, no, this is not her.
Okay,
this is not her.
And
clearly,
and some people are saying this video that was cut here, it's not even current. It was cut back before Christmas. You hear all kinds of people saying stuff.
Y'all, that is not her. I'm freezing it right here. This is kind of the best look you get.
What do you mean that ain't her?
That's not her. Clearly not her. And the palace isn't saying anything. They're not like, that's not her.
Remember when I said I like people who
How would
do?
they say it?
Well, why would they say that's not her?
That doesn't even. I don't. Is that
doesn't look
him?
like her.
That's
Do you
supposed to
think
be
that's
him and her. And people are claiming it is. But I don't think it is.
No. I think y'all.
I don't think she'd be carrying that bag. I go back to that.
They would have more security around them if that was them.
Right.
I don't think it's either one of them.
No.
So why isn't the palace coming out and being like, hey, guys, she's still in hiding. She's having
She's not in
problems.
hiding. She's recovering.
We're still hiding her. We're working on her body double. This is not the body double. Why won't the palace come out and say that?
Right. So Adler, we see where you are. You think something's up.
Yes, something's up. She
Well,
hasn't
he's a
been
royal
seen.
watcher.
She hasn't been seen in months.
They said she wouldn't be seen till after Easter.
Not initially.
Right.
I love his conspiracy voice.
What does that
Yeah,
mean?
where are you on? Where are you on the fact that you didn't see William visit her a lot? The hospital.
Something's up, y'all.
Something's up.
She found out about the mistress. They got in a fight.
You
Something
shouldn't
happened.
say
back to
things
that.
that you don't know.
He pushed her down. He pushed her.
Hey,
I made that part.
Did you throw that in?
Adler.
I made that part.
Can
up.
you not just think that they're happily married and she's just had surgery and the recovery is taking about the time they said it would?
Why are they being so weird about it?
Well, you probably, because of the circus that would follow
They're weird.
Prince William around,
Yep.
who could be king of England any day, let's be honest, they probably bring him in very secretively. They don't want to create a buzz.
That's what I would think.
And they have been very successful at it. I guess if the if the bird dog media didn't see it, they assume it didn't happen.
But why would they have to be secret about a husband visiting the wife?
It's not. It's just all the photographers that follow them around and want pictures. He's probably trying to just let her rest and visit her and not make a big deal out of it.
Well, Bubba.
Now they did admit that this was a Photoshop picture, and one of the things that I noticed that we never picked up on, why is there an adult hand that wouldn't even be fit to her body since her hand's around the daughter? That doesn't look like the son's other hand. It's so much larger than the other hand, it seems like.
I mean, there's a lot of Photoshop problems here.
Yeah,
This
I think if the
hair-
Royals were just being honest, that they regret this picture of
Yeah.
sending
They
it
do.
out. They're like, we should never have done
Because
that.
that just fed people like Adler.
Yeah, I was tore up about it.
Yeah, I'm tore up about it. Where is Kate?
Why don't they just simply tell us? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, something's up.
Where is Kate, and is she great?
It's Kate Gate.
It's Kate Gate. The amount of photoshopping on this picture is just crazy. Like the kid's
It doesn't help
sleeve
for them to do this.
and the
by
kid's
way.
hair and her zipper. Her hand is out of focus while the kid's sweater is all sharp. I mean,
Who would have noticed that?
Clear, this is two different hands.
and what's going on with the hands?
Rick's
Thank
got
you.
his pointer out, y'all.
Pointer's out.
Thank you, Rick. I'm
Pointer's
glad
out.
we agree about this.
Well, I don't agree that I don't know what's going on, but I do say that here's what I'll say without any reservation. The Photoshop photo was a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was a bad idea.
Yeah.
That just feeds the frenzy.
That's why, and then just as me,
And the
kinda
Royals
not
will make
really
bad
knowing a whole
decisions.
lot of what I'm talking about. If they're regretting the photo, which they are, then they surely wouldn't send body doubles out. Going, okay, let's just make it worse. You know what I mean? So
You ever been around?
I don't know.
You ever seen some of the Royals' strategy?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It can be bad.
I don't follow the Royals, so maybe I'm speaking out of turn here,
Well,
but I don't know.
I think the whole world is really waiting on William and Kate to take charge because it seems like it'll clean up a mess, don't y'all think?
Well, unless they've got their own mess.
Well, that's the
And
problem.
That's where
Unless
Adler is.
William's got his own messes to clean up.
Okay.
Hey, Adler.
Are you in the camp of she's too good for him?
I don't know what's going on.
So Adler, this TMZ footage here of these body, the Royals aren't saying this is them. That's just somebody claiming that's them.
Somebody said.
But they're not saying it's not them. They're letting it fuel the fire and fan the flames.
Fan him.
There you go.
The flames have been fanned.
There's our Kate Gate.
boy.
There it is. Kate Gate update.
Oh, that's good. Let's keep doing it.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good day. You got more Rick and Bubba. Hang in there. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, I'm unstoppable now. Look at me. I'm going all kinds of places.
So you're talking about you wish there was a store where you could just go up and go, hey, go ahead and give it to me.
Yeah, I'd rather just get it and then let's see how it goes, and then I get to the other side of it, and then I'm done.
Rick wants to go to a coronavirus party.
Right. You know,
Like
I'm
they have
the
chicken
guy.
pox party.
You remember I said this on the air. When it's time to go to the doctor and they want to, and you know this is the day they want to check your prostate, let's don't even talk. As soon as you come in, let's check it, and then we get to the heart and get to the blood pressure, all that. We're all worried about that, so let's get it over with. Let's just do it right now.
Yeah,
and then let's get to the other side of it and be done with it. Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We enjoyed that solo, Rick.
Thank you, buddy. How about the
See, it's funny. We can't hear the music when you
at
do
all.
that, so it is funny just hearing you sing.
Yep. That's
It's kind of like the golden ticket seats when we're all there singing.
Well, it's also the YouTube experience. So,
Yep.
so there's a lot of folks that get that experience now.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So, and what's funny, another thing, I didn't even know this because of all the different rights. And again, this is a decision we've made, kind of like these tough decisions we're going to talk about today, our country's having to make. Not near as important, but as far as the show is concerned, you got to make decisions. And we've made the decision that we would like to keep YouTube available for the thousands of you that watch us on YouTube. And in order to do that, just so y'all know, there's been some things we've had to just, some spoons of medicine we've just had to take until they come up with a license that we can buy. It's either do the things we're doing on YouTube or y'all don't get to watch. It
get flagged all the time.
It's one or the other. So YouTube also has their own national anthem. So I really need to think about. I guess I need to stop saying who sings the national anthem because a woman emailed me. Was it yesterday? No, it was the day before, I think. And she said, "Well, I thought you'd hit a wrong button. You said so and so was doing the national anthem, and then I heard a trumpet play the national anthem, and I thought, well, Rick's hit the wrong button, and you never acknowledged it when you came back." I said, well, I didn't acknowledge it because I didn't know. And I said, we actually were hearing a national anthem on the radio and on the podcast. So, but these things are necessary because we kind of think national anthem and bed music probably don't outweigh ability to be part of the show. So we want you guys to be there, and right now we have to play the game to keep the YouTube going. If they ever present to us a license where we can do like we do with radio, and undoubtedly on the podcast archives, where we can say we pay for the rights to these songs like we do on radio. If they ever come up with that on YouTube, we'll certainly do it. But until then, we have to do it this way, or you don't have the show, and it's really that simple.
There's kind of the wrap up of where we are.
Yeah, there it is. And and we got these kind of situations with the country today. So big press conference yesterday, a biggie. And
big conference. We'll try to break some of that down.
Ooh.
It's still a little vague.
It is. It is.
It's going to be left up to governors, and we'll anxiously be awaiting to see how that plays out. But I'm gonna guess that May the 1st, we're going to see most people try to go back to work.
Yep.
We're going to have to be very careful the way we do it, and and understand there's probably going to be a spike in these infections, and we're going to have issues with it, but we just got to be able to deal with it and deal with it quickly and try to get back to some degree of normalcy. Although I'm looking forward to maybe a new normal, which might be good.
Yeah.
I mean, not in a communist socialist way,
right.
but in a, hey, let's be better folks and make some changes that we were kind of getting away from a little bit.
So yeah, when I was laughing and I was sending out to you guys on the group text yesterday, I wish if we could set up the dream team, it would be that Trump does these things. He goes into the meetings and he gets deals done. He certainly can do State of the Union when there's actually a speech written out for him, and he can certainly do all the rallies he wants to do. But when it comes to stuff like this, just walk out and say, "Here's Mike Pence," and then you just go stand behind him and nod. and let Mike explain to us what's going on, and then let Mike bring the doctors on and kind of handle that part. When Trump gets up there and gets to rambling and shooting from the hip and saying beautiful and tremendous and phenomenal and you
Best ever.
Yeah, right. But what the one I laughed at when he said to the governors, "You're going to call your own shots." What that means is somebody finally showed him the Constitution.
Well, you know what? I heard a great debate by the great one, Mark Levin, last night, and he said absolutely Trump has the authority, and he quoted line in the Constitution. We'll have to talk about that.
Yeah, it was
pretty interesting.
Is that the national emergency changes?
Well, it basically comes out of the Commerce Clause. Commerce trumps everything else.
Well, we talked to Gary Palmer about that a little bit yesterday, didn't we? Yeah. So we'll break it down a little bit what he said. He went into a pretty long diatribe on it. You know, Mark likes to do it that way. And quite frankly, I wish he was on here this morning doing it for us. Yeah, because I mean he knows the Constitution. Here we go. 6 minutes past. Big Boy Studio. What's going on? And my people, all God's people. So today, the Wednesday Bible study back, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. Look for the archive if that's a better option for you on the YouTube channel or the podcast channel. Not long after the Bible study ends every day on Wednesdays. Somebody scream. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for a mere 5 hours each and every day. Thank you very much.
I understand, Bubba, that the term "don't worry, be happy." Americans not as happy as they normally are.
Well,
we've got a happy countdown or something.
Yeah, it's one of these. It's one of these surveys that I love that come out each year. It's reported by and published by the United Nations. It's called the World Happiness Report.
Mm-hmm.
And it shows this year that the U.S. has plunged 8 more places from 15th to 23rd in the world. This is the lowest ranking since the report began, which covers 140 countries, and it was launched in 2012.
I'd like to know who's the number one place.
And how about this? The record high for the U.S. was only 11th. So that tells you a little bit about the survey.
Why are so many people trying to get in?
Yeah, I started to say too. It's it is
Maybe
odd that people are not acting like this report reports.
Well, let me ask you this: if you went to the report, you probably can't interview illegals. So you're probably interviewing people that the illegals are ruining their lives, and they're not happy.
Finland. Finland ranked as the happiest nation for the 7th year in a row.
Okay. All right.
Finland.
Okay, Finland.
Then Denmark.
Yeah, I knew Denmark
Then
was up there.
Iceland. Then Sweden. 5th is Israel. Okay. 6th, the Netherlands, Norway, Luxembourg, Switzerland, Australia, New Zealand, Costa Rica is 12, Kuwait 13, Austria 14, Canada 15, Belgium 16, Ireland 17, some country I've never heard of 18, Lithuania 19, the UK is 20, Slovenia is 21. Y'all are shocked. I knew that one.
Yeah.
That boy.
22, UAE, and 23 is the U.S.
Wow.
24, Germany. 25, Mexico. 26, Uruguay. 27 was France. 28, Saudi Arabia. And 29, Kosovo. And that's probably as far as we need to go.
Right. We can't get number 30?
Well, it's on a different page.
Oh, okay.
Hang on. I'm going to tell you. Okay. 30, Singapore.
Okay.
Okay.
So, do they list their criteria, what they determine makes people happy?
Well, Rick, I promise you it's something that only a good communist would love.
Sure.
The score, ranking on a score out of 10 are based on 3-year average of each population's average assessment of the quality of their life. Does that tell you anything?
It sounds like countries that don't have many people and have a lot of distance between them and their neighbors seem to be the happiest.
Yeah, and the ones that don't have to spend a lot of money defending themselves, because a lot of these down here at 25 on up are doing it for them.
Well, and there's Bubba.
And the state of the economy could add to why people are so unhappy. Because the last couple of years, can you name one thing? I asked Greg this in the kickoff hour, and he just stared at me. One thing the Biden administration has done that you go, okay, that's a win. That's good for the country.
That was a game.
Yeah,
one thing, and since he's been in office.
I really can't think of much. I can't think of anything.
You don't want to say
opening the border and let everybody just flood in.
Right.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
That was sharp.
Running up the cost of inflation by squeezing our energy production and trying to make it green when it's not economically viable. That has been a real dagger in everybody's heart.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I think, most people get unhappy if they feel like that the people running the country are taking what would make them happy and they keep ruining it.
Yeah, I think that's a big step right there.
That's
Rick.
back to the left ruins everything they touch.
Yep.
Everything. And so it's...
well, here's the question. Are people running over the border into Finland? What's an average day like in Finland? Does anybody know?
I think their border's actually secure.
Might be.
Yeah, well, I bet it is.
What do you do there other than snow ski?
Yeah. They're in Norway.
Is the food any count?
I wonder what kind of Finnish food.
You don't see many restaurants popping up with a Finnish theme.
No, you haven't.
Do they have a Finnish theme?
Come here for Nordic food. You don't see that a lot, do you?
What is?
The Finnish border guard patrols their border, and
they don't just let anybody
and
in.
they don't let just anybody in. It's the craziest thing ever.
Does that make them mean or smart?
I think smart.
That's what I thought.
Well, they're happy, evidently.
Why does it make us mean?
Just a metric of how Biden is doing. The Biden administration has overseen a record-breaking 11 U.S. embassy evacuations. We've had to evacuate 11 U.S. embassies during his term. That is a record. Obviously, a bad one, but that's Biden.
Hey guys, let's look at Finland here.
Okay.
Finland attracts tourists from all over the world with its high standards of living. Finland will accept expatriates from other countries.
Expatriates?
Yeah, well, expats. If you leave your country, you give up your citizenship and move.
I got you. Okay.
Let's see. Just trying to find here what the big deal is there.
All right, main income, manufacturing. So that's where it's all going.
Why should you live in Finland? Free education for all. Salaries are high. Of course, the Great Lakes and all that.
Yeah, it says they have big, expansive forest and nice lakes and all that kind of stuff.
It says what they're known for. You said it: breathtaking lakes, spectacular northern lights. Bubba, you like that? Soothing saunas. Greg needs that.
Yeah.
The midnight sun. Exciting outdoor activities. Extreme love for coffee. Mind-blowing architecture. World-class education.
The Finnish job market is known for its focus on technology, education, healthcare, and engineering. Remote work has also been gaining popularity in the country. The Finnish work culture values punctuality.
I'd like that.
Life-work balances and offers a flexible working environment. Now, we have to keep in mind, too, remember, they're also having to beef up their security right now because they are on the border with the Soviet Union, the old Russia, the old Soviet Union.
Finnish society is permeated by a sense of trust, freedom, and a high level of autonomy, and they also have low levels of corruption.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying low crime. Do you know the states that most resemble Finland? Northeastern Minnesota, northern Wisconsin, and upper peninsula of Michigan.
Cost of living fairly high, however, more affordable than United Kingdom, Ireland, Sweden, and Norway.
This is a new segment called Get to Know Finland.
Hold on now. Healthcare is not free in Finland.
Good. That usually means it's pretty good. So education is, medical care isn't. Yeah, but and I know there's more to life than what restaurant we're going to.
Taxes are very high there, by the way.
Yeah, of course they are.
Yeah.
But you never hear anybody saying, "What do y'all think for lunch? We want to maybe hit some Finnish food. Is there a Finnish restaurant we can go to?" You hear Mexican, you hear Chinese, you hear Japanese, you hear meat and three, Southern cooking. you just never hear those restaurants popping up with a Finland theme.
This is, and again, you got to remember who's putting this together. They say advantages. Here's a list of advantages living in Finland: universal health care. Okay, we knew that was coming. Excellent quality of state education system, an accessible public transit system throughout the country. That's something here in the U.S. we don't like. We like to get in our car and drive. High level of security. So if you have a high level of security, you do have a lot of policing going on, right?
Probably.
I guess. High level of purchasing power. Culture of, does this say saunas? What is that?
Sauna's what I say.
Yeah,
they're really
Is that
big
what
on the
they got some
culture
good
of
saunas?
They're big
Yeah.
on this sauna
They
thing.
like to detox.
The opportunity to observe the northern lights. And I like that part.
Oh, yeah, that's
They
good.
eat a lot of fish, according to this.
A lot of fish.
What do you know? What's important
They
to
said
the Finland people?
Finnish is quite difficult to learn as a language, so get ready
Yeah.
for the cons of living in Finland. Language barrier.
Oh, it's not very warm there.
In the culture of Finland, people appreciate and make important punctuality, good manners, and practicality.
You know, I have a feeling this
Greg, do you
list
have
was
any
put
facts?
together by socialists/communists
Well,
because
yeah.
they always point to these countries that are heavy socialist.
But you know what they never tell you? Finland does not have 340 million people.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
A lot
it
of
doesn't
the-
have a diversity of citizens either. And at a moment's notice, without our defense, they could be part of Russia.
Yeah, right. You got to remember that. You know. All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Forward and backward.
He is a great constitutional lawyer.
Yeah.
He's worked in the White House. I mean, he knows his stuff, and he is a true conservative and a hero in my book.
Yeah, no doubt. So we'll talk about that, and we'll talk about the things that we're learning. And again, the things we can't do. Talking about we can't. This thing of not being able to critically think about anything. We got to stop all these things you can't say. I mean, you know, we've been talking about that for years. But even when it comes to learning about a novel coronavirus that we didn't know about, but we are learning about it, and it's okay to say, well, we've learned this and this. You can do that.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. And now 21 minutes past. All right, so, guys, we welcome everybody back in. Greg, welcome in. Helmsy, welcome in. Guys, hope you guys are doing great from your little home studios there. And we all saw the press conference yesterday. Also, don't forget on Rick and Bubba University this weekend, the podcast, we talked to Congressman Gary Palmer, and we really unpacked this whole unprecedented time that we have in, and talking to a congressman who is involved in all this as well. And, of course, he said very plainly in the podcast he thinks Congress should be in session. If you're a high-risk person, stay at home, but the rest of them should be at work. And he said Nancy Pelosi needs to come out of her her mansion up on the hill eating ice cream and get back to work. But anyway, so you'll hear, which I thought, Bubba, was a great conversation with Gary Palmer this week.
Yeah, I thought it was very informative. Gary has been a good friend of ours for many years, and he's doing a great job in Congress. He knows the challenges they face, and I put him under that category, one of the good guys. So we talked to him from his home, and he was very open and honest about a lot of things going on. And I think you will enjoy this week's podcast. It's very timely.
All right, so let's get into the press conference yesterday. Start unpacking all the things we need to know, and there's it's the phase, the three phases of your state. Getting back to what will be a new normal.
You have a gate first, Rick. You have a gate you have to get through,
right,
and then three phases.
All right, now I hate to ask the uncomfortable question, because none of us want to live in a police state. None of us. Right. And frankly, I would rather die from it than for my children and grandchildren not to have liberty and freedom. I'd rather die a free person than not to die but not being free.
As our forefathers quoted.
Yeah, and so, but here's the thing: how does anyone police say? Let's take our state of Alabama. All of a sudden, we start going back to normal. We don't say anything, and we say, well, we've achieved the gate. So who's the person that I hand my gate paper into to get through gate 1?
I think that is going to fall largely on the governor,
Right.
Rick, to decide that their state has met the qualification to get through the gate to start phase 1, which, and I'm sure everybody has heard this rundown. Basically, people who are high risk should still shelter in place.
Yeah.
Socializing groups less than 10. Non-essential travel minimized, working from home where possible. School and youth activities will remain closed. Large public venues such as movie theaters, restaurants, sporting venues, and places of worship can operate under strict social distancing rules. Elective surgeries can resume and gyms can reopen if they also follow strict social distancing. So that's what we're shooting for. Get through the gate and get to phase 1.
Phase 1, and I think on the elective surgery it says outpatient only in phase 1. When you go to phase 2, you can do in and out.
Okay, well, I just have it listed as elective surgeries can resume on my graphic, so I apologize if that's not totally correct.
No, it is. It's basically correct. I just remember catching that yesterday when Burks was up there. I was like, okay, because when it came up again in phase 2, I'm like, why are they saying that again? Oh, I see. They've added in and out. So
I think phase 2 is where the world is going more normal. That would be non-essential travel can resume. School and youth activities can reopen. That would be schools. All vulnerable people should continue to shelter in place. Gatherings of 50 or more should be avoided. So we're up to 50 then. People are encouraged to still work from home if possible. Large venues can operate under moderate social distancing rules.
$22 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today as we run through the headlines and the stories today from within the show out to the ends of the earth. So we continue. Bubba, next, a couple of things that we can view. Adler refers to these video and audio segments as cool inventions you might wear. What are you saying? What is this? These are cool inventions that you might wear on your body?
Yeah, just cool inventions you can put on your back.
You can put. Why is it we talking about back so much here?
Yeah, a lot of back.
We got a lot of back problems. Is yours hurting really bad?
Back is killing me.
Greg, how's yours?
That's terrible.
Okay.
Oh, it's miserable. Do y'all want to see the? I thought this would be a good backpack for Bubba.
Okay, because Bubba's a backpack guy.
Yeah, I'm a backpack guy too.
Yep.
And this is called the Hover Glide.
Oh.
Okay.
And it's a backpack that's basically on elastic bands and rails on your back, so that when you jump around, it stays put.
Oh.
Bubba, I'm not a backpack guy. Is that something you looking for there? Would that help?
I don't know. I don't know how that would.
That'd kind of get on my nerves. I think.
How that would feel.
Well, why is this good, Adler? A person with posture problems.
What does this make?
It's
better?
the world's first floating backpack, is what they say.
And that's better because.
And it reduces impacts by 86.5%. They say.
Like for little kids that are dragging these book things all through the school, maybe take some of the pressure off their back. Is that what this is about?
If you want to run with a backpack
who
on.
runs with a backpack on anyway? I don't
maybe you're
think
running
that's
from a
necessary.
bear. Hiking.
Maybe you're running from a bear. Maybe you're running from a guy who wants to steal your backpack.
Yeah.
Of course, you wouldn't be in Finland.
Even
Greg, is that a show enough good one? Backpack?
I'm telling you what.
You
I've
like
never seen one
my
that.
bulldog, don't you?
Is that the one with the bulletproof?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Mm.
You're good if they try to shoot you from back.
You still got
spin it around the front.
You still got a bulletproof one you wear?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Is there something I should know about?
No, I just thought I had to get a new one. I thought, why not get it bulletproof? We've all had that dream, you know.
Yeah,
You need to consider this.
And I've read our emails. Maybe I'll get one.
Yeah.
So
I've.
Don't you think though the way it feels running up and down that rail would get on your nerves a little bit? Somebody's pulling on
kind of
you.
bouncing.
Yeah.
Well, and of course, if you're running our circles, you're gonna hear about it.
That's another.
Rick, there you are running at the farm. I didn't even know that was you.
There I go.
Run everywhere I go.
There I go. Probably running after Gary. He saw me.
It says it's better for your back and your joints.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe with your new
You
back
know,
issues.
I would like to put one on and see how it feels.
I
because
would too.
It looks kind of strange
It
the way
does.
it's staying put when you're going up and down. It's kind of like shock absorbers, you know.
Yes.
I didn't find myself, and again, I'm not knowledgeable of backpacks, so maybe I'm just not knowledgeable. But I don't see a lot of excitement out of Bubba on this. And when I saw it, it did not go, oh man.
Yeah.
You know, it didn't feel that way.
Now, if
And Bubba didn't do that either.
If they put a magnet and a coil of wire back there, so as it was bouncing up and down, it was generating current to charge
possible.
something, then
wait a
now
minute.
I
That
get
ain't a bad
excited.
idea.
Hey now.
Yeah, I get
you got
excited
something.
then.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's going to get you a shot.
Yeah.
You're not going to say something and come up with that invention. I can't believe somebody hadn't thought of that.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
One Shatner for you.
Nobody,
you, Bill.
nobody forget that he was actually talking to Rick at the time.
Well,
Please,
Yeah, well,
no one forget that.
details.
That's a minor detail.
Did you?
At least
see
they didn't call
the-
him Rick and Buckle.
Did you see the
I knew you
artwork
would.
somebody sent us? The meme of it's a story about William Shatner and his regrets in his career.
Oh, this is
and they
God.
put the headline: "He regretted calling Rick Bubba."
Oh,
on
that's
the
funny.
show.
I hadn't seen that.
Somebody email it to us. That was great. Funny.
All right, next,
Bubba?
you think 8
You
is
are.
another one we should look at?
8
Yeah.
is great.
Is this things on people's backs again?
Yes, this is another invention for people's backs. This is this is from the company SPARS. I'll look up what it stands for in a
Escape
second.
rafts, huh?
But it's basically yeah. You know how on an airplane when they're going down, they have it lands and then that life raft like pops out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is basically a backpack that has almost like a moon bounce parachute on it.
Why?
So check it out. Well, if
You
you're in
have
a
to jump
skyscraper,
out of a skyscraper
Yeah.
with a fire. Or
check
something?
this out. So the guy's got the backpack on. He's sitting on the edge of the window. Out of the window pops this huge moon bounce looking thing that's got parachutes, and you just fall backwards, and boom, you're on the ground. You just land in a moon bounce, basically on the ground.
I don't know.
That's going to that gets a little bit of an ooh from me. And
Yeah,
every
it
now.
does me
cool.
too.
It's not very practical.
Let me tell you
Well,
what.
it's not practical.
If you're
it is if
in
you're in a burning building.
if
What,
you're
you
in
just
a
happen to have that big old thing there?
hey, would the people on 9/11
I was
love
about
have
to
had these?
say that.
so you're the
What
Bubba.
if
one I
every
went
office had a bunch of these? Huh?
Yes,
Well, I know
look,
there'd
you
be
can
some fights for him.
hide it in your
What's
closet.
Vladimir Putin doing?
That does look like Vladimir Putin with it on.
So you got to sit on. So you got to knock the window out, sit on the windowsill, wait for it to open, and then
Yeah, that's a
let
lot
it
of
go.
moving parts. I'm not very confident.
It's better than burning up.
Look at
Hey,
that.
Greg, people were jumping out of buildings without parachutes,
Oh, I
so
saw
this
them.
had to be better,
By
right?
the way, well, I don't even like
Upside
thinking
down.
about it.
Would anybody test that?
I'll test it.
You would?
Yeah.
With your back.
$100.
That's it.
I mean,
I
it's
think
got to
I'd
be
do it, too.
cash.
Y'all look
Cash.
like
It don't have to be tested. Have it in the offices that are up past a certain height.
Yeah.
And if you're in a situation of a burning building and you're about to burn up, you'll give it a test flight.
I'll
then.
give it a
You're
chance.
better than the
Yeah,
alternative,
exactly.
right?
odds
My
of it doing it all the
skin's
way up
melting.
right.
Look, I'll
like
flap
a
my
flower.
arms. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, whatever. But I mean, I like this better than flapping my arms.
Yes. Or like using my tie to rappel down the side of the building or something. This is if it worked
Watch
in
him
like an
out when
office.
he yanks it.
Yeah. That's
I mean, it just popped right
So
on out
I-
there, doesn't it?
Let's just pretend there's multiple of these. Do you see how wide it opens up?
It'd be a
And,
big
and everybody
problem.
be all trying to
You have
get
to
that.
take
Well,
turns.
you
Still
have
better.
to go, but
Take
still,
turns.
Still
Speedy,
better.
if they're
Yes.
piled up at the bottom, that's just more to land
Still
on. and
better.
bounce on.
Hey, the fire's coming. Hang on. You sway a little bit.
Now, my luck would be this. I would, first of all, get one. I would, second of all, fight everybody off for one because it would be a mad fight.
Yeah.
I pull all this off. I go out the window smoothly. I say to myself, my last words on earth, I made it. And then some fat girl land on me and kill me.
Yeah, right on top of you.
Or guy.
Yeah, our guy.
I don't know.
Someone with a lot of weight that could kill
Look,
me.
this goes under. It's better to have it than not.
Yeah,
Right,
but
right.
The fact that
That'd be
Have a
my
locker
outrage.
with a bunch of
I made
in
it. I made it. I made it. Ah!
1,000-pound sister comes falling over.
yeah, here comes Tammy.
Great. Peggy lands on me.
It just blows
Hey,
up.
did you hear about Burge? He made it. And Tammy fell on it.
No, did you hear that, Burgess? No, he actually fought everybody off and got one. He actually, believe it or not, paid attention enough, I guess, to make it work. I thought he wasn't paying attention when they told us. And then all of a sudden we saw him down there and he made it. He was fine. And then, of course, you know Peg over in the county. She landed on him and killed him. And then the next thing and his brother can't wait for the eulogy.
Right. Yeah. He's very excited.
Greg's elated. He gets to be right again on a couple of things.
Yeah.
Or we'll be back. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And here's very important, Rick, for a lot of folks, bars can now operate with diminished standing room situations.
Yeah, some of the this thing with the alcohol has just been bizarre. I saw one of the I think it was New Jersey's governor got caught in a bit of a lie about that. He said, "Well, we were just told by all the people that that the alcoholics need to have access to alcohol." Of course, I thought we was trying to get alcoholics off alcohol. I thought if you're in an AA program, you're not supposed to go to the liquor store and get alcohol. But anyway, so they were talking about all this. He said, "Well, it's actually safer." And then, of course, they came out with a study that says drinking alcohol actually increases your chance of having a severe reaction to coronavirus. The actual science on it. And he says, so probably what we have here is the state makes a lot of money off liquor, and that's probably why it's open. But
well,
anyway,
Rick, I'll tell you this: there's probably a lot of parents out there that also agree with this who've been trapped with teenagers for 4 weeks.
Yeah, right. So let me get this right. The gates that take you into phase 1, the gate that takes you to phase 2, and the gate that takes you to phase 3 is always 2 weeks of a decline. Is that right?
Rick, I'm a little gray on the gates.
Yes.
Maybe you, Speedy, I think, has more info on the gates.
Yeah, I think it's you got to have a decline of cases over a 14-day period, right?
Right, I think so. So, being able to track this accurately is going to be important. The testing and I think you're going to see that rolled out more and more. These companies are perfecting this, or they've got it. They just can't keep up with supply right now. Not only the test for the virus, but the antibody test and the vaccine test are going on right now. So we're gonna have an answer to vaccine within the year. I would say by end of the year, I'm gonna guess.
Yeah, and the problem, which I totally agree with, the reason why we're not waiting on this to the vaccine is our economy can't survive that length of time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're Thunderdome if we stay locked down until then, because you're already going to see a lot of businesses that were on the edge are not going to make it. They're not going to come back. But here's the thing: while it is very sad for them, those assets, those buildings, that equipment, it doesn't disappear. Hopefully it'll be purchased by somebody and businesses reopen. So, business cycles happen all the time, and it's kind of like trees in the forest. You hate it when a big tree falls, but it becomes fertilizer for the next round of trees. And I think that's one thing that you always have to remember in a capitalistic society. You're going to have business failures. You don't like them. You try to avoid them, of course, because they're very traumatic to the people who are the business owner. But you can regrow those in different ways. And with our bankruptcy laws, a lot of times, some of these folks are going to be able to do that and recycle and come back stronger than they were.
Yeah, so we'll come back to it. There's a lot more to unpack, and that's all the different things about, as you said, some of the stuff Levin talked about. And it's good that we're learning about the Constitution, what we can and can't do. It has been left up to the governor, so that really has been put to rest. And then you have some of the people talking about now some of the information and comparisons that we have about other things we need to learn about going forward, like do you ever shut down the economy across the country like this again? And I think we're probably leaning no. That probably wasn't necessary. Now, that when you say that, I'm not saying that the Trump administration did the wrong thing. I'm not saying that at all because we didn't know at the time. I'm saying now that we know going forward, we look and go, that probably wasn't necessary.
I think worst case, you'll see regional or states that might do that in the future. But you're right. I think the right decision was made based on the information we knew at the time. But if it comes up again, we have new information we know.
Then there's Governor Cuomo, who, if you want to give your views on God, you probably just want to wait another time to do that. But Governor Cuomo wants all of us to know that God had nothing to do with the virus numbers going down.
Rick and Bubba.
It was interesting, Bubba, and what we got a lot to uncover here. But this Cuomo quote was back on, I think, April the 13th, and I guess I just missed it when he first made the comment. And someone had mentioned it to me, I think, in an email or something, and I was like, "Oh, I didn't know that." And so I went back, started looking at it. Speedy did too. So It's interesting about this because, just in Wednesday's Bible study, we were at the part, where Pilate makes the big, strong statement to Speedy about all the authority. To Jesus about all the authority that he has. Jesus is standing there and Pilate's mad because Jesus is done with answering his questions. And he's like, don't you realize the authority I have? I'm the guy that's going to decide whether you're going to be set free or you're going to be crucified. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us. We'll get phone calls in before the hour is up. That'll probably be the last segment coming up this hour. If you want to plan ahead to try to get to where you want to be, if you want to talk to us. All right, so a couple of things to deal with. One of them we don't want, and here comes that time of year. We've all enjoyed. We've enjoyed not having the bugs around. But here comes spring, and here come the bugs. Here they come. So Cook's Pest Control is ready to say, it's all right, hey, you can enjoy going outside. We have a mosquito treatment. You can enjoy, not having to deal with carpenter bees. We can help you with that. Whatever you need, we're here. Fleas, ticks, we're here. Spiders, ants, we're here. Nesting wasp, here they come again. We're here. Roaches, they're always around. Other bugs, other critters, they'll help you. They're the best in the business, and if you need termite protection, nobody does it better than Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Would you like for them to come out and assess your property, assess your business, new home construction? They can do it with no obligation for you to use them. We're just going to save you some trouble and tell you to go ahead and use them. But we do. Go to cookspest.com. cookspest.com, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and you can join us singing the song happily. Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control. Finland does not have cooks.
How about cooks? Cooks came to my house yesterday. Did the termite traps? They got to come check them.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they come around.
Any hits?
Oh, I don't know. They said everything looks good.
Okay.
But they always show up. I had to put the dogs up every now and then.
Yeah.
But they do a great job.
I love when they send you the no worries. We got it. We're in control. Hey, we're good. Sleep tight tonight, Ricky. You're fine.
That's what I did. I felt better about it.
March Madness, Bubs. Rackets and brackets. There's a lot of racket. And so it's underway. I don't know. We already got some upsets or anything yet?
Well, we've got that first few play-in games that we had last night, and I guess today some of them's going on, and most of the action will start Friday in the main bracket. But I told Speedy coming in, I was listening last night to the Wagner-Howard game, which are two teams I'm probably not going to ever watch.
You listened to the play-by-play of Wagner and Howard?
I was flipping around the radio, and I heard them on. And, the play-by-play guys, some of these guys they've got doing these are really, really good. I love listening to a good radio guy do a high-intensity, high-speed sport.
I agree with you 100%.
And the Wagner-Howard game, Howard was down. Wagner ended up winning the game 71-68, but Howard was down like 13 or 14 points with just a couple of minutes to go. And they made a crazy run of hitting threes and fouling and getting the other team to miss foul shots. And they came back within 1 point at one time, under a minute. And then with about 13 or 14 seconds left, they had the ball, went down the floor with a chance to tie the game with a three-point shot. And they got 3 shots off, and none of them fell. One of them came in and out, I think. But it was very exciting to listen to on the radio.
Are we
just driving around?
Are we surprised that Colorado State waxed Virginia?
I saw some of the stats from that game, and Virginia, who, by the way, a former national champion not too long ago, shot one of the lowest percentages of an ACC team ever in the tournament. And if I'm not mistaken, they only had 14 points at halftime. Is that right? Did I read that headline right?
They couldn't buy a bucket. People are memeing them. It's so bad. They're memeing them today. So
really?
Yeah. It was bad.
So like Joe Biden trying to get off stage.
I got to tell you what. Right now, my bracket is still perfect.
Good.
Still perfect, Rick?
Yep. I don't have a bracket.
Hey, there's a couple other clips.
Here's Virginia playing.
I did that for shock factor.
Here's just a couple shot attempts of Virginia trying to.
They're saying these people are playing for Virginia. That's
that's good.
That's Virginia right there.
That's great.
Just kidding. This is a competition. It's actually this happened in San Antonio.
This guy hasn't hit one yet.
No, he.
The tie should have been a giveaway.
He should have just faked an injury and stayed in the stands.
We refer to this as the Don Juan DeMarco.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
Sometimes things are not
Surprising.
stereotypes don't always hold up.
Yeah.
There's a couple other clips that we've got to see today. One, I know Glenn Beck's having a little fun with Putin winning re-election. I don't know if you saw that, Rick. He won with like 87%.
Yeah, I did see that. Bubba, you're not going to look at Japanese Steph Curry? I thought
we got to see that.
I thought basketball. Then we'll go to Glenn.
Okay, let's go back to that.
Yeah.
My
So,
bad. Forgot about it.
Japanese Steph Curry. I thought that's right up there. You love people that can drain a three.
Oh, some of these people are so talented.
And this guy
now.
plays for Nebraska.
Yes,
and he's from Japan.
He's a Cornhusker.
He's a Husker.
This guy is Kisei
Don't even try.
Tominaga.
Why would you try?
But the broken ball.
Absolutely killed the Hoosiers. It's this Nebraska contingent.
He can move.
What is broken ball?
Making himself available.
You don't need the audio. It's just clips. Yeah.
So he's a 3-point shooter.
I mean, he can,
and he's left-handed, right?
He can take it to the basket.
Good night. Boom.
Boy, he shot a moon ball, didn't he? He had a little arch on that.
How about old Goggle Eye we looked at the other day? Did they make the tournament?
There he is again.
Are you referring to
how
that
many-
kid as Goggle Eye?
Yeah,
How many
big
points?
glasses on.
How many points did he score, Adler?
Tominaga, I don't know. I got to look it up.
Oh, the one with good feet?
But the Cornhuskers play again on Friday, just like Alabama and Auburn.
Wow, look at this right here. And yes.
Yep.
Buckets.
Let me tell you something.
He's got a unique style, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
But he is a dead eye.
And every time he hits one, they build an onion volcano. Did you know this?
Yeah, in celebration.
That's so good.
That's good.
So there you go.
That's good.
Nebraska's still in it too, huh? Or they hadn't played their first game yet, probably, I guess.
Yep.
All right, so then
we were talking about the fact that we had several schools from our state all have to go out to the far northwest to play.
I know.
And we were lucky last year because Birmingham actually hosted the first round.
Yeah.
And we kind of got spoiled on that. But we were talking about it was a shame that even the women's tournament, we're not hosting it this year. Because I think if the girl from Iowa had been here in our area, I would definitely have gone to see her play. I think I would
time
have.
out.
Bubba, I think I would have.
Well, look,
Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, I'd like to see her play.
that or Gigaparts. Which one would you have? You wouldn't have gone to see
The
her
all-time
play.
leading scorer
Even
in college
downtown.
basketball. I would like to go see if she was that good.
The all-time leading scorer in chick basketball.
No, she's all-time of all.
But-
now.
but she never played against men.
She beat Pistol Pete.
She's never played against men.
Yeah,
but I'd
but
still
you-
like to see her play because she throws in a lot of hoops. Too.
You would not go to that
I think I
game.
would.
You
I
like
think
the
I would.
idea of going.
Yeah,
No, I
if
think
you
I
could
go.
somehow just be there, just snap your
Not
fingers
have
and
to
be
be the
there.
hassle of it.
Right. No way.
Rick, I hate you to
Look,
go.
it's
Maybe
like
go.
you always said. We love to see the people who
do.
are the best at what they do, and she's the best.
But there's
Even
plenty of
women's
highlights out there. You don't have to go down there and have to park downtown.
Well, I'd like to see
After dark.
Highlights. Seeing them in person's a little different.
There's a
You get better
chance if she
idea.
was shooting threes inside the new location of Gigaparts, then you'd say it's big enough.
They may have a goal in there. Who knows?
KJ4, JJ.
Yeah, that's right. Ham it up.
Ham it up.
So you would not go downtown to see her play.
I mean, she plays aggressive, plays hard.
I know, but I mean, I just don't think. I mean, I appreciate her excellence in female sports.
Yeah.
But
Well, I like female sports. I've
Yeah.
coached female sports.
yeah, but I
I'm
mean,
not
that's
anti
different
that.
though. If you weren't
I don't.
coaching
The WNBA doesn't interest me right now because
No.
I don't know any of the players or
Well,
have any.
Caitlin
of
Clark's coming. You can watch it.
Well, that I would like to see. This is her senior year. She's broke the record. She's in the tournament. I just think it'd be a cool time to see her play.
I'd go see her play.
If
she was my daughter.
right now, that's different. That's much granddaughter,
I would be
niece
there.
or my
wife.
niece.
She's probably the exception
Niece?
for all of women's
been my niece.
basketball just because of her records. you know.
Sure. We do have what you mentioned.
Bubba's going.
Glenn Beck.
Not gonna be here.
When dictators like Putin wins re-election, it owns us.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to hear
Six in a row. I
Glenn's
think.
sarcasm with
It
this.
is 6 in a row.
So here's Glenn Beck, being sarcastic about this being a straight up election. Of course, he's also going to talk about our situation. But Here's Glenn, and
microphone.
This is. There's two people I like when they're just disgusted with something: Bill Bubba Bussey and Glenn Beck, and they look alike.
So we saw Bubba's earlier.
Yeah. So here we go.
So Stu, we were watching with bated breath. Gee, who's going to win, Putin or that other guy? And we thought it would be close with that other guy, but apparently not. Apparently not. We were shocked. 90% voted for Putin.
Yeah.
Now, we're not the only ones that said, what about the other guy? Because Stu found something rather interesting while following the Putin election.
Yeah, people don't want to talk about this, but the reason Vladimir Putin won with 90% of the vote is because, and no one in the media will talk about this, but Vladimir Putin actually had his main opponent thrown off the ballot. There was no one to go against Vladimir Putin. Yeah, no, I'm serious.
What?
He came up with some
wait a minute.
justification to get him tossed off the ballot so he couldn't even appear, and people couldn't vote for him. Glenn.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. This happened to what's his name?
Yeah, what's his name was not on the ballot. You didn't have like Putin.
Not on the ballot.
What's his name? No. The main guy who was an anti-Ukraine war politician, heavily promoted by the opposition, and went through, got all the signatures that required, and the government came in and said, "Oh, actually, technicality, sorry, you can't get on the ballot." So of course he won 90%.
Wow.
They kicked his main opponent off the ballot. But what kind of democracy do you have if you're the only name on the ballot? That's not democracy. There's no choice there. And I just find it to be abhorrent that this...
I tell you, it would never happen here in America, I'll tell you that.
Boom. How about that's the first time I've ever seen Stu?
Oh, really?
And he didn't look like I thought he looked.
Yeah, he's funny.
He is funny.
We'll be back. Phone calls wrap up the hour. 10 lines available. A number that'll get it here, 866-WE-BE-BIG. It's your time to talk. There are lines available. Dial us now. We'll hear what you have to say when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Jesus says, let me clear all this up for you. You don't have any authority over me. The authority you have has been given to you for a moment by my Father, just like all world leaders. You know, you think you have all this authority. You don't have any authority that isn't given to you by my Father. Romans 13 makes this clear, and as we've been saying all through this, God's mercy and God's wrath is also playing on these worldly leaders. Sometimes they're there for his wrath, sometimes they're there for his mercy, and sometimes they're there for a little bit of both. But they all work under his authority. And here's Cuomo wanting us to know that this when New York started going down and the numbers went down and the spread of the virus went down and the death number went down, he wants us to know that God didn't do it. He said, we brought the numbers down. We did it. God did not do it. And he said that loud and he said that clear, saying that earthly human beings were able to pull this off. God was not involved.
Did he say that in his press conference or whatever? Because I never saw him say that.
Yeah. It's I guess it was.
Do we have video of it? I'd like to see it.
We have.
I sent it to. I can't play. I'm strapped down here with my laptop.
Yeah, you don't have to play it here, but just I'd like to see it. Just view it myself send me a link to it if you get it.
His exact quote, and he would Stretch would have to find it, and we're live right now. I'm not sure if he can do that, but
if you can, Stretch, just give me a signal.
It's on down, Stretch.
We
the
don't
email
have to
sent
play
you.
it. I just wanted to see it later.
But the exact quote, Rick said it right. The number's down because we brought the number down. God did not do that. Fate did not do that. Destiny did not do that. A lot of pain and suffering did that.
Yeah,
the exact quote.
Yeah,
you know, I'm not as brave as Governor Cuomo.
Or stupid.
So, yeah, something. Yeah, you know, Rick, I will say this: when you misspoke and said that Pilot said to Speedy for a minute, it jumped in my mind that Pilot and Speedy were having a conversation, and it was like Speedy in his Kango hat.
Yes.
Pilate there in his Roman garb, and his sword on his side. And I don't know why that kind of hit me funny. I don't know.
What if I did?
I don't even know what they were talking about, but just seeing them stand there side by side.
But how delusional was Pilate? And I love that Jesus took the time because he's being meek and he's being lowly. Of course, he's not anymore, but and he's allowing this to happen. But it's almost like he couldn't let that statement go. Jesus said, I'm gonna have to correct you on that. You really don't have any authority over me.
Yep.
I'm allowing this to happen. And guess what? I love Steve Farrar says it the best, and we said this in Wednesday's Bible study. If you haven't watched or listened to it, yes. Yet Steve Farrar says, whenever you're worried about all these world leaders and, they try to scare you and all this kind of stuff and all their authority and all they have, he goes, understand, don't ever be afraid of people that God literally allows to breathe. Cuomo cannot take a breath without God allowing it. Okay, and so he doesn't realize that this moment that he's been given has been given to him by the ultimate authority. It can be taken away like this, and he's only there as whatever God is handing down and whatever God is allowing. So
just so you don't think we're putting words in Cuomo's mouth here, this is from the other day coming out of Skype here.
Right, here it is.
The number is down because we brought the number down. God did not do that. Fate did not do that. Destiny did not. The number is down because we brought the number down. God did not do that. Fate did not do that.
There it is. So there's your statement.
I wasn't doubting you, Steve,
Oh, I know you did. I know what it was.
I just wanted to, during my quiet time to look at that and try to digest it.
I'll say this, Bubba. It was good for me, too, because it's actually much worse than I thought it was.
Yeah,
it's the look on his face.
Bless his heart. Bless his heart.
Wagging that finger at the great I am and all you backward people that believe in God.
That's it.
Bubba, now listen, I know what the moment was for you, and I totally.
I'm just uneasy right now. The whole thing, I got the heaves.
Well, yeah, you should, because this is not what you want world leaders saying that are between you and God's wrath. Let me say that. Let me, you remember Jeremiah was telling everybody this is bad, this is bad, this is bad, and they wouldn't listen, and then eventually Jeremiah got killed in the wrath as well. You know what I mean? So, but let's go back to this. So, Bubba, which was merciful for Jeremiah. See, that's that wrath and mercy working together again. But what you did was what you do about a game. You don't doubt that the guy made an incredible catch. You're not saying I'm a liar or I exaggerated it. You just want to see it.
Yeah.
If you can find the highlight of it, that's different than just hearing about it.
Yeah, I get that.
And so there's your highlight. There's your highlight, and it was different, wasn't it, Helms?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was much different. Much different.
It's troublesome. My spirit is there right now in a big way.
Yeah. Well, New York.
I go back to one of the many stories about Daniel.
Thanks for being with us today. Wednesday Bible study back. That'll happen 12 noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern today on our YouTube channel as we go through chapter 11, 2 Corinthians. We'll have the archive for you soon after. Bubba, we've got a couple of video hits, at least one of them, as calls are coming in, and we may get to calls too. We'll see. But we have this one, Ted Lieu, the Democrat from California. Now, this just tells you when you get into ideology and, this is how I see the world and fake world and all these things. So here's Ted Lieu, who is a Democrat. Should I just let him speak on his own?
Yeah.
Here's what he has to say about fake news. Here we go.
The best way to oppose fake news is for people to watch outlets like MSNBC, where you report real news all the time.
So if you want to avoid fake news, Ted Lieu says you should watch outlets like MSNBC who report real news.
He just said fake news. Is what he said.
They actually
right.
have a bill they're trying to push that would condemn fake news and alternate facts. They're calling it.
Yeah, who's the gatekeeper on that one?
Yeah. I can't wait to see that one. Sounds like Democrat talking points.
Yeah, and it almost sounds like that he doesn't say what he wants to say. It almost says he says if you want fake news, I know what he's saying if you want to avoid it, but like us, he chewed it up a little bit. Listen to it again.
In a hurry.
Listen to it again. It's not all that clear. Listen, he gets in a
The
hurry.
best way to oppose fake news is for people to watch outlets like MSNBC where you report real news. The best way to oppose fake news is for people to watch outlets like MSNBC where you report real news all the time.
Okay. Well, Ted, that would be your opinion.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ted.
But think about that. That's just, he says, by golly, this is what I think, and I think this is true.
Yeah.
Or does he?
Who knows? Also, during the commercial breaks, Adler is playing highlights and things from back after the pandemic had started. And you see we're all on Zoom. And, Rick, I had no idea today was the day that
Saturday.
It's Saturday.
Yes,
will be exactly 4 years to when we had the 15 days to slow the spread lockdown. Remember, it started as 15 days. And it's been 4 years ago.
So, yeah, that's hard to believe. But 15 days, now how long did that go on? 2 years?
Yeah, give or take.
15 turned into 30.
Yeah. Because, I mean, I remember even in 2021, people just, they weren't letting it go.
Right.
There were still some bizarre things going on. Guys, the absurdity of some of the things that shows you how propaganda can work. When we were letting people get away with you must wear a mask when you're waiting on your table at the restaurant, but when you sit down, you can take it off, everything's fine. So just my body going to a recline position, now I can't spread it.
Well,
I mean,
we had the comedian, was it Brad Stein?
Yes,
that was talking about we had the first ever pandemic based on altitude.
Yeah.
Because if you're sitting down, you're fine. If you're standing up, then you must wear a mask. So, people in wheelchairs had no problem. That was the whole thing. It was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And you guys are in the replay as we're going through it. Y'all are starting to call it out. You're like, guys, this is lunacy. This is crazy. This doesn't make any sense. This is about power and control. Our government is just trying to do this to control people. And but you guys are also still in the mode of trusting some of the media, trusting some of the medical community. And it's really unbelievable to see you guys peeling the layers back as we go through that crazy, crazy time.
It's almost like a much longer presentation like the day we were on there on 9/11. You can literally hear us putting together the right narrative, trying to work through bad information, good information. Now this took a lot longer.
Yeah.
But it's a longer version of, as the puzzle kind of, and the more you became educated yourself, because let's face it, in the beginning, and
none of us knew.
We were as guilty of it of anybody. We thought if you had someone on from a medical organization that we should listen to what they're saying.
Yeah. Because we want to trust our medical experts.
Yeah.
If I've got someone on who works with infectious disease and viruses, okay.
And think about this too.
Yeah,
we are a year and months away from a vaccine at this point. I mean, everybody's hoping there's going to be a vaccine, but there's no answer right there.
Yeah, things were shut down. Gyms were shut down. Schools, everything. I remember turning my garage into a workout facility because the boys were home. They couldn't leave.
Yeah.
But they had to keep working out. And then neighbors would come over. Guys, I had to go buy cleaning supplies. And I would clean and mop my garage and wipe down every bit of equipment before and after all their workouts.
Absurd.
Just to meet the guidelines. And then you had, not with me, but I heard neighbors were telling on neighbors, hey, I hear there's more than one car over at your house. And then collegiate athletes, if you refuse to take the vaccine, were given forms that they had to fill out detailing every second of the day, and it was such a headache. Most of them, you said, okay, I'll just take the vaccine. Because if you took the vaccine, you didn't have to detail anything.
Yeah,
but that was later.
Yeah, but it's just the whole thing. It was insane.
Well, then
this is when it started.
Where it got really confusing is when you had people on of equal standing.
Mm-hmm.
He is very well versed and is expert on infectious diseases and virus. So is he.
And they're saying two
different things.
Yeah, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah, and then the guy who worked on the research that we created the vaccine from told us as soon as there's a variant, this vaccine is no good, and we removed him from the landscape of information.
Yeah.
Even though his pedigree was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
And the media outlets that got behind the lockdowns, the strict lockdowns. The Atlantic, here's a headline, Georgia's experiment in human sacrifice as Georgia tried to open. The Washington Post, states rushing to reopen are likely making a deadly error. New York Times, the virus can be stopped, but only with harsh steps, experts say. I mean, it goes on and on. Politico, CNN. Yeah, it's unbelievable what we had to go through. And I know people are not loving probably the replays as much during this time, but I think it's important so that this never happens again.
Yeah, I hope that we don't do what human beings tend to do, is not learn. And I hope we do learn. And I do not think, as we started saying at one point, I don't think you're going to get society to go that way again.
I don't know.
And quarantining the healthy was really, really dumb. Top of the hour and unprecedented.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.